Yo,
Yo.
yeah, we're live now, yeah? Come on,
Yes,
so we're
sir.
not, man.
Yeah.
In the building, man. You get me? The
Okay.
haters trying to get us. Why the haters trying to get us?
You know what?
Yeah, I
The-
see.
Straight, man.
I still can't even see the chat, you know.
Yeah, the chat's coming up now, man.
No, not even the chat. I mean, like, you know, on your page, yeah, when you refresh the page and you want to see the video, I can't even see if it's when it's
No,
live or not.
The old video won't be there because it's taken down by
No,
whoever.
I'm talking. I'm
Come
talking.
and say about stay far away. Stay far away.
About that energy, stay far away. Trust me. Yo, you say,
That's
man.
sad, man.
They don't want to see Velly fly, yeah?
Do you know who it was, Veli? I'm gonna
Oh,
write
man.
Veli. I'm gonna write who did it in the back chat still. And I know
Yeah.
this is why it got taken down because we mentioned their name still.
What's with all the terms? And now I don't know, man. People them keep hating.
Nah,
They
because
keep
my man,
hating.
my man said one time they played my man on his channel Real played a video of them and their channel got struck straight away. So and these men are putting our thing hard, fam. These men are putting our thing hard.
Agreement. Get me?
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's not conspiracy thing, bro.
Get me? Because I've
They
don't
done
like
remember
it.
they're talking about on the show, Cuzzy.
Yes, G. They told us. Yeah, bro. Listen, G. G, come on now.
It's them.
Yeah,
It's
man.
them.
Call them. And
Think we have
man,
chop it, you
get
know.
me?
They put our
Trust
thing
me.
hard.
Yeah, man. You know what? Because they mind not not like
Because
it. Me, I
certain
wonder
time
if
when
they
I heard
want
them
them in
talking
the
about it,
Italian.
yeah,
Hey.
I think I was on the show. I was on the show, yeah, and I thought they yeah. It's like when 9 was like, oh, they've just made a video, yeah. I was like, what do they want me to do? Go over there and watch a documentary about myself? Now I'm all right. That's not, you know what I mean? We'll stay here, G Block, bro. Come over if you
man.
come over and bring that discussion over here. You're talking about us. Bring it
Well,
over here.
That's what it's
And
because they're shook,
I
man.
don't know what they've
you know
got
what
video
happens
footage
round
of us
there, man?
talking as well.
They are shaky.
That's
Yeah.
violation.
Yeah, man. Everyone's shook in the block, man. You know how it does,
That's
man.
violation.
The block has just been busting up the place. So now, all the frenemies and haters are trying to do a new thing now.
As soon as I see them,
That's
man.
the new thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Nah.
The hate is
It's
real.
crazy.
Ops are real.
Trust me.
You get me? Well, you can't stop it. You can't stop us, man. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here. We're probably gonna be in your face more. You understand?
Yo, Veli, don't you think
Yeah.
Raf as qualified to be our G Block midfielder, top midfielder, he's the one you reach
Come
for
on, man.
to control that midfield.
Come on. Rap
Wait,
got his
listen.
G-Block contract already, mate. On the slide, you get me?
Yeah,
Just bring it up.
I'm in the process of
saying.
signing it. I'm in the process of signing
You know
it.
what I mean? You trying to fuck up the process of the contract talk and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make it stay
Yeah,
far away.
Just, yeah, man. You know how we do, man. You get me? Yeah, man. You know how the World Boss program.
Stay far
Come
away.
on,
Yeah.
world
Stay
boss.
far away. Jesus. Come on.
Yeah, man. We just winning, man. There, man. It's all right.
You
though,
see how
man.
foolish
Don't
they
worry.
are as well, you know. They're trying to be spiteful, but look what happened to them. They exposed.
Yeah, man.
They've just,
Listen,
you know
that's
what?
I'm
They've
trying to
just
say, bruv.
wooded themselves.
Everyone.
Dirty
That's
ways,
the thing
man.
about winning, yeah. Is everyone can't win. We can't all win at the same time.
Keep it coming,
yeah?
man.
I'm sorry. All right. We can't
I
all
read
get
that.
together.
We can't all
That's
win.
not how the game of sports goes. You get me?
Yeah, straight.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't even
feel
know
that.
how
I
this
feel that as a channel host with you as well. You know, man, are striking my shit down. You can't stop the talk.
Come on.
Trust me.
You
Come
can't
on.
stop
Yeah,
this, bro. You get me?
Trust me. You can't stop it. You hear me?
But then again,
Trust
this
me,
is the
for me
question
now
I
have
got to
time
ask
for
you.
Nigeria time, not a waste time. Mine for me money, and me money for me mind. The shots of them are pretty dollar sign. You hear me?
Yeah,
Anyway, you
easy.
see me at any given time. Mine for me money, and me money for me mind. Yeah, man, just chill out, B. You can't win
Yeah.
right there, B.
No,
You
but
got
like
this.
you see, I wanted to ask you, why do people strike people's shit down? That's a good question I want to ask.
Because
The
they're scared
haters.
or they don't like what you're saying, bruv. We're all here together. United, bruv. We're all here.
Mm. You're not.
Yeah, you're
Wallahi,
gonna
you're right.
disrupt
You know,
that.
wallahi, you're
And if
right.
you can't be a part of it, if you don't want to agree with us and be a part of it, you're gonna destroy it, innit, fam?
So you saying hate outside the club?
Yeah,
Bruv, definitely.
you
Ralph,
can't
well
hate
done,
out.
my brother. You
You
good?
can't hate inside a
Look,
club. You can't even
look,
get
they
in.
made a video. They made a video
Okay.
mentioning our names, mentioning about what we're talking about. Listen,
Yeah,
it's real, bruv. It's real.
yeah. Lady Divine was saying it still. They were trying to.
I got my own kind trying to shut down videos on my channel. It's ridiculous. When I stick it on them, it's not me. It's not me. I'm thinking, who else is it?
Come on, man.
No, man. These strike people, man. They're I don't know what to say about these guys, man. Man, I'll have to chat to
Yeah, me.
YouTube now, man. That's a funny thing, man. I have to chat to YouTube now. I like Veli.
Trust me.
Don't strike that video. That video's quality.
Trust me. Just say them can't stop it. You get me? Them nasty, they bring some, I try stop it. Yeah, man. Nothing rubbing on it. Yeah, man. Them man are just dirty, bro. And they just on some
No, but
other shit.
what time did the strike
Don't worry,
happen, though,
mate.
Veli? What was it at the end of the stream?
No,
Was
all
it?
I noticed is that I was talking, and then there was 0 people watching. I was like, Ross, what happened? It's locked off.
What time was this? What time was this on my GG? I know you do 11-hour stream.
About 20 minutes ago, right?
No, how long was the show? He's asking how long was the show in to the how many hours was it into that before it got struck? Probably 6 hours, I think it was 6-7 hours.
No, man.
Yeah,
7-8 hours, man.
Man, I hate that. That's what happened to me. You know, my first time that I got striked, it was like 8 hours into my stream.
Yeah.
You know that, Billy? You know my first ever strike, like bomb. It was like 8 hours into my stream. I was like, raw. You know that, Ruff? You know your first time, you're like, what the fuck is going on?
the porn bomb
Man,
is
I'm waiting
mad,
for
man.
my YouTube email. Ain't received the email from YouTube yet.
I got email, man. I got my email yesterday, GG, like 2 days ago. Like, you got 48 hours to take down your videos. I'm like, raw. No, but on these YouTube streets, there's proper haters, man. I don't understand these YouTube streets, man.
Yeah, well, that's what comes when you get so many people. Now we understand how the people who get called Illuminati feel.
I lie, Ralph. I hear you, bro. But this is what I want to understand about human psyche, yeah, Ralph. Yeah, it's like, why would you hate a bunch of people talking, doing videos? What? So is this the thing I don't get? Is this people's lives, like Veli and Ralph, and Ultra, and IC3? Is this YouTube thing? Are we certain people's entertainment and certain people's TVs
They're
right now?
bored. They're bored, fam. That's what haters do. They're bored and they got things to complain about. You understand? That's what happens when you're getting welfare money. You get me? Welfare money. Got time to hate.
You got time to hate, man. Wallahi, that's true, though. I don't get is another rap. What I don't get, yeah. How can you hate a service that provides you?
Boy. Boy. I don't know.
Because at the same time, you're gonna
listen. If you go, sorry, I've got to be quick. Thingy's put up a video. You know, W. You know what I'm on about, Ralph?
Yeah.
6 hours ago, saying that Valley Show has been talking about the shit what I just mentioned about 20 minutes ago. So what about IRA and all this rubbish, militant? So I was probably right, man. Gotta be careful, man, Valley.
Yeah,
They want to strike all these Black Voices panels.
yeah. Belly,
So
can you hear that?
yeah, the video I've posted it at the back. Let me post the video.
Oh, Afghan, how do we know it's not the Asian brothers though, man?
No, bro. We
Because them
know.
brothers
We
are
know.
No,
We
fluky as
know.
well, fam. That man, they will porn bomb your shit. I know
No,
it's the
no,
Asian
no,
brothers that porn
100%.
bombed me, yeah?
It's not. It's not.
It's the
no,
white
no,
folk,
no.
innit?
Situation is not because
It's the white folk, innit?
you know
No, because the threat's been made 6 hours ago. I posted
That's
the
facts.
link at the back.
Yeah,
I've
brother.
I've posted at the back. Basically, this individual we don't want
Somali,
to say.
come over. Someone come over and told us. Someone come
Yo,
over and
OC.
told us. I think even Jupiter come
Oh,
over
is
and
it?
started talking about it.
Oh, right, fair enough, man.
All right,
Yeah.
I heard that.
Mm.
And I weren't gonna jump over there and start arguing with them because that's
Mm-mm.
not what like it is, bro. You know what I mean? That's nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why, bro. They probably thought, right, they didn't get a reaction, nothing. I don't know. Did anyone challenge on the nonsense, on whatever the lies and slanders they're trying to talk?
no, we don't. We don't bother,
That's
fam. We
it, bro.
don't bother because why do you need to pay the
Nah,
haters attention? You don't pay them
exactly.
mind, fam. Yeah.
No, but Ralph, the thing is, yeah, you know when you don't pay them attention, somehow, some way they just come in. Gigi, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. They just like you see this year, like they're striking my shits down and they're doing this here. It's a bit come on, man. You know, you get where I come from, Ralph. It's like they will come like somehow, some way to infect your thing.
No,
Well,
I
put
hear
it
you.
this way, yeah. I've seen people saying, Veli, let me off you, let me back on, Veli, yo. Now, obviously, there must be some big major disrespect for Veli to block you, because you know what I mean. And they
Definitely,
still
man.
come back over. They're blocked, and they still want to come back over.
Man, they were like this back on Real Show. I mean, Real Show was the one that gave them the breeding ground for the Ralphs and the Jupiters and all that. You know, the base Welshmen and all these far right types. And they all like once they made their fan base, they just backstabbed Real, got his show, you know, his whole stream livelihoods took
Turned
down.
this stream into a psychiatric ward, mate. I will
No,
never
but
go over there. No
no,
way. That stream, but bruv, I believe if I go over there and you start chatting to them people, your IQ level will drop.
no, but my point is that they made their own streams afterwards and just turned on him in it. So they're just silencing the minority's voice. As simple as that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say. Look,
Yeah,
if I can't get in your house through the windows, the back doors, the chimney, there's a certain way that I'm gonna come in.
Mm-hmm. But doesn't that like fuck it up for all the decent white folks? I want to come out here and I want to have like this conversation because I'm not gonna lie to you, white people don't own the internet. As long as and the Asian brothers as well, because you lot do bare porn bombings and some doxing shit. You get what I'm coming from? So
If it's
Right,
not
well,
her,
check this out. What about people who pretend to be like Muslim and they just start talking absolute nonsense, bro? Absolute nonsense. And they could be
no, but
and they could be a
this is
white
the
man behind
online
it, or they
world.
could be a black man behind it. It's
Yeah, but
dirty
it's the
tactics,
online
bro.
world. It's the online world. Like, you know, this online world, yeah. Why do you think I prefer switching on my camera? I'd rather be in front of camera. You know what I am, you know what I'm saying. And that's why I respect Broski, Ralph, and IC3 over there. The only guys on the panel right now that we can see their faces, we know who they are. It's the emoji thing, innit? You know, when you hide behind a little picture and you write a book name, you can say anything the fuck you want. And nothing come back to you.
Yeah.
And it's majority of them people there, the people that we don't know their faces. I don't know. That's my analysis. It's the online world. The online streets is dirty out here, isn't it? What do you think of that now, Natty?
I do, because like I said, man, the internet is a big platform to start getting your message across.
Mm-hmm.
But you
so
know
why
what?
would you be so hooked
Let
onto
me tell you
G Block
something,
then?
Somali.
Yeah?
Let me tell you something. I don't have no enemies. And you know
no,
what?
not you. I'm not speaking about you. I'm not speaking about you.
Listen. I'll tell you why I don't have no enemies, yeah? Because I don't want my enemies to know that I've got enemies. So I ain't got enemies, bro. These people are they're so desperate now, bro. Look at it. Look, we know who it is, bro. They already said it. It's like this conversation, like, you know what I mean? We know who said it. It's
Yeah.
only until when Billy like mentioned it, right? Like they tried to shut it down. I'm like, what? Oh, bloody hell! Like two
Now,
and
but I heard a
two.
lot about this Afghan guy. You know this Afghan, infamous Afghan. I heard a lot about him. He doxes people's pictures. He goes
Nah,
onto
it's all
people's
lies,
stuff.
man.
It's all lies, bro. I heard your name's
If
like
someone
some
wants to
hot
doc,
subject.
if someone wants to dock my picture, yeah, go ahead. You know what
I
I mean?
don't
I'll
mind as
rate it.
well.
I'll rate it.
I
I'll
don't
rate
mind.
it.
I don't really give a shit.
I'll rate it. If it's a good meme, I will laugh. I'll rate it. I'll rate it.
I think Raj is the meme guy. Raj is the meme guy. Rajinder. But the point is, like, they're all saying, oh, it could be the Asian on the panel. First of all, we're an Iranian people, so we're not Pakistani or Indian. But
Are you Afghanistanis?
yeah, we Afghans are an Eastern Iranian people, man. You could even
So
Google it.
you lot don't really conform to the whole Asian thing. I thought you lot were more like related to the, you lot speak Urdun, Persi,
No,
you know that much.
we speak Pashto, man. Urdu's a
Fish I
modern
know.
language, bro.
Ah,
Urdu's a modern language. It was what the Muslims spoke to trade. Basically, a mixture of
it's like
Persian, which is
Swahili.
Farsi. Yeah, yeah,
It's like the Swahili. It's like Swahili. It's a mixture
yeah.
of languages for trade.
It's a mixture of Farsi, which is Persian, and Hindi. So they spoke it to differentiate from the Hindu, didn't they, back in the day?
Okay. Yeah,
For
bro.
trade purposes. But I speak Pashto, which is a 2,000-year-old language, man, which is totally not even a single bit related to Urdu
Farsi
or Hindi.
or Farsi. Is it related to
Yeah,
Farsi?
well, the point is,
Similar.
right, the original language the ancient Persians spoke was Avesta, right? And then as time went, it broke into two languages, which is Farsi and Pashto. So you could say that Farsi is related. It is related, but they're very different.
It's similar.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I get it. It's like Ethiopian Somalian. It's similar, but it's different.
Yeah. It's like that.
Similar. Yeah, I heard Afghan.
Yeah, so all these Pakistan itself is a British-made artificial country anyway, bro. It was made by the British. All the borders were written by the British. That
So
used
there
to
was
be
no
one
such thing as East. No, so there's no such thing as East Pakistan, Central Pakistan.
No. There was
But East Pakistan got named Bangladesh, didn't it?
Yeah. After the war, they basically, those people are Bengali, so I think Bangladesh in their language is probably means land of the Bengal people. But with Pakistan, it used to be part of the Hind, isn't it?
Yeah, it used to be part of Hind. I remember.
Because they're all the same people. I mean, the Pashtuns in Pakistan, they were part of Afghanistan until the Mortimer Durand, who was a British officer, he divided it, didn't he?
I was waiting for you to say that Afghanistan. A lot of people hate that. They don't admit that. Why don't they admit that?
Well, how do you mean, like as in Pakistanis?
Yeah, they don't like to admit that.
Well, you haven't met the ones who are.
I haven't met them. I haven't met all of them. That's right. I've met the other ones that say no, Khalid, that's not right. You know that point that you just had. A lot of them disagree with that. The ones that I've met, I don't know what region they're from.
That's the thing is, Khalid, is that Pakistan and India were separated by the British on the main purpose, which was that in the future they could be a threat from the Soviet Union. So they had, because India was very pro-Soviet. Do you know this? India has always been very pro-Russian, originally pro-Soviet.
We had the same problem as well. We had the Soviets and the US play pinball. You know,
I've heard this, man.
So what they did is, I forgot the guy's name, the British officer. He actually wrote it in a news article. I'll have to find it sometime, where he said that we're going to divide India into two countries, which is Muslim and Hindu, so the Soviets don't come over and take this part of the world. And Pakistan has always been pro-American, pro-British. During the Soviet war as well in Afghanistan, Pakistan was on the side of the Americans in the West.
In famous Afghan, you see, like, what happened to you, you guys over in the Middle East and the East, yeah? It happened over in the West and in Central earth like Africa, yeah.
Mm-mm. That's the thing is,
So
Natty, like Somalis and Afghans, we can relate so immensely because if you look at the history of Somalia and the history of Afghanistan, it's so bloody similar.
yeah,
You know
but
what I
we can
mean?
relate. Yeah, but
Oh yeah, definitely.
Afghan is freaky, you know. If you really, yeah. Well, Afghanistan is the only people that kind of stood up against certain things, and
right,
yeah.
okay,
So it
okay.
is.
So listen. So you know what, yeah? Just like like how the football hooligans come together, they could relate, yeah, to something. They
Mm,
felt passionate about
mm,
something, right? So
mm.
it's all like us relating and saying, you know what, we're we're not gonna fight for our religion or anything, yeah. We're gonna fight for a cause. Do you get me?
Yeah,
That's
but
the
Jed,
way.
what is that cause though? What is that cause for melanated people, like brown people, black people, whatever group you wanna, whatever
All
magic
right,
name
do you
that
want
you
me to
wanna
tell you what
decide?
it is? To exist on the planet of the Earth comfortable. That is the cause. Safe.
Yeah, but how can we
Just
do
like
that?
everybody
But
else.
I say like Western countries nowadays, they blame capitalism. They're like, oh,
We're
it's
not
not
for
us, it's
war.
capitalism.
Yeah. But that's the
So
cause, bro.
they blame companies now for they're like, going into Iraq, going into these countries, stealing the oil. Now it's not us, it's the capitalism society that we live in. So who do we blame now? Is it the businessmen? Do we blame the leaders? Should we not make it a race thing no more? Should we blame the leader? I don't know, Jed. What do you think?
Well, look,
Mostly.
listen. Let me explain to you again, right? We all share something, right? We don't share a religion, me and you, yeah. But you told me a history, and I told you a history. That's exactly the same. So
Hearing you,
what's the
bro. Go
issue?
ahead.
That's what I'm trying to say. What's the issue? What's the link there? What's the divide there, bro? What's the divide?
You tell me, bro. Because I do.
Religion. Listen, the religion is the divide, bro.
Nah, I don't think so, man.
Okay.
I'm not a practicing Muslim. I'm not really a religious Muslim as well. But I can't blame religion for everything, sport. I blame people that use religion to gain their problems because I believe some people are using religion as a divisive as tool as well. Sorry if you don't mind me asking.
I, I'll explain it
But
again. Yeah.
all right,
I'll, ex-
what's the
I'll
best
explain.
way? Well, for me, what's the best way to get people at each other? It's through either race or religion. It's a tool.
No. Listen, I share a cause with you. Yeah. So it's like you saying, listen, Natty, I've had these red boys keep on beating me up, and I said, yeah, I've had these red boys keep on beating me up. That's the link.
Well, Red Boys.
But then you could say, well, Natty, you don't believe in Buddha, so I can't join you on that.
No, I don't believe in that. I believe in look. If I've got a similar struggle to you and we're getting oppressed, I don't fuck your
Right,
whatever religion you believe in. That goes out the
right,
window, my bro. If me and you are getting oppressed right now, we're feeling.
right.
I don't care what
Now
you
check
adhere
this
to.
out.
That's
Now
me
check
as a
this out.
person,
Yeah. Right.
not me
Now
as a
check this out.
nation. Me as a person.
Now check this out. Right. So we sort that out now. Yeah. So we sort all that out now. Yeah. Now you have the people that will be opposing us. Yeah. Now the people that will be opposing us have got history with us opposing us. It's history. Yeah. So now also you might have some people from that previous history that thought, nah, you know what? It's not right. I like these people. These people are normal people. They're just seeing us as people, bro. They're not in our religion, blah blah blah. They might be
Yeah,
on
yeah.
board with us. That's what I'm
I
trying to
know.
say. It's a government
Mm.
run thing, G.
No, I
And you know
hear.
what?
I'm fully with
Like
you.
what
I don't
Afghan
even think it's the government. I feel like the
like what
government's a
Afghan
puppet
said.
as well.
Like, listen, Somali, I'll tell you this now, bro. Yeah. I know what's happening right now. I've read the news and it's gonna be big, bro, because they want to annex like the West Bank in Israel.
Uh, uh,
Yeah, just like how they did to our people and
uh,
just like they did to your people. It's
uh,
the same people doing it.
yeah, it's true, but again,
Yeah.
I'm like, brother,
So I'm
no
not
offense here. See the whole Israel thing and Palestine thing. As an East African, I really don't give a shit. And a lot of our Somali brothers and sisters are realizing we're not getting caught up in Arab proxy wars no more. Because really, truthfully, if anyone should be crying, it's the Arab brothers and sisters. But none of them are defending their brothers and sisters. They're in bed with these guys. So why should we, as an East African, care about that no more? I think the world's waking up to this right now. And I hate to dismantle Palestinians and you lot's dreams, but as a lot of East Africans right now, we really don't give a shit about none of them man's lives. Because we got the same problem. We got the biggest refugee camp. They got the oldest one.
There was a
Our
time,
people are the same.
listen to this, Somali, yeah? I understand there's not many people care what's going on in Somali.
No, we don't care. No, I appreciate that.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, but
So you know what? This is eternity, my friend. Somali, this is eternity, bruv. That's it. It's eternity.
No, but Dread, yeah, no offense. Yeah. A lot of Muslim communities, including the Black Muslim African brothers and sisters, they scream about Palestine more, but they don't realize that like Central Africa is burning, this place is burning, and all Muslim countries are going through the same struggle as certain Arab people. I bond that out, bro. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, but listen, it's not just your people, yeah? Have you watched the news? What's happening?
Yeah. I don't really watch mainstream news. I don't really watch mainstream news.
It's happened to George Floyd. It's happened to many others after him, yeah?
Yeah, I see that. I see that.
And you know what? And even people just walking down the street getting roughed up. You know what I mean? It's happening, G, everywhere. And this is eternity. So that's what I'm trying to say. We got doing it.
I'm just saying. There's a lot of people that don't, you get me, that don't give a shit about them things no more. And I feel like Arab proxy wars that's the problem in Islam right now. It's Arab proxy and nationalism wars that everyone keeps following and adhering to. That doesn't affect the rest of us.
Islam. I'll tell you the problem with Islam, right? You see, when black people get together, we get together as black people, yeah? That's the dangerous thing about us, right? We come together as black people.
But Muslims can't come together.
Right. I don't understand, bruv. That's what I'm trying to say. You guys aren't together.
Because there's sex, there's this, there's that.
There's Sunni,
there's Arabization.
There's Sunni, there's Shia. Bruv,
between that, there's Arabization.
SS. You got it written on your screen. SS, Sunni and Shia.
No, Somali speakers. No, Somali speakers.
I know, but bruv, that's what I'm trying to say.
With me, like I say, Arab proxy wars, like there's no Shias around where I'm from. We don't give a shit about them things. And I'm trying to teach my people that. Fuck caring about Arab problems. They're using Islam they're using Islam right now to nationalize Islam. You can't go against the leaders. You can't do this.
What
you
Turkey's
can't do
doing.
that.
Turkey's building a base in Somalia, bruv. You know what? They're ready to do some things, bruv.
Yeah, Turkey.
Yeah,
fuck Turkey as well.
They're there though, bro.
Turkey as well. I know, because my people right now, do you know what it is, Dread? Shall I tell you why, Dread? Shall I tell you why, Dread? My people have been decimated, so they're relying on every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And this is the problem with Africa right now. We've got the most natural resources, and we're begging other people to help us. This is what IC3 fights, and I respect IC3 about that. Walter, thank you. You Portuguese filler da Bota El Caraya. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, God.
No, I beg you mute up, man. I've been waiting for this filler da Bota El Caraya.
Jesus Christ.
Hello, no one's gonna talk. Hello.
Yeah, I was waiting for Walter.
I was waiting for Walter as well, man. There was a little comment.
I've seen Walter make comments about me in the chat, man. He's a fan as well.
I've been waiting. He dipped out, man. I've been waiting for him. He was talking about Somalia, FG, something, the female mutilization thing. What it's 200 women. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is something in G Block as well, man. When Somalis come speak, they speak about FG and this affects 200 women in Africa, my brothers and sisters. It affects 200 women in Africa. So for a white Portuguese guy living in Canada, taking the piss out of fellow Africans is a bit disgusting.
1 sec, yeah? Yo, man them. Hey, listen, yeah? I beg everyone try to do me a favor from now, yeah?
Yo.
Try not to swear on the panel, yeah? And we can see if there's anything that they're flagging it for like that. Yeah, so obviously, man them can discuss what they're trying, but try not to, I swear a lot of stuff in it. That's going to be hard.
Say not.
Try not to, yeah? I'm going to add Mo the Crow in, yeah? He's going to take my place. Big up everyone on the panel, outside IC3, outside Ultra Funky, outside Water, big up 92 Dread, outside Smiley Speakers, aka Colin. Yes, Motor
Oh,
Crow,
man,
I'm gonna
big
add
up.
you in now, yeah? So, yeah, let's try that for me, yeah?
Water. Let me ask you a question, Water. Let me ask you a question, man. My Christian Portuguese guy. Can I ask you a question?
No, but
Is your mic open?
so I
That
have
is your mic.
a
No,
question
sorry.
for
I'm
IC3. But go ahead, Samal.
Okay. I want to ask Water a question. Water, why do you think it's funny for you to take the piss out of female mutilation where it affects 200 African women? It affects 200 women around the world. 200 million women.
200?
200 million women. Yeah, what's funny about that? No, but you keep saying Somalis, sort it out. Like, we're Somalis, FG. Do you know what we're doing, my brother? Let me explain something. We're at the forefront of fighting this.
You guys do you guys listen? Is FGM done in Somalia? Yes or no?
Yes, and we're stopping it. It's illegal.
So why-
Where I'm
why-
from, it's illegal.
Okay, so
It's
that's
illegal.
good to know. But
Yeah.
it's
No,
illegal where you're
I'm
from?
phoning you as well. Yeah, it's illegal where I'm from, Somaliland. Find out.
Okay.
Find out. It's being practiced.
So the
It's illegal. It's the first African country.
So the question is,
I've
why is it
asked you
still
a
being
question.
done?
No. I've asked you a question. Allow
Yo,
ask me a question.
hold up. This is
You want to answer my question first?
You know, as a Christian, we're not into FGM.
As a Muslim,
so I don't know.
as a Muslim. But then again, this FGM it affects 200 million women across the African nation, and the majority of FGM is in Indonesia. Did you know that? It's not even an African problem.
It's not a question of an African problem or not. It's a question of it's allowed in certain areas and it should be stopped. Yes or no?
Yeah, and in certain areas
you
are
agree?
stopping that. It's
So what's the
about
problem?
barbaric. I'm just saying, I find it funny when you're taking the piss out of sort of women's struggles and stuff like that, and you know, just for kicks. As a Christian, come on, man. As a Christian man,
I'm not taking it out of
all right.
context. It's
That's what I thought.
talking about that. We were
And
talking
I just saw you, and I just saw you, and I saw
discussion.
you. I saw you on the channels. I don't really get involved there. I saw you on the chat.
Yeah, because a few weeks ago we were having a conversation, a debate on FGM. And okay, I wasn't part of it, but there was a lot of people that was a part of it, and there was somebody who was saying.
So what
that,
makes you gives you that remark about Somalia, FGM? So let me educate you, my brother. Yeah, let me give you a little education.
I remember you were discussing something about how.
And we weren't, we were talking something different, and then you're like, Somalia, discuss the FGM. Why does he need to talk about FGM? I'm talking to you right now about
I was just showing that. I was just showing that for the problem. I think it was because you guys are all talking about problems everywhere, but everybody has problems.
That is a problem. That is a problem in Africa, and that is a problem.
I don't really.
But I'm just saying, don't throw about people's things. Come on, man. Just to get one on Muslims. Well, this doesn't affect Muslims as well.
Why would you get upset? Well, why? But if
I'm just saying. It affects Christians. It affects Africans. No. You asked me a question. You said, why doesn't my man speak about it? I didn't get opportunity to speak about it. Now you're on the panel. I will directly speak to you about it. That's it. I'm not getting upset.
I don't think I said it.
I'm not upset.
I don't think I said it in a question. I don't think I said it
in the chat. You said it in the chat right now. Now you said it in the chat.
Jen, what's up, Jen?
Yeah.
So let me ask your statement. Can I respond? Can I respond to your questions?
But you told me you already responded, and
okay, thank you.
I don't have no.
It's good if you disagree with it, then I'm happy about it.
Yeah, and it's getting banned all over the East Coast. It's getting banned all over these places.
I hope so.
Actually,
that's what we want.
Of course,
chill out for a second.
Of course, but this is not a place to talk about awareness. This is a place where people take shots. I'm just saying this is a place where people take shots at each other's religion cultures. My bad. Sorry about that.
Sometimes when you're on these debate panels, sometimes when you're on these debate panels, you take little shots like that to bring up the debate. It's not like it's a debate.
Can I bring up a debate? Can I bring up the debate? Can I bring up a debate? Can I bring up a debate? What about all the slaveries that happened through the Portuguese coast to America right now?
Obviously, it was barbaric. Again, slavery was a barbaric thing that happened
by the Portuguese.
By the Portuguese. Today,
by the Portuguese.
Happened a lot by a lot of cultures, not only the Portuguese.
So what? So can you condemn what Portugal did? across Africa as a Portuguese man, as a
Of
Christian
course,
man.
I condemn what Portugal did. I
Alright,
condemn what
say that.
Portugal did. I condemn what Arabs did. I condemn anybody who put a man in slavery and started beating him, and
And
that's
I
for no good
condemn
reason.
any man, and I
Of course,
condemn,
I
and I
have no
condemn
problems
any man.
condemning that.
And listen, I condemn any man and woman that do fetal mutilization to any human being. Simple.
Good.
Now we're clear in it.
Condemnation.
Water,
You
yeah,
know, I mean,
water and Khalid,
hopefully,
Somali
I mean,
speakers.
a lot of,
We're clear.
you have to remember that a lot of these people, but you got to remember, a lot of these people are ignorant. They believe what they're doing is right. And the key here is that usually the leaders that are allowing this are the problem. Because when you speak to the leaders, they're the ones who are saying this is, God justified. And then, if we as religious people who know our books and read our books know how to say, no, it's not godly justified. It's just a man-made thing that happened that all of a sudden men started
Wallahi,
mutilating
you
their
know what?
daughters.
I love this full of the buta. The way you changed up your thing, yeah, it's cool, bro.
Somali, you see this guy as well, who's talking absolute crud about me in the chat, yeah, and he's a religious guy. Get out of here.
Well, Natty,
Yeah.
well, I mean,
Dread.
You're
Can I say
Natty,
something?
you,
Dread,
what
can I say
are you
something?
talking about me?
None of the, no, Dread. Can I say
holy
something?
man.
Sorry,
Look,
sorry, Dread.
look,
Can I
check
say
it,
something?
Somalia. Somalia, look, he's
Sorry.
the holy man with the cup of water. Look,
Dread, can I say something? Can I say something to you?
Somali and
No one
Muslim.
here is religious. No one on the online is religious. Whether they're Muslim, Christian, or all this bullshit, bro. No religious people
Speak
take
for
shots at
yourself.
other people's
I
communities.
respect you, man. Yeah.
None of these
I
people are
respect
religious.
you
The
saying that.
Muslim brothers and sisters you see online on these panels, they're not religious.
Listen,
Yeah.
you
These
guys,
Christians that you
listen,
see on the panels
you guys,
are not Christian.
listen,
They're
listen,
not Jews.
came in,
None of these
you
people
took
are
shots.
religious.
Listen, you came in, you took shots. I mean, did I
I
react?
didn't take
Did I
shots,
act
man.
any
I'm
way
just
different?
I'm having a conversation.
Whatever.
I'm having a
The point is
conversation.
that
All I've got to
you
say
come
is
in
water.
here,
Jesus
you
didn't
give
say
me a
that.
couple of
Water.
shots,
Jesus
big
didn't
deal.
say
It's
that.
just words. At the end of the day, we're trying to
Water.
find the truth,
Jesus didn't
right?
say that, mate. Jesus didn't say that.
You don't know what Jesus said half the time. Now you just say what you want. You make up stories as you go along.
Right.
Absolute chapters.
That's why for
No.
me
Talk
when I'm
chapters,
listening
bro.
to you in the Natty, when I'm
Absolute
listening to you in the chat,
chapters.
all I'm seeing is a person who sounds ignorant
No, but
because you're
the
talking about say the New
reanimator.
Testament and you're saying to me Christ
IC3,
said this, Christ said
IC3,
that, and Christ never
black
said
banking
that.
for
So
reparations. This
to
guy
me,
seems
it's
cool,
like
bro.
I'm
I
going
just
to say
want
in
to
the
like have
chat,
a
Yeah,
you don't
but
know
you
what you're
should
conversation
tell
talking
me
with
what
this
about,
you
guy.
should tell me what
and if you
Christ
can't
would
handle
say,
that,
not
You
about
can't.
what
my
I'm
problem.
wearing or this guy's got his chest out or he's gay or he's this or he's that, blah blah. Like Jesus didn't say that, bro. Practice what you preach, innit?
Natty, the fact is you don't know nothing about religion.
Come on,
Simple
Natty.
fact. That's it.
Practice
You're an
what you
atheist. Stay as
fucking
an
preach,
atheist.
innit?
Say you don't want to follow
The
atheism.
atheist is
Say
more
you don't want to
religion
follow
than
any
you.
religion, and
The
that's it.
atheist is more
But don't
religious than you,
say
man.
You know
that
what, Walter?
Christianity
You
can't bring
remind me of the
people
Pope.
together.
Walter, you
That's
remind me of the Pope. That's how holy you are.
Christianity
Sorry,
has done a lot for the world. It's
sorry, I
simple as
apologize. I
that.
apologize. Yeah, well, okay. It's created a lot of paedophilia.
All right, yo. Okay, IC3. I think we got off on the wrong foot, bro. So I just wanted to get to know you a little more because I saw you. You know, you're like talking all with your um British accent and shit. Yo, let's hear it, man. Honestly, I'm not trying to like stunt on you or anything. I'm not trying to be like a dick or anything. It's just I don't know. You feel like some educated person, you know. I feel like you're older than me and shit. That's why you were just like you thought I was trying to chat shit to you, but I wasn't. So I just wanted to let you know and shit. But I don't know if he's there. But yeah. Um. Anyways, yo, Somali guy, Somali
Somali speakers, my
need to
name's Khalid.
relax.
Khalid, my name is Khalid.
Khalid.
Khalid,
What
I
happened to the
Kefalek,
spoke
holy
with you
water
Kefalek,
guy?
before, right? I've
What
Kefalek.
happened
spoken
to
to
the
you
holy
before a
water
long
guy?
time ago.
He disappeared, Natty, man. You
All right.
can't handle the
Yeah,
truth,
no,
I
man.
he
spoke to
can't
you
handle it, bro.
before.
You can't handle it.
Do you know what
Go
I
on,
think he's
Mo.
doing?
All right.
Do you know what I think
All
he's
right.
doing? I think
Okay.
he's gone there like I think he's sitting there like beating himself now with a belt.
Yeah, come on, man. He ain't Christian. He ain't Christian. Any man that wants to
Know that,
fucking take the
bro.
misery out of a Christian people's lives, yeah, miseries, yeah, he ain't
You know
Christian,
that,
man.
bro.
Come on, man.
He's
Come on, man.
do
You
you
ain't
know what he is?
Christian,
He's an
bro.
atheist. He's an atheist.
That's pretending to be Christian.
That's pretending to be Christian.
Oh, we clocked it. Hey, yo, Mohammed the Crow, what you got to say, bro?
You know what I mean, man? I'm just chilling, bro. I'm trying to learn something new, you know? Hey, most of you guys, you know,
Can I
don't
teach you something new?
different. This
Can
is
I teach you
different. I
something
get
new?
different feeling
Can I
from.
teach you something
Me
new?
and Ultra can talk, but some
Let me
people I
teach you
just don't
something
talk
new.
with.
Can I teach
Yeah,
you something
you
new?
taught me
They're
something
weird
new,
about.
bro.
Let me say something new, yeah?
He's a Christian trying to
Fuck
pretend.
Arab proxy wars.
Atheist trying to pretend to be a Christian.
How about that? Fuck Arab proxy wars.
Oh, if you
You believe in that?
knew who I was,
Yeah,
if
you're
you
Iraqi,
knew who I was,
Kuwaiti, all of
then
this, yeah? Do you think Arab proxy
you
wars
would
are being
understand
detrimental
me.
to
You
Islam?
would
Do you think
understand me
Arab
more.
proxy wars are being detrimental to Islam?
No,
Atticus, you know what the thing is,
you're
Atticus? I
fake,
like
bro.
look in the chat,
I'm not gonna lie,
Atticus.
you're
Yeah, you
fake.
can see people's
Somali
imagination, man. I
speakers.
think what he's talking about is what he watches. You get me, Atticus? That's what he watches. I don't know about that stuff.
No, it's just some people are trip. Yeah. No, but I like coming on here. I don't usually come on here a lot, and a lot of people that get on here, they're cool, you know. I fuck with them, but some people, you know, is just they're whack.
They don't know how to
Haters.
get along. Innit?
Yeah,
Can't get
yeah,
along,
man.
man.
Because Somali right here, he's saying all this shit, but he's like, oh, because I'm Muslim. I'm Muslim too, bro. My name's Muhammad. You get what I mean? Like, I don't care if you're Muslim or not. At the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. You're cool. You're cool. Like,
Yeah.
Veli's like my brother. You get what I mean? Like, Ultra Funky, he's hella fucking cool. He's like my brother too. I got a lot of people on here that are hella cool with me. But when you start like talking shit and dividing, I don't like that. Shit's gay.
That's it, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, we can argue over what our favorite ice cream is, bro. Just gotta let it go in it. Just be like, what else we got in common? You know what? Some people don't always have to have something in common with them, you know. But you don't have to be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. It's just I don't know. I just when I see people in the UK, you know, they're more educated. You get what I mean? Like all you guys over there in the UK, you guys got more privilege than us. I think it's cool though. You get what I mean? Like I think it's dope. I think we need education. You know, like we actually need it. But I can speak in a proper manner if I want to, but I don't like that because I don't feel comfortable speaking like that. You get what I mean?
Yeah. You just gotta be comfortable how whatever suits you, you know what I mean? Just that, like, I think, I don't know, man. You could just see people. You know what? I think you can see the level of intelligence of people on here, bro. Their mental mind, the stableness to them. Oh, he's the holy man. Hey, he's the atheist pretending to be a Christian.
And there's a religious man pretending to be an atheist.
Ah,
That shit's so funny. Yo, hopefully
hey,
someday I'll
you
go
know
to
the
the
cup.
UK.
You know the cup, yeah. The cup is like is the cup's just like a little undercover thing. You get me? It's like a little PR little stunt there he's doing, you know. Man with the holy water, and then you come talking about me
Yeah.
like that. You have to really think about like yourself, mate. Like,
Well,
you know
I've
what I
been
mean?
I've been listening to for 3 days talk about religion. So I mean, I had a couple of comments. There's not a lot.
Yeah, but if your comments were nice, now I don't mind. You could keep on saying them. I'm just gonna say I don't believe you're a Christian. That's not what Jesus was like.
Uh, it doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what God believes.
Okay.
Of course,
Okay.
my Lord and
This
Savior.
guy kills my soul.
Because I don't remember
No,
killing anybody or
but
hurting
this is
anybody
why, you know,
or doing anything
this
wrong
is
that
why I like the
somehow is
Reanimator.
disturbing you. Except a couple of words that you might get offended by, because Christ offended a lot of Jews at his time when he was talking to them. You didn't see him apologizing for it.
Yeah, but he wasn't like talking
He was
absolute
trying to
shit.
get the truth. He was trying to
Yeah,
get
he was
people to love
talking.
and
Yeah, but
forgive
you
each
know what?
other.
Describe
And you
how
come in
you guys
here,
describe him, yeah,
you
in the
come
book.
in,
Yeah,
Natty, you
he's
come
like a
in and you
Superman.
say
Yeah, this
Christ
guy
was,
didn't
you said
swear.
that
This
Christ
guy
was
didn't.
throwing things around. Christ was, you said that Christ was telling people to go to war, and not in those exact words, but you're basically assuming that they're all the same. And I was saying, you don't know what you're talking about, because when you read the Gospels and when you read the mission of the apostles, you see that in the words of the gospel,
All right,
there
check
is
this. What?
nowhere,
When
there
he went
is
into,
nowhere.
when he
Let me
went into,
finish. Let me
listen,
finish.
when
You've been
he went
talking for
into the
3 days. Let me
temple,
give me
when
five
he
minutes
went
in
into
here.
the temple of Solomon, into the temple of God,
He
what
didn't
did he
go into
do?
the temple. When he went
So
into the temple and the money changers, he tossed out the money changers and that and said, "This is a house of God." That's all. He didn't do
there
anything
you
more than
go.
that.
There you
It's
go.
bank
But
That's
holiday,
it.
no
What
banking.
does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? So he went in and he made a spectacle over there to show people what they were doing in the house of God was wrong. Did he kill them all? Did he say
yeah,
destroy them all? Did he kill any of them?
no, no, he didn't kill any of them. I never said he killed any of them.
So what are you talking about?
I'm saying he did exactly what
The
Moses did when he
philosophy, the
saw them building the
philosophy,
calf.
the
When he,
philosophy that Natty,
listen,
Natty,
there's a little thing
the
here, but
philosophy of Christ, the philosophy of Christ is not what he did in the temple. The philosophy of Christ is what he said throughout his time on earth and
Yo,
his death and
yo,
resurrection.
well,
Natty.
well, you do
Yo,
So,
know
you're
that.
not
you
gonna
got to
you're
get
not
with the
gonna go
You
program
anywhere
do
with
know
before
this.
you
Walter.
understand what was going on.
You do know
You're
Walter.
not
Yeah,
gonna go anywhere with this. I swear.
I know. I'm not. In a way, Walter. It's whatever you think, but
It's
still,
not whatever I think, it's what
I
I
still
know.
think, I still think you're an atheist trying to be a Christian.
Well, that's your prerogative. You can think anything you want. That's what you put on the earth for, to make your choice. And hopefully, when we get to death, our choices are right.
Yeah. Where are you
Man,
gonna
if
go? You're gonna go
Jesus
to
was
heaven.
here,
I hope. Do you know what, Walter? I'll
if
go to
Well,
hell.
that's the promise.
if
I might go
That
to
was
Jesus
the
hell
was
one day.
promise
here,
made to me.
man,
That's the promise
you
made.
Yeah.
That is the promise made to me by my Lord and Savior. That
Yeah.
if I try to follow His path and love and try to forgive those who prosecute me, love those
Yeah.
who
if Jesus
are
was here,
against
Jesus would
me,
be pissed.
I will inherit the
He'll be
kingdom of
No,
God
Mo.
mad
like
if Jesus
anybody
was
else.
here.
Hey.
He'll
You
be
got to remember,
pissed.
people. This
Huh?
earth,
Huh, Natty?
the earth that we live in, it only has death. Don't you guys play this game like we're all here for something, but at the end of the day, we're all gonna
Yeah.
die. No
So
matter
I'm not gonna
how
waste my
rich you
time.
are,
I'm not
no
gonna
matter
waste
how
my
poor
time,
you
Walter.
are, no matter
I'm
how
not
much you
going to waste my
suffer,
time
no matter how
looking
much
at
not
thin
you
air
suffer,
and talking
you're
to
all
thin
gonna
air.
die.
That's
So
what I'm
you
not
shouldn't
gonna
even
do, Walter.
actually, Natty, to tell you the truth, as an atheist, you shouldn't even be on these panels. You should be enjoying life as you know it, because you know
I
your
am
time is
enjoying
limited.
life, Walter. I am
Well, I
enjoying
hope
life.
so. Well, what's
Yeah.
so good about these
Walter,
panels?
Walter, you're right. We are gonna die, yeah. And the way I think about it, I'm not gonna waste my time speaking to thin air.
So, but why are you trying to convert others into your belief?
I'm not trying to convert
Since
you.
well, you tell me that all
No, no,
religions are
wait,
basically
hold up,
lies,
everyone,
man-made
chill
It's
out
an
a sec.
opinion.
I'm
garbage.
gonna tell you guys.
It's an opinion, not
So
conversion. You do what you
therefore,
do,
Look,
Walter.
it's an
Walter,
opinion. It's an
Walter, you're
opinion
so
that you come
far
on a
gone, you
panel that
can't come
people
back,
are
Walter, mate.
listening.
Walter, you're
yo,
so far
yo,
gone,
yo,
you can't come back. There's
yo,
no
one
point,
sec.
bruv. I've
I beg you,
realised.
Natty,
one sec.
No
Natty,
way.
you don't know nothing about my faith, yet
Yo,
you come on panels and you tell me and you act like you do. So I come in to correct you. You
yo,
don't like the correction. I'm
Listen,
sorry. Get a
one
life.
sec. Yo,
Walter, I'm not a Christian. I don't need correcting. I'm not an atheist either.
Yes, you do need
okay, hold
correction
up.
if you're talking about. Listen,
Yo, one sec.
if
Time
you
out.
read Harry Potter, since
Time
you don't
out.
understand reality, let's go with fiction. Let's go with fiction. If you read the book of Harry
Oh no.
Potter, and then
Oh
you
no.
came onto a panel and started saying that this is what's happening in the Harry Potter book, and I came in and said, no, well, I read Harry Potter too, and that's not what happened. You see, I'm correcting you. It's not a bad thing because there's books that are written
No,
and people
this
read
is
them and
look.
they've or have never read them and start telling others what the story's about. But sometimes people don't read the story and are already telling what's about.
Well, Walter,
Well, that's what you're
Jehovah
doing.
Witnesses. You know Jehovah Witnesses, yeah? They came
Yes, I
knocking
know
on my
them.
door one day and they asked me to be a Jehovah Witness. And do you know why I couldn't join them, Walter? because I didn't
but Jehovah
witness it.
Witnesses,
Because
the
I
Jehovah
didn't
Witnesses,
witness Jehovah.
the Jehovah
Because I didn't
Witnesses,
witness Jehovah, I couldn't join them.
yeah, but the thing is that
No,
the
man.
Jehovah Witnesses
Listen,
were
yo,
created
everyone,
as a religion that was
just
created
one
about
sec, one sec.
100
Let me just
years
say
ago.
this. Walter,
Daddy, if you
Walter,
look into Jehovah Witnesses,
where's
it's a
Belly
religion
when
that
you need
was
it?
created
Walter,
100 years ago by one guy who took the New Testament and created his own philosophy. And there's the mistake.
I don't know.
yo, look, listen, listen, yo, Walter, check it out, okay? All right, look at it like this, okay? All right, we need to come up with something new, or because this religion stuff is not really helping us right
Yeah,
now, because
yeah.
it's actually
You know it,
dividing
Walter.
us.
You're talking to me,
There's
to
nothing,
someone who doesn't believe it.
listen, Mo, there's nothing new in love and forgiveness and respect.
Yeah.
That's
What
cool.
else
That's a
is
good
there?
thing. Yeah,
If protests are done with love, peace, and
Preach,
respect,
Walter,
then the
preach.
protests
No,
are good.
no. Hold up, hold up.
Now, this is
If
Walter,
if
preach.
somebody is
Let me
doing
tell you.
things out of the love and respect of society, then it's
No.
good.
Walter,
Amen.
check it out. Let me answer. Okay, look,
Yes,
you're
man.
different
He's
than me,
catching the
Walter,
Holy Ghost right now. He's
because
catching the Holy
the
Ghost.
reason. No, Nancy, check it out. The difference between me and Walter, I'm more of a Malcolm X. He's more of a Abraham. What's his name? Martin Luther King. Because look, I believe in guns and shit. I believe in like
Malcolm X
getting
was
together
based on
and
the philosophy of Muhammad, and we all know that Muhammad created wars in order to get his solutions, whereas Christ
no,
used a different
bro.
philosophy and a
Listen.
different method.
No. You're twisting it. I know you're
No,
twisting
I'm
it,
not twisting
but
it,
I
Mo.
know for a fact.
No, I'm not twisting it.
I've spoken to you before.
Martin Luther King was a Christian, and above
Just one
all,
sec.
he saw Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. Malcolm
Let
X
me
did not
finish.
want Christ as his Savior. He preferred Muhammad.
All right, bro.
Therefore, the
Just one sec.
philosophies are
Just let
different,
me
and you
finish.
see them being
Just take
applied
it
in
out.
that movement. That's why
Relax.
Martin Luther King used. That's why Martin Luther King used
Yeah, but
protests with no
Jesus. Yeah,
violence,
but God let
and
Jesus
he
get
showed.
No,
assassinated.
but one sec,
God,
yo.
God let
And
Jesus die.
Martin Luther King showed the world
Yo,
how
Natty, check it out.
the non-violent people
Check
were
it out.
getting
Check it out.
treated
Check it out.
by the racists.
What I'm trying to say is,
Malcolm X wanted to act like the racists.
no, what I'm trying to
That's
say
no
is,
good.
bro,
And what
shut the
happened to
fuck up.
Malcolm X? And what happened to
Yo,
Martin Luther King? And what happened to Jesus?
and
Taken
they
out.
went out, and
Listen,
Natty, they went
it's
out like
not what
men.
happened to
They went out like men.
them. It's how they changed
They
the
went,
world,
they're real.
how
They
they
went out like
changed
men.
people.
Like,
And Martin Luther King
no, bro,
changed
listen,
people,
just relax. Just relax. Let me just say
just like
something,
Jesus
okay?
Christ changed people.
Martin
When
Luther
we
King
talk
had a
about
dream. He
Martin
did
Luther
say
King
he
is
want
a
God.
dream, but
people,
it's a bigger dream. It's a picture he's seeing, just like Christ was showing a picture of what he wanted of humanity. Okay?
no,
They want people to move
we
forward. They want people to love each other. They want people to love and respect no matter the color, skin, nationality, anything. It's about loving and respecting each other. Now, evil obviously is around us all the time. That
no,
makes it
bro.
harder
Listen,
to do.
just chill for a sec, yo, Walter. For goodness sake,
Well,
bro, just
the
like chill for a
philosophy
sec.
of Islam cannot even come close to Christ's philosophy.
I'm not talking about Islam right now. I'm not even talking about Islam. I didn't even bring up Islam. All right, so
Amen.
relax
Okay,
for
what
a
are you
sec.
gonna tell
That's what
me,
I'm trying
Mo?
to say.
Amen.
Okay, that the reason why my philosophy is different is because I go against oppression. That's the difference between me and you. I go against because you're not willing to fight.
Cannot go against oppression with guns. You cannot go against
No,
oppression with guns. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
hold up.
But
I'm not saying
Walter.
you
I was
don't
too.
have to do
Listen,
it.
Walter. I was too sick and
Yes, sir.
tired of like getting slapped in my cheek and then showing my other side. Like it wasn't getting me nowhere. Sorry, that's why I couldn't do anymore, man.
Yeah, but that's because in your world, you believe that
And
it's
if
all
you're slave,
here.
and listen, in the Bible it says if you've got a slave, yeah, and you beat him, what does it say, Walter, about your slave? If you got a slave,
Well, Christ said nothing about being slaves. What are you talking
no,
about?
not Christ. It's in the Bible. It says
But I'm a Christian.
if
I'm a
you have a
Christian. I'm
slave,
following the
okay.
words of Christ, the
So
Son of God.
look it up. Go and look now, yeah, what it says about if you have a slave. Like you can beat
But
him as long
listen,
as he doesn't die.
you keep
You
on
can beat
okay.
him
Listen, Natty.
as long as
You'd
he
say
don't
about
die.
having slaves. Okay, we're going into the Torah. Okay, let's go to the Torah year 2,000 years ago. Did Jews have slaves?
Did he?
The Jews of 2,000 years ago, when Jesus was around, did they have slaves? The people that were doing the Torah,
Yeah, obviously, yeah. It went at the
they didn't have slaves. The Romans and the
No,
other ones had
but
slaves
how we're talking about this
because he brought up
is I don't
slavery,
like
not
it.
me.
they
You
didn't
have
have
to
slaves.
change it.
No, they didn't have a slave
This
policy.
is
They
fucked
didn't.
up.
Jews weren't going to war. They were the Jews of 2,000
Look,
years were being controlled by the Romans.
look, bro. You have to have empathy, bro. If you're gonna join a religion, bro, I don't care if you're Christian. I don't care if you're any
Yeah,
religion.
that's what it
Muslim. You
says.
have to have
It says
empathy
you
at
can beat
least.
them with an inch of their life as long as you don't kill them.
Yeah, I mean,
That's in your
obviously there
holy
was a
book.
that is
That's
written
in your
somewhere
holy book.
in I believe in somewhere the do
Sounds
it. But when
atheist
you
to me.
when
Sounds like
you
a normal
obviously
guy
go
just doing what he wants to do.
you obviously go with the philosophy of Christ because Christ is the Son of God, the God incarnated Himself, and nowhere is
So
He
why
said to
did
be the person
listen?
up into the
If
inch
God
of
is
their
so
life.
bad,
A
right?
matter
If
of
God,
fact, a
why did He
matter of
send?
fact, a matter of fact. Listen to me. You're preaching to me. You're preaching to a Gentile.
Who
Okay. First of
built
all,
the
like I
ark?
was. If you
No,
think
no.
of me as a person who was. Think of me who's not a person who's not a Jew. Where the apostles are going out to preach to the world about love and forgiveness. They're
All
talking
right.
to
Well,
me,
Walter,
and
who
not
built the
once
ark?
did they
Walter,
say.
Walter,
Not
who
once
built
did
the
they
ark?
tell me to become a Jew.
Walter, who built the ark?
What do you mean? Who built the ark?
Yeah, who built the ark?
The Ark of the Covenant, the Ark
No,
of
yeah,
Noah.
yeah. Who built that ark? The ship, the boat.
That was Noah. No, isn't it that
No.
what
Do
it says in the
you want
Bible?
me to tell you who it was? It was
Who
no one.
was it?
No one.
Okay, so then no one built a. That's okay, but that's not that. This is
So bad.
another
Don't
thing
get
you
so,
do, Natty,
calm down though. Don't get so
Natty,
serious,
and this is another thing
Walter.
you do. This is
Walter,
Natty,
don't
and
get
this
so
is another thing,
serious, man.
Natty,
Go on, what do
and
I
this is
do?
another
And
thing you
I'll
do.
agree with you.
You have
If
you
you
have
get it right,
Moses.
I'll
You
agree
have
with you.
all the story. Natty, listen to me. You have all the stories already in the Bible. It's nowhere else written. It's nothing. So let's say we know how Moses became who he became and why he became and what he did, what he all this stuff is in the Bible. Let's say you come in and you say, oh, you know, Moses, he really didn't do that. He did this. And I said, okay, cool. Where are you getting this from? I'm not getting it from nowhere. I just think it was like this. But wait a minute.
You,
We
do you
have
know
a
what?
story
You
already
like to talk
here
about the
that's
good parts
been
about the
that
Bible, but you
we
won't
have a
talk about
story.
the
We
bad
have a
parts where
story
God
here.
tells people to go and kill people, and then He tells them the Ten Commandments not to go kill people. Thou shalt not kill, but then
Yeah,
you go and kill people. That's confusing, bro. What's happening?
but at that time they're going to get
Oh,
killed anyway. So there's a situation that God is trying to get at. He's trying to bring
right.
people to Him because
Not
Hold on, hold
kill.
on. Yo, Natty, look,
you're trying to
what
say
I've noticed,
that the people of that time were all
one
saints.
sec, Walter.
That's what you're trying to say, Natty. You're trying to say that while the
Walter,
Jews
one sec,
were
Walter,
in
one sec.
slavery for 400 years.
Check it out. Yo, check it out, okay? Look, back then, people used like the Quran, people used the Bible just to have
Quran
like
is much younger than than the Torah.
just let me just say this. People back then, they used the Quran and they used the Bible just because they didn't have no other way to assess any problems or some shit like that. Do you get what I mean? Like, it just helped them out in a way, to do the rules and all that other stuff. You get what I mean? So,
Timo, you
what I'm
see,
trying
here
to
you
say
are.
is,
You're creating your own
you cannot,
philosophy too now.
Walter, you cannot like you cannot talk about something that happened like 2,000 years ago, for example, and then
Ladies' face. Carnito,
try to like
or Dawn,
say, oh,
Dawn Rich.
you know, like
It's
try to
been
say like,
happening.
oh,
Life is
today we can use this and that and that. There's some stuff that you can use. I'm not saying that there's some stuff that you can't. Get what I mean? But at the end of the day, you have to fucking have your own. Be a man. Get what I mean? Like fuck. Like damn. Like you gotta have like a
Well, yeah, man.
stance.
I mean, people like me are gonna be around for centuries, bro. Same like you, Walter. But I really think you're an like. I reckon you're an atheist, though, Walter.
Can Christianity stop police brutality?
Yes, with the cross. Nah, man, you know what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to turn the other cheek, innit?
So
That's what I do. No,
what's the
you
answer?
know what I
What's the
do?
answer? What's the
I
answer?
walk around. IC3. I walk around with a Bible, yeah. And you see when Babylon try to test me, I hold it out and I go, no. So thou shalt compel you in the name of Jesus. That's what I do to them. When they go, yeah, excuse me, sir, we want to. I'm like, in the name of Jesus. That's what I
And
do
it
with the book.
works. The blood of Jesus. Does it work?
What do you think, bro?
Just thinking. Just thinking. Hmm.
No, but hold up, yo, hold up. This is so funny shit. I get what you're trying to. You guys were trying to
God
go.
don't
But...
help. Listen, when I was a Christian, yeah, in them situations, God never helped me.
No, but hold up.
Come in.
You guys can joke about it and shit, but at the same time, you know, like sometimes I feel guilty. You know what I mean? I'm Muslim, bro. Like my name is Muhammad, but you know, I'm a different Muslim than most of the people you guys see in the UK. So
It's good for you guys having your faiths, though.
Can Islam stop police brutality?
It's a good question.
No, the way he said it though is just funny. It's just, that's why.
You know.
So you're basically saying, can Islam change people in order that they don't brutalize
Christianity
others,
is
right?
a good thing. Christianity can change people for the good. It can. It has some positive things. Same
Well, that's
as
the whole point, right? At the
all
end of the
religions.
day, Nadi,
But
that's
it
the whole
depends the
point.
person. It
Nadi,
depends
that's
the
the whole
person.
point of life. But Nadi, if you already have Nadi, that's the whole point of being good, is to change the one who's not good.
All right. But when someone challenges your God or a different way of life or a different thing of a date, when like you know, there's a divide there. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm trying to say, bro.
No, but what about
like
this
when we see
person
the you know like sometimes when you're driving, you know, like
Walter, hold up.
sometimes when you're driving your car, you're driving things, you look at the sky and you see all this beauty and this wonder, but it's all a camouflage to the suffering around us. It's all bull.
Okay, what
The
about
truth
you,
is,
Walter?
is
No,
that
Walter.
there's so many people hurting. And
So what?
the
And they're asking.
key to their end of suffering is an afterlife too, because it's never ending.
You know what, Walter? I was suffering at one
And
point,
that's
and
the
I was
truth.
praying. I was praying, and you know what? They're not finding themselves. Some people are not comfortable with themselves. You know.
So what is the
I,
strongest religion in the world? What is the most powerful religion in the world?
Yeah.
money.
Oh, money. I've been told we're on bank holiday, so I'm trying to avoid money
You know what? I
banking.
mean, you're right, Walter. You're my bro. Yeah, you're all right, Walter, man. I like that. Yeah, man. Money. Ha ha.
Yeah, money,
So
fame.
that's the strongest religion in the world. Is that what you believe?
Mm.
Well, I mean, they treat it like a religion. People don't know it. They don't believe they do. But when you look at the way we all fight each other for to get ahead and stuff like that, sometimes it seems like money is the religion that we all
But I
seem to be
think money is the
following.
tool of religion. What does it say? You know when okay, Walter, yeah. Going back to what there's something in the Bible. You may be able to help me with this. what did King Solomon set up when he set up like 666 shekels a year?
Oh, very good point there.
When
666 shekels, yeah. Gold pieces.
666
I think it was gold
shekels.
pieces.
He was charging the people of the was charging the Israelites 666 shekels a year. What was that all about? Or can you correct
I
me?
have to look. I have to read up into it because I don't know that story exactly. This I know that King Solomon was the predecessor after King
Yeah,
David.
but I know he set up.
But I mean, for
Have a
me,
look at
that's
that.
more Jewish. That's more Jewish. That's more Judaism history than Christianity.
So is
That's a good
Judaism not?
point. That's a very good point, Natty. I'm gonna have to look at.
Yeah, but that's what birthed Jesus Christ, no? And then you can then
Well,
say, and then you could
Christ,
then say Jesus Christ
the
birthed Muhammad.
no, that's not how you could do it. No, because the
Oh,
Messiah has
okay.
always been
So you
something
won't
that's been talked
accept.
about
You
in the
won't
scripture.
accept that. So let's just say, let's just take. So all the Jewish part of the Bible is irrelevant. Yeah, it's just about Jesus Christ.
It's not irrelevant. It's about
Oh,
a history of God, a
right.
certain people that were
Okay.
chosen. From those chosen people, you're going to get a Messiah. And from those people that were chosen, they're supposed to go into the world and bring us to God. That's the way it's supposed to go down.
Right, but the
And that's
Jews
what
were the Jews, and you're a
Christianity
Gentile. Yeah,
was
but
doing.
you're a Gentile. To the Jews, you're a Gent. It's,
No,
Jews are
to the
God's
Jews,
chosen people.
to the Jews of today that did not accept the Messiah, which is a remnant of those who did not, I am. But to the Jews that accepted Christ as their Lord and Savior, they became disciples of the Lord, and they went out into the world preaching the gospel of Christ, that all man are created equal under God. There is no one different, no Gentile, nobody. We're all the same.
Right, but how come you don't know about
That's
that?
how
I've
it
just asked you
started.
something.
Now
So
today,
Walter,
if you look at today,
I've just asked you something that I know is in the Bible. I know it's in there. I'm challenging you on
but
it.
it doesn't matter if it's
It's
like
in the Bible. So
what does
then,
Solomon
Here it is. Here it
have to do
is.
with with
I'll
the
read
Son
it.
of God?
I'll read it
you
out.
hear this,
I'll
people?
read it.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah, this is it.
Yes.
This is
Doesn't
it.
matter, but it's in the
It
Bible.
says here now, 1 Kings 10, verse 14. This is the Amplified Bible Classic Edition. Verse 14. Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in one particular year was 666 talents of gold. That's the verse I think you're referring to.
Sorry. Yeah,
Continue
there you
now.
go.
What was that? What's the whole story about? What's it supposed to mean?
Well, it's a currency.
All right, so
Okay,
let's
but there's a
expand
story.
this.
Okay, there can't be
So
two
therefore,
verses.
Continue reading.
Continue
So
reading the verse.
therefore,
I need to know what it's supposed to.
your Jesus, yeah, might have been a freedom fighter, yeah, or he's
It's
just
not a
like,
question of freedom fighter,
listen,
Natty.
that's all he was, mate.
It's
He might have
not.
been a
It's
freedom
not.
fighter,
Jesus
yeah.
is not talking about freedom. Christ
Here,
is not about this world, man. Christ is about the spiritual world.
can I'll read a bit
So
before and a bit after for the
so he's in the
Said
context.
spiritual world, yeah. What's he got to do with this world, bruv? That's why I'm out, bruv.
because we all die.
We're dealing here,
We
bruv,
all
about the
die. We're
spiritual
all
world.
Natty. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna.
So if I'm
This
gonna
world
die,
it's just
guess what? I don't
step.
care about
It's just.
Jesus and God and all that stuff when I'm
But
gonna
if
go
you
to the spiritual world.
why
I'm
would
going to the
okay? But
spiritual world
that's up to
anyway.
you. But there's a lot of people. But Natty, you are one like a few atheists, maybe 50, 60, maybe
I'm not
1,000,
an
10,000
atheist.
atheists. But there's a lot of
Walter,
people. There's a lot.
let me read the rest. Because you asked for the context, and I
Yeah,
think it's a very powerful verse actually. This 666. It says it was verse 14, but I'll read from verse 13.
yeah.
King Solomon gave to the Queen of Sheba all she wanted, whatever she asked, besides his gifts to her from his royal bounty. So she returned to her own country, she and her servants. Now, this is verse 14. Now, the weight of gold that came to Solomon in one particular year was 666 talents of gold. Verse 15, besides what the traders brought and the traffic of the merchants
Ooh.
from all the tributary kings and governors of the land of Arabia. So I can imagine that they're trying to do
How
that
much
again.
wealth is that? How much wealth is that? That's quite a bit in it, IC3.
That's right. That's right. And it's an interesting number as well. 666.
Do you know what they sound like? They sound like the Rothschilds of today because they're trying to protect their stuff.
Right. That's right. It sounds like,
They're trying to
yeah.
protect their wealth.
Yeah, very
Ooh.
interesting. You should come up with that verse. Yeah, so verse 15 says, besides the traders brought, besides what the traders brought and the traffic of their merchants and from all their tributary kings and governors of the land of Arabia. So maybe somebody's planning to revive the power of Solomon and to tax those Arabs a substantial amount.
Well,
And
he's
maybe
getting
the whole world, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, now look at it this way, right? Now, look, see if you were like in Rome, yeah, or in another country, right? And you know about this place. You know, what I would say, let's let them build up their wealth. Let's let like, even if they were trading as far as the North Pole, let's build up all their wealth. And when we're
Yeah,
sure that they've bled every bit of blood, you know, from them, we'll take it.
that's right. That's right.
Because how long did it
Something
stand
similar.
for?
Go on. Go on.
Yeah, it stood for a long time.
Yeah,
Solomon doing what he was doing and all that before, like Israel. So all that wealth coming to what we know now, a dominant religion. Yeah,
yeah,
mighty, big, blah blah blah. So yeah, so you get, do you get what I'm trying to say, IC3?
definitely,
It's like
definitely.
money's involved in it. But you're telling me money's the root of all evil, but it's in the Bible, bro. And people are using it, and your prophets are using it. Yeah,
That's right.
but God don't like money. Yeah, but
Yeah, but it does
it's
say the
evil.
love of money is the root of all evil. The love of
Yeah,
it,
the love of
avarice.
money, but all of them. Listen, until when money came into the picture, even every single prophets have had to use money.
That's right. Yeah.
Maybe, all right, other than Jesus, but what was Jesus doing when he was doing his carpentry and all that stuff?
Right. Okay. That's right. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. So that means
What was Caesar? Caesar was known as a god, like a living. They were known as living, breathing gods
yeah,
to the Roman people. Now, how
yeah.
can you have a living, breathing God, and then you've got another living, breathing God named Jesus?
Right. Could be a culture clash.
Yeah, culture clash there.
Big one. Clash of the gods.
And guess what? And if you kill someone who's meant to be a god, that's like, wouldn't you be questioning, well, where's God to come and rescue him? Like, where's your dad? Like, I know when I was young and someone picked on me, I'd go and get my dad.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So and the Roman Empire at that time was starting to crumble because of the influence of this man. This man had a lot of influence, and just like me and all the people on the chat, we're starting to wake up. They're just exaggerating stuff, you know.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? They just exaggerate stories, bro. It's a good story, but
Yeah, but it's interesting you knew about that particular verse of exactly 666 talents of gold. I only discovered that verse recently, so it's amazing how you come up with that at a time like this.
I'll tell you why, because it reflects these times. Like
Right.
we've got Mr. I don't know if you see when the Black Lives Matter thing come out, right? But Mr. Trump come out with the Bible, yeah? Came out
Yeah.
with the Bible. Now, to everyone's gonna think, oh, he's a holy man.
Hmm.
Yeah. and he's addressing the people, and he's telling them this, and he makes decisions. Listen, that's what most of these prophets have been like. Yeah.
Okay. So he's a kind of prophet to some people. Trump is a kind of
Exactly.
prophet to some people.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
again, he listens to a voice.
That's right. I wonder who's telling him.
Who's
Who's
telling him?
whispering in his ear. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot
Very,
of people had their eye on, look, and this is what I'm trying to say to you, to really, really finish off Alcazar, like the temple. Yeah, you had the Crusaders. Why did they go there? Why did the Crusaders go there for? Why did they send them there for? Again, under a banner, under religion. Again, another religion. Why? For the
yeah.
wealth. It's an important place, that place there, man.
Yeah. So you're saying that there was some stashed treasures. That's right, because wealth is not only just gold and silver and money, but it's also relics. So a lot of
Think
people
about what the Bible.
they fight
All
for
right, check this
relics.
out.
They
Check
kill
this
you.
out, right? Check this out, right? Say me and you are in the times of Moses, right? We're the Jews in there, right? And we're running away from them, yeah.
Yeah.
Now they're talking about that they had all this gold, yeah. They're running away with all this gold. Do you really think they would have been? Do you really think the Pharaoh would have said, yeah, they can go, but give them their gold to build a calf and build a golden box and all this stuff? Do you really think the Pharaoh would say that?
Yeah. We're not without some strong magic. Very strong magic.
But it don't make sense to me. Like, where did they get this gold from? Like, they traveled with, like, to then start making all these things. So with the gold that they had taken with them, to me, do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like to me like they teethed it, mate.
Oh, yeah, but
And do you know what it sounds to me? It sounds to me like Moses set this out. He knew that the tides will go low. He knew that the tides will go low and that they'll be able to cross it. And I believe he knew that because of the people that were on the other side of him. Don't forget, when he ran away, he
yeah,
went far. He traveled far.
yes.
So
So you
he
might
would have
have
had the knowledge. Yeah, he would
right.
have the knowledge now, yeah, to say, right, the tide goes low, we can get across. Back in them days, but people didn't even want to go near water. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So, and if you look on Google, someone done a Google map, like the quickest route from where they said from Egypt to the promised land, wherever they reach to the other side. It shows you, yeah, the quickest route. And
Yeah.
that quickest route also shows you where the tide goes low.
Ah, right. Okay.
Right? Some of their Bible says the water started gradually rising. So what is
Okay.
gradually rising? That's when the tide comes in, yeah?
Yeah.
No, that's an act of God. Yeah. And some of them say that he parted it. But sometimes, you know what, when the sea does go out, you can have a bit of water on the one side and you can have a bit of water on the other side. You've got patches of water when that happens.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember from the
So,
seaside. Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
man, you know what it is, man.
Well, it seems to be a parallel also with reparation, because Moses, in the story, Moses was saying that Egypt had them working for nothing, and then Moses saying, "Look, you're not going to let us go empty."
Yeah, but don't forget, I believe that Egypt didn't just have African slaves. I think they had loads of slaves because sometimes, and I think they integrated with a lot of the North as well. Because if you look at it, Africa down below, I know there was some stone temples, but they argue if they were before the pyramids or after pyramids in Africa. So I definitely believe they did have their thing with stone, but more or less like up in the north, you need stone. You need to live in the stone. You need to carve. You need to. That is a way of life. So I think that influence might have come over to Africa from like Greece and do
Oh,
you
you
know what I
mean
mean?
the use of stone?
Yeah, like the use of stone, like the ideas of it, because you got the desert. Don't forget Egypt's like the desert.
Yeah, but they were using stone for ages ago, weren't they? Right the way from Nubia, they
Yeah.
were using
Okay.
stones.
Okay, but yeah, okay, I agree with that as well. Yeah, like man must have been using stone way before the pyramids. Yeah, but
Yeah.
architecture of it, the way it looks,
Oh yeah, that would. I think
because
that would be
now,
developed over time.
yeah, because
Over
now
time.
I think Moses has got an idea now. I think Moses has got an idea to start building them type of buildings, but do it in another place. He's gonna take
Okay.
this as an army he's got now, yeah, and but he needs a way to make them start believing. The Egyptians were intelligent people. They had gods. At one point, they had one god. They had a god. They had one god. They had a god. It was a contest between different pharaohs. Yeah, but
Right.
Moses was in with the pharaoh, so he was in a high-ranking position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he thought, this is how I can do it. You know what I mean? I could do it with plagues. Exactly how people try to damage the channel. I'll do proxy dirty walls. I'll do certain stuff.
Oh yeah. So it impacted the markets. You mean?
Yeah, and obviously damaging the pharaoh. Do you know what I mean? For him to say, yeah, get him out of it, just get him out. They're frigging,
Right. So
yeah,
yeah. So if uh, if you say that you're going to, if you say, for example, the reparations bank, if black people would say, look, let us go and give us our reparations, or else we're going to you're going to see the plagues, the plague of the Almighty on your economy, on your world
yes,
economy.
yes, don't buy from them, don't do this. You know, certain things they could have, like, like even with the snake thing, yeah. How come the pharaoh had a snake that can eat up the snake, and then he had a snake? They're magicians. It's magic, isn't it? All
That's
these
right.
sort of
That's right.
things, all these
Yes.
sort of things is what you need to know about. So they didn't just do business. People come and show them things and magical things. If I was, like I said to you, if I was in charge of the world, I want to know more and more and more and more and more and more. There's no end to what I want to know.
Yeah.
I want to know more. I want to know how to control. I want to know how to do this. I want to know how to get more money. If someone talks about black magic, I'm going to seek out someone to find out the truth about black magic.
Yes. That's right. That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And
Because
if it's
it's
a psychological thing, or if it's a spiritual thing.
yes, definitely. Because this was a conversation we was having. I think it was yesterday or the other day when Belly's channel got cut off. I was speaking with King Gold and the French guy, a guy from Haiti, and we were talking about
Yeah.
magic and so on. And what I was saying, what we kind of agreed is that the manipulation of currency is magic, because currency and value you can't actually see.
Yeah.
See, money you can see. You can see the paper, or you can see the gold, or you can see the diamonds, or you can see the pound coin. But the pound coin does not increase in size or shrink based on its
No.
value. So therefore, to move a currency, you have to be dealing with the invisible world. You have to be dealing with the world of values and currency and magic. So we was kind of concluding that the movement of currency is done by magic.
Right.
It's done by magic. So when you say the word magic, people think, oh, you're talking nonsense. But all you need to do is ask them, how do you move a currency? And you see that they just stop, they go blank and start talking all kind of nonsense. You see, because we know that the Nigerian naira at one time was the same value as the pound.
Yep.
And then they dropped the Nigerian naira to about 500 naira to £1.
Exactly what you're saying. Abracadabra. Yeah.
Yes,
Boom.
that's right. So how do you move a currency? See, nobody knows. I mean, I won't say nobody knows. There are people that know, but you see, the moving of currency is moving the invisible,
Mm.
and people can't explain that. See, you can move money. I got a case of money here or a case of gold here. I can put it in a truck, and then, or I'll put it in a forklift, and forklift will move it. I can see it being moved. I can put it in ship, or I can put oil in tankers. I can see it move. But how do you move a currency? They just go blank. Because the way to move a currency is in the realms of magic. But you will never hear people talking about that. They keep talking about money, money, money all the time, but they only talk about currency when they're going on holiday and they realize the exchange rate. How many Jamaican dollars am I going to get for my pound?
Yeah.
So I think you raised a brilliant point. Brilliant point. Smashed it. You smashed it.
Yeah, I think all these type of things, they play a big part in domination. Do you know what I mean?
Of course.
So, and you know what, bro? Like, if I'm gonna follow you, like, you know what? Money is a way to get people to follow you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because what's his name? In Solomon in the book of Proverbs, I think he says. I think it's Proverbs or Ecclesiastics. He says, "Money answereth all things." Yeah, money answereth all things, or is the answer for all things. But things. What does he mean by things? What does he mean by things? See, because people don't understand the difference between money and currency. They don't understand the difference because currency that they don't really take any notice because they can't see it, but money they can see it.
Yeah.
But those in power, they deal in the realm of currency. They don't care about money. That's why they have all the these films where everybody's shooting and killing each other over a case full of money. That's like plebeian. But the real power people, they just print money like it's like vouchers, like a printer you got at home. It's nothing. The real power is in currency. How can you control the value of a person or a people or a nation and the value of what they have?
I think that's true, but I think obviously, like I was saying, I think like the spiritual and the psychological part of it, or I think all them aspects play a part of it as well.
Oh yes, definitely. The psychological part that is that's in the realm of magic, isn't it?
Yes.
Psycho. What do you mean by psychological? Where can I see it? Can I hold it in my hand?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, don't forget. I mean, when well, that's what they call these people, like grand wizards and 33.
Yes, that's right.
Like that, and they could plan something from out of thin air and make it happen. They could say, right, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna make it.
That's right. You got it. You got it.
And people are
out of thin air.
How did it crash? How did it crash? Why is it crashing? What's going on?
Exactly.
Abracadabra.
Yeah, that's right. You got the people running around in circles, and they just don't know what happened. But those people who can deal with the forces of the invisible, they know what's going on, and then they will always have was it denial? Something denial. They can always deny.
I mean, like, I don't know. What's your like? Do you believe like let's come off like the banking thing, yeah? But we will get back into that as well, right? But
okay.
What's like on superstitious thing, yeah? What's your take on otherworldly influences on us?
Well, they say that the moon is what impacts the tides. So I've heard.
Yeah.
So if the moon can move water, and that we're mostly made of water, the moon can have an impact on us. And then if we agree that the moon can move tides, it can move water on Earth, then what is the impact of those other planets? Do they move certain things on Earth?
Celestial bodies.
Yeah, that's right. So if we all agree that the moon moves the tides, then how about all the other planets? Even before you go beyond the planets.
So hold on a minute. So let's say if you control the moon, can you dominate the world?
Well, I never thought of that question before.
Because remember when the Russians were threatening to blow it up, and we all know if the moon gets blown up, there's mad consequences.
I can imagine.
They were saying, yeah, we'll just blow up the moon, mate. There's rumors and all that talk.
Yeah, but it's a bit nonsense because you blow up the moon, the person who blows up the moon is going to kill off their own people, and their whole family. You know, so what's the point?
Well, you know what? I've never thought about it like that, but you know what? A lot of the ancient people of the world have always looked up, like upwards, and
to the stars. Yeah.
Do you reckon that's for the wonder of, like, because what you're saying is a very interesting thing, because all these other planets, they reckon, have the same gases that we've got on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So like nitrogen, what's the name, dioxide, blah blah blah, but this one hasn't got this one, and this one's got dense this, and one's just vapor, water.
That's right. And some of them I hear are a lot bigger than the moon. So if the moon can move the tides, I wonder what those other planets can move. And so I imagine that for thousands of years, people have been plotting the movement of the stars and the movement of the planets, and watching to see if they could see a pattern. Just like all of us, we all like to try and work out a pattern in something, because that way you can predict what's about to come.
Oh, put it this way, right?
Pattern.
Put it this way. I think definitely this, because I think a lot of countries now are racing towards going towards the moon and the stars and up in the sky and stuff. So I think that does play a very, very big important part, because if you if you've got like you could basically you could actually have a weapon that could dominate the Earth from the sky.
Oh yeah, that's what they do with satellites, don't they? And HAARP technology, HAARP, weather controlled technology.
Oh,
yeah. Hey, back in again.
How you doing? Greetings,
Good,
Walter. Yeah, is that the Holy Grail? Is that a picture of the Holy Grail you got there, Walter?
Yes, sir.
Is that a picture of the Holy Grail you got there? Oh, it's cut off.
I never knew. No one who knows what the Holy Grail. Does it tell you what it is in the Bible?
Not directly, but a lot of people think it's a cup.
It's only because of the Last Supper.
Yes, that's right. And so I saw that cup in Walter's picture, and I thought that
you guys
might
hear
be.
Me? Yeah, it's the Holy Grail.
What's that?
Yes, it is the Holy Grail. Yeah.
Whoa, the man's flashing. Walter's flashing. The Holy Grail.
Does it say that in the Bible, Walter?
Yeah, it's what you call it. What was that movie? What is that? Indiana Jones, Last Crusade.
Oh yeah, that's right. Search for the Holy Grail. That's right.
Search for the Holy Grail.
Yeah, but that's to do with the Last
it's just
Supper.
a representation. It has nothing to. It has.
This is interesting. Do you know the Last Supper, right? Do you know who painted the Last Supper?
Da Vinci, I think.
Right. Okay. I want. Who can get this up on this? Can anyone get anything up on their screen?
It's just a painting. Relax, Larry. It was painted like 1500
something, because
hundreds of years after Christ.
if you yeah, but that's the only reason why you guys worship that cup, because it's on the painting.
No,
I think it goes back beyond that. Yeah.
So where is it mentioned in the Bible then about this cup?
Nowhere. We don't worship the cup. Who said we worship the cup? It's just a
symbol.
It's just a symbol.
Yeah, a relic.
Like an idol. Relic. So it's like an idol.
Exactly, a relic.
Yeah,
a relic that nobody has.
Yeah, but it's a relic that's made up then.
No, because if there's a Last Supper,
it was a Last Supper.
Yeah, if there's a Last Supper, then
it was a Last Supper, and
they'd be having cups and saucers and stuff, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but it's only a picture of a cup. There was many cups on the table. And what about
obviously?
What about
we understand that, Natty.
What about the bowl?
The what?
Well,
The
Yeah, that's
Boulder,
another relic. That's another relic.
We could
So
have called it the Holy Plate, but I think obviously
yeah.
the blood was probably the better one.
IC3.
Because
IC3,
bread
I
was
want you to
fast.
check something out. Yeah. Check out the Da Vinci Code. Yeah. Mirror image.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
we've
that's
seen that,
right.
done
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, the mirror
Don't you think
image.
that's a bit like? And if you know the
That's the way
history,
they
like,
used to paint.
Yeah.
A lot of
Well,
times
it's
they used to paint
coded.
like that. They used to reverse. They used to
Yeah.
reverse the painting on a drawing on a wall, and then they used to how do you call it, sketch it out. You understand? And then he
not
would
many
start
people
painting.
could
So
do
everything
this.
looks reversed.
Of course.
Not many people used to do that.
Yeah, but they're
Da
high order.
Vinci.
They're high trained. They're highly trained
Right.
artists.
So who is he exactly? So what was he part of, and who is he part of?
Oh, well,
Who?
there we
Da
go.
Vinci?
Yeah.
Da
He
Vinci?
probably a
Oh, Da
Freemason of
Vinci
some
was Da
kind.
Vinci was Satan himself. He came up and he decided to do a lot of stuff. It was just a guy. Relax, man. He was a guy who was a painter.
Yeah,
I
but
believe it.
he probably was
See
an
them
member of an order. Natty
see
is
them
probably a member of an order, but what the
Yeah.
name of that order is,
It's like,
maybe
how do
only a
I
few
invent
people
good
know.
stuff?
It wasn't it Freemasonry, wasn't it?
No, it'd be something earlier than that.
Yeah, what was the name of the order? That's what I'm trying
Well,
to say.
next thing you're going to say Michelangelo was also part of the order, and he
Yeah,
painted the Sixtine Chapel. I don't understand.
yeah, they're all, to have that kind of level of knowledge, you
Mm.
have to be a member of an order.
I've,
There's
I've,
no
I've,
way.
I've, I've seen the history about Da Vinci, and he was weird. What happened with him? There was weird stuff, mate. Weird.
Yeah, I suppose
Uh,
all just
the way
like
they
now.
do it.
So what's your opinion on them pictures then, IC3? Because I'll tell you who else done this. You know the Rothschilds, yeah? There was a party. Lady something Rothschilds, right? And when she was sending out an invitation, do you know how she writ the invitations out?
No.
And they've still got the invitations for display and people to see. She wrote it back to front
Oh right, okay, yeah.
because they said that's a secret way of but I'm not saying they invented that, but I reckon that was way back in the days as well. You know this
Of
sneaky
course.
stuff they
If
used to do.
you got treasure and you're hiding it, and you only want certain people to know about it, of course you're gonna talk and write encoded language. That's just the way it goes at that level. You have to, otherwise that you end up dead. Sometimes their life was in jeopardy because of what they knew. So of course they got people just like today. You could be watching the news, but there's all kind of coded stuff in the news.
Exactly.
For those who know.
You have to also remember that who made Da Vinci is the future, not the past. I mean, when Da Vinci made his paintings, they were just paintings. They weren't worth much. It's obviously, over time, man has made art.
I know, but you know what? One thing you can't disagree with me.
In that moment in time, he's just a regular guy making paintings, trying to please somebody.
Yeah.
Going about his day, making his paintings, and then one day he dies, and
What do you think of this, Walter and Natty? That just listening to this conversation, I was thinking that relics seem to have more value than gold or diamonds. People die for relics. They'll fight you.
Because some of the relics
for relics,
the truth. Relics could tell you the truth.
Yeah, relics can be a whole war can be fought over a relic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing like a 1967 Mustang. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it's interesting to think of artworks and so on.
But you know what?
But relics.
Was it 71?
You know what though? Do you know what IC3? Yeah, the arc that the other arc, his golden box arc, right?
Yeah.
You know when they used to take that to war with them.
Yeah, that's right.
But before that, they were told not to kill. Thou shalt not kill.
Yeah, but that's internally though. They kill you because you're not part of the club. You're outside. It's nothing to do with you.
So the 10 Commandments was not to kill Israelites, to kill other people.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, get you now, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it still works now. You know, if you're outside the lodge, or you're outside the club, or you're outside the whatever,
That's a great God.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's what wars are fought over. So you have to be a member. You have to be part of the society, part of the community, part of the nation.
Another again, you know what? Yes, soldier. What I think soldier's right. I think that's again their way of trying to prove that's them.
That's right, because it's a battle of the gods, isn't it? If I come up against you, it's my gods versus your gods. And if I beat you, then my god's obviously stronger.
Yeah, and your whole game plan's finished after that.
Yeah, the loser's plan is all finished, and the loser's god, they might take the loser's god as a relic or a trophy and bring it into the temple of the victor. Yeah. So if I win the war, my god is supreme over your god, and then I'm going to take your relics and statues of your god and put them in my temple, just as trophies to say, look, this is what my god has done. Look at all these defeated, you know, just like the British Museum. The British Museum is all that stuff is trophies. It's trophies of the British Empire.
Yeah, but you know what it does as well? When they've got them in the British Empire, it's whatever they write for what suits them. But we all know that's not the real story.
Sadly, the Hebrews forgot to do that when Moses led them out of Egypt.
Oh yeah, they were running for their lives with like over £100 worth of gold. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they were running for their lives. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so obviously the victor gets a chance to write the story.
History wants to whitewash that. Was it not whitewash? Is it whitewash the word? Whitewash means that white people are right. No, history wants to remove that.
That's right.
Saying that it's never existed. That Hebrew Egyptian thing with where Moses led the people out of Egypt. It's all a farce. You know.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. So if the god of money is the most powerful religion in the world, then they will have the right to rewrite the history of the world as they see fit.
Well, it's only powerful in the world. That's
sorry.
If your end all is here on Earth, then it's only powerful here on Earth. It's not really powerful anywhere else except here. You know, and it's only powerful to the ones who have it, because most of us don't.
Yeah, but I kind of like the teachings of alchemy. They say, as above, so below. So if
yeah, I've heard that.
As above, so below, and the emerald tablet.
We are one, and we are one, but we are many. Yeah.
Yeah, and the emerald tablet. When you read those ancient writings, is very interesting. But it's so really, success would mean that you can mirror the invisible world with the real world. So people say in modern terms, fact becomes fiction, or fiction turns into fact. I think it's the same kind of thing. Fiction is like the imaginary, the invisible, or the unreal. And then fact is like the real facts and so on. But just like my partner used to read so much fiction. I just said, why are you reading all this fiction? But it's only later on in life that I found out that a lot of people who have facts, they hide it in fiction. A lot of these old war situations where they can't speak about it because it's secret, not released information. They put it in books, but they put it in fiction, books of fiction. So that's where the world of fiction and reality becomes kind of blurred. And maybe that's the ultimate power, really. Yeah, because as above, so below. So I think this Holy Grail that you have, Walter, in your picture is really about the power of the relic. It seems to be the most powerful thing. It's not even art, is it? It's not even art, actually, because art is very valuable, but a relic is more than art.
For me, it's just just a representation of being a Christian. There's really no power in it for me. I mean, I was looking to put something there, and I didn't know. Okay, obviously I'm a Christian. I was going on these religious debate boards, so I said, you know what, the Holy Grail would be a cool. I think maybe the fish. Nah, that's not a good one. So I think, okay, you know what, the Holy Grail sounds cool. So I put that. That had absolutely nothing to do with power for me.
Right. Yeah.
Just a representation of my faith, Last Supper, all that stuff, all that good stuff.
Yeah, but that's the power of the relic, because a relic is not just a work of art; it's actually something physical from a moment in time. So it's like people,
just like the cross, like
if they could chop a piece of, that's right. If they could chop a piece off the cross and then keep it and say that's a real piece of Jesus Christ's cross that he died on, it's almost a way of capturing that moment in history.
Yeah.
And so people fight; they'll kill you for that.
That's man. It's not us. Even actually, usually the peasants treat it like a god itself, whereas the people who are they know it's more of a relic. They just wanted to have it. Us, like the people of the olden times used to, they used to see something like, oh, that's from a saint. They would all be like, oh wow, they want to touch it. They thought maybe they could get something from it, But
yeah, but that's the same as the Kaaba, isn't it? The Kaaba in Islam. Maybe some people from Islam can correct me, but it's like when they go to Mecca and they go around the Kaaba. I think there's a place that you can touch. Maybe somebody knows a bit more about it than me. You can actually touch the
black
Kaaba.
Stone.
The what?
It's the black stone that everybody wants to touch.
Why do they want to touch that black stone?
Because they believe it's a stone that came from heaven.
And is it in the middle of Mecca, inside that big square thing?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So look at that. The power of that. That relic, that stone came down maybe from an asteroid at some time in the past, and it still holds value. So I'm saying that to say.
Well, actually, no, they actually meant literally the heaven where God,
Sorry?
To them, it's literal. Like it's actually a stone from heaven itself, not from an asteroid, or it was actually part of a stone where people will reside. That heaven where people will reside. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay.
I think
so. What I'm saying to you, the reason I mention that is that it's not just the poor people who want to touch and hold relics. It's the highest levels of society.
Well, again, like you said, imagine you have all these poor people who want to touch that relic, and then you're the one who owns it. Imagine how much power you have, right?
Yeah, very dangerous.
Exactly. So it's like,
might kill you for it.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's the church, the Christian church. It's gone the wrong way. It's really, as you could see, for me personally, when I look at the world the way it is compared to what Christ wanted and what the world is today, it's obviously night and day. And for me, sometimes to preach love and forgiveness, I know it's just preaching to the wind, because really it ain't going to happen. And to say that, for people to actually believe that this life is just a stepping stone to the next life, when you look at the way we act out there, do people really believe that? Not really. I mean, when I look at other people, I mean, if that was the case, nobody would be afraid to die, because especially Christians shouldn't be afraid to die. They should know they're going to a better place. They should know that when they show themselves as saying, hey, you're killing me here, but I ain't gonna die. I'm just going to another place. I'll be in a better, I'm here to help you. You want to kill me? You want to take me out? Go right ahead. But at the end of the day, I'm here to help you. This is what I'm trying to do. And if you want to kill me for that, go right ahead, because I know where I'm going. And you don't see that anymore, right? You don't see that faith that the apostles had, that power that the first Christians had, where to them they were living in terrible misery at the time. So to them it was like, I'd rather be with God than to be in this misery,
So do you think
you don't see that today.
So what do you think of I think somebody said that religion is the opium of the people. I'm not sure. Something like that.
I mean, to some, yeah. I mean, obviously, if to me it is, right. To me, it's what you live for. To be in a place with God and your family and the people you love. I mean, this is when I look around the world I live in, and even though I might see the beauty in the clouds, I see the suffering on the earth. It's to me, where a small percentage of the planet has. Where most of the planet doesn't have, and I see that all the time, if they do have, what can you give them that will make them equal to anybody, even the richest man on earth? Is God, right? Because if they have Christ, if they have the power of God, even if you're the poorest man on earth, you're the richest man in heaven, because you have something that nobody else, they can't take it away from you.
The faith in life after
you could
death.
kill me, you can do it, but you're never going to take God away from me.
Wow.
And that's what that holds.
So if the God that promises you life after death is weaker than the God of the present world, how do you match the strength of the gods? Because in the battle of gods, how is the strength of one's God demonstrated?
I think when you look at what Christ, I have to go with what Christ said. That's what I know. He obviously said that we were going to get to a point where our faith was lack, and people will for some reason they always want to lead to the easy things. You know what I'm saying? The easy life. You know what I'm saying? Like fame, fortune, icons, gods, man gods, and stuff like that. And we were going to get to this point. It obviously he said that 2,000 years ago, and it's right. So in his power, he said he's going to come to bring the world back to him, in a sense. Because at one point it's going to be enough. It's going to be like, okay, this is enough. These guys are not getting it anymore. They have to, and I think this time it's not going to be just like a regular Joe walking the streets of the world. He said it himself that he's not going to come. Anyway, it's going to be from the clouds. You will see, the world will see the heavens this time. There's going to be no doubt about it.
So
obviously that makes the absolute sense, because at this point in time,
hold it. Let's go bit by bit, because I'm starting to lose some of the points that you were making. So your belief is that there's no hope for wealth and prosperity in this current world for the Christian, but that the Christian must wait for the arrival of Christ.
Wealth and prosperity is a myth. It's a fake. It's not reality. It's not truth. It's just leading you. It's making you feel good, but in reality, it's giving you nothing. You believe
So,
like when
so
I'm okay, you're
a yacht
sitting
is
there.
nothing. A yacht is nothing
At
then,
the end
yeah?
of the day, it's just nothing. It
A nice house
can't
and a
buy you
yacht
anything.
is
Right?
nothing.
Like there's but
Is that
somebody
what you're
has a
saying?
yacht.
Pardon?
But like if I
Good
have somebody,
food,
people have more.
good
People have
clothes,
more.
good drink is
It's
nothing.
nothing.
What?
No, because why would it be? Listen, I have food. I have my little things. I could be happy. There are people who even have less than me that are happy. Back in the 40s and the 30s, there were people that were happy with even less. As long as they saw a family, as long as people were happy, they were fed, no sickness. But that changed, right? The world has changed. People
It's
are like looking
changed
into
in
the
what
heroes.
way?
Their heroes have become the gladiators of today have become sports heroes. Back
Okay.
in the days of Rome, in the days of Rome before Christianity, the gladiators were the heroes. Even though they were killing men, they were like looked at as heroes. They would go to colosseums. They watched these men. They became gods, and the emperor would use them. These gladiators as a way to move the people. Right? We're back there again. Or we're seeing our gladiators, our soccer players, our
And is
hockey
that good or
players.
evil? Is
Uh,
that good or evil?
it's not. It's depending on how you use it, but because so much money is involved in it and fame and all kinds of it's really not a good thing. You know what I'm
Is
saying?
what?
It's taking people away from reality with the purpose of helping one another, right?
So how about these rich people that so rich that what's that word? They're oh, I forgot where
If they were,
they
but
give.
if they were really rich, wouldn't they help millions and millions and millions of people with
Well, they
their,
set up
not
charities,
just
don't they?
take it?
They set up
But
charities, don't they?
that's all. Again, that's all smoke and mirrors. You give a little bit of money to charity, and then everything is good. But I think people need more than charity. I think people also need a reason to survive, to exist.
A
Even though some
reason.
atheists are very strong in their philosophy, and they put it all to they rely on a specific thing, and they say, okay, this is my reason to live. I'll just take it to the bank, basically to the grave, and I'll be happy. Not Most people are not that way. Most people cannot delusion themselves to the fact that they are going to end.
You mean death?
Understand? Most people know the truth. When they look, they might not see it at 10 years old, they're not seeing it, but when they get to a certain age, it's going to crack in their face. And they're going to say, no matter how much money you put in front of me, no matter how many boats I have, no matter what I have, it ain't going to give me,
You will not
the
escape
reason
death.
for
Is that what you're
exactly.
saying?
You're
Okay.
not going to escape that.
No matter how much money you've got.
You can have a million, billions, trillions, you're not going to escape that.
Interesting.
Right?
So all the people that are buying body parts,
You're not going to escape that. You can't escape that.
Okay.
You can't, but it's either my philosophy of the afterlife is truth, and you see it in Christ, the afterlife, because he died, he rose from the dead, and from the dead, there was people who saw him, who believed in him. There are people who went out into the world preaching his philosophy with no money, with nothing but their sandals and and their words. And these men, they went all over the world at that time, the beginning. I'm not talking about, the Crusades and all that. I'm talking about the moment in time when men were converting, when the Jews were changing, when during when the power of the Holy Spirit was at its highest, when people were actually had this faith that could not be broken by the Roman power, so much so that Rome itself had to accept it in order to
Hold it
themselves.
there. So we're talking about the power of faith.
The power people had belief. Such a faith,
Okay. So the power of faith. So interestingly, the only thing banks fear is a run on the bank, which is people losing faith. Yeah, that's right. They lose faith in the bank, and they're with taking their money out. So this
in order to,
faith is very important, isn't it? The ability to be able to
yeah, I
generate
mean,
faith and belief.
they're always going to be rich because every run at the bank has always made them richer. But there has really not been, the only time it affects is usually it affects other countries. But when you look at the strongest countries like America, obviously England, runs at the bank has never made the guys who hold the money poor. You know, they just relaxed and let everything work, and then they came back together. 'Cause people have to eat, people have to buy stuff, people have to get shoes. But these things always have to happen. The only way it doesn't work is if a bomb went to the mill, and then there's nowhere to grow anything, nowhere to build anything, nowhere to do anything. But at the end of the day, economies are made by the regular person who goes out there and has to sell make his living.
So
The only way when a bank has a run is because some rich guy screwed it up.
Okay, so how about people of other faiths that have and those that have different gods? What is their fate at the time of death, in your opinion?
For me, I can't tell you that because that's in God's hands. I believe that if a person tries to live a good life, if a person is about respect and loving one another and respecting another person's life, I really believe that can overpower even if he believes in a different philosophy. Because if you look at Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, they do believe in the same Arab. There is a God, and that God is the God of Moses, and so on. The question is the philosophy. One philosophy, the Jews say that the Messiah that was to come was supposed to take the Jewish people and then make them the rulers of the earth.
Okay.
You understand? That's the philosophy.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Are you born again?
Well, one could say I was born again. One could say that.
No, one could say. I'm asking, what do you say about your experience as a Christian? Are you born again?
I don't think I've been born again. I think I've known Christ all my life, so I don't see where I was born again. I'm not somebody who was, let's say, a Muslim or
yeah, I know that. So you're saying that you was born once from your mother's womb, and there's no need for you to be. There's never been a need for you to be born again. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, no, that's not correct.
Or no, you're right. I don't need to be. Right. In order for me to be born again, it's because I'm actually clueless of what I believe in.
Right. So
when Christ talked to the rabbi, and he was telling the rabbi that you're going to have to be born again, it's because all these people were believing a certain thing, and then in order for them to accept Christ, they would have to be reborn, because they would have to almost see themselves in another life now.
Right.
And at the beginning, the priest said, "How can you be reborn?" Right?
Yeah.
And Christ said, you might not get it now, but you will get it. Obviously when he dies and resurrects.
Okay. So, does a born again person still commit sin?
I think that it could commit sin, but I don't think it's a sin that what you would say is a lethal, a person is born again is actually born again in Christ. I don't see him being a murderer. I don't see him, I see him maybe once in a while get angry,
Right. Does a born again person ever tell lies? And they may have told lies in their old life, but as soon as they become born again, do they stop with the habits of their old life?
Talking about? What kind of lies are you talking about? I stole something and I don't want to tell anybody?
No.
Or are we talking about I forgot to drink my orange juice? I drank all the orange juice.
No. Let's slow down. Right. So we're talking about being born again. The born again Christian. The born again Christian is born into a new life, and
A new life, a new life.
people like yourself, who were born into Christianity. You didn't need to be born again. I understand.
Well, no,
So
not
let's
really,
talk about.
because some people are born into Christianity, but were never Christians.
Yeah, I'm not
They
talking about
just-
some people. I'm not talking about some people. Let's just cool
Well, a
it
lot of
down.
people are.
I'm talking about your experience as a Christian and your understanding of the way of Christianity. So you quoted a scripture that a man must be born again, and you explained if somebody was not living a good life, then they have to be born again a second time to become.
That's necessarily a good life. That's not what it's. Born again is to see a different light, to see a different philosophy. Because
Okay,
you're so
hold on.
stuck in.
Yeah, okay,
You
I got you.
understand?
I got you. So the born again Christian sees a new life, sees a new way, and lives.
And tries to live his life in that new light.
Whoa. Let's slow this down. See that word
Okay.
try. Very interesting word. That's where I'm going. So this thing, try. So we're talking about the being born again. Now, does the Christian try to be good, try to stop sinning, or does the true Christian stop sinning by the power of faith?
I believe the true Christian knows he's sinning when he does a sin. You understand?
Hold that here. Hold that point there. So a true Christian knows he's sinning when he is sinning. So therefore, a true Christian still continues to sin even after they're born again. Correct?
Yeah, I could say they still sin. Not obviously in these gravest sins. What I'm talking about is more the simple. I'm not talking about hurting other people. I think it's a sin. It's a sin against yourself. You understand?
Oh, so a sin against yourself is different. Hold it. A sin against yourself is different from a sin against other people. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, because you're trying to be somebody. You're trying to go in a direction, and maybe you did something that you feel that took you out of that direction. Like if I snapped at you and called you all kinds of names, right?
Is that sin?
I could have hurt you, so I should apologize to you. Of course,
no. Is it sin though?
If I hurt you, yeah. If I hurt another person, it could be a sin. Yes, obviously.
Could be a sin, or is it a sin?
It depends on you. It depends on. For me, if I hurt you, yes,
hold it. Slow down. So it depends on the individual Christian to decide whether they sinned or not. Is that what you're saying?
It's about respect, right? If I don't respect you,
No. I'm not talking about respect. I'm not talking about respect. I'm talking about sin. So I understand you to be saying that whether something is a sin or not rests with the Christian to decide. Correct?
I would say it's more the spirit to decide, not the Christian. Because me, I'm what makes me feel is who I am, the spirit of who I am.
Oh, hold it there. So the spirit decides whether a Christian has sinned or not, but the Christian does not decide whether they have sinned or not. Is that correct? The spirit decides.
So you're the one who's trying to make something into it.
No, I'm not trying to make. I'm trying to get clarification.
You're trying to define it where I'm living it. What I could say to you is that
you're living it.
Like for instance, ICT.
Wait.
Listen,
please slow down. Please slow down for me.
My point.
No, I'll ask the questions. I'll ask the questions, and then you can illustrate them by points. But if you start to illustrate stuff that I have not asked, I'll just lose track. So I understand from the flow of the conversation that the born again Christian, based on your experience, will try not to sin, but the born again Christian may still sin, and whether the born again Christian has sinned or not will not be a matter of how the Christian views the situation. It will be the Spirit that decides whether the born again Christian has sinned or not. That's what I've understood by listening to you and your experience as a Christian. So is that summary of what you've told me so far, is that correct?
It's hard to say. I mean, like I
Hard.
said,
Why is it hard to say?
Like I said, our objective is to be a good person, right? So to say that I didn't sin is to say that I'm perfect, and no, how can that even be possible for me to say that I'm perfect? The only thing that makes me perfect,
Yeah,
okay,
I don't want to bring that word in there. Perfect.
No, but I see through. You can't see it because you don't know what I believe, or you don't believe what I believe.
Yeah, I'm learning.
You're not. You understand? It's like I'm when I'm talking here,
I'm learning.
It's rubbish to you, or a lot of people.
Did I say it was rubbish to me? I'm listening to what you're saying.
I think it would be in a sense.
Right. Until I say it's rubbish, please don't assume that me asking you to explain your experience as a Christian.
How can I explain to you sin, not sin, repentance, all this stuff?
Okay, one minute. Please don't assume that I'm thinking that you're talking rubbish. So I want to understand, what do you mean by the Spirit? How does this Spirit work that decides whether a Christian who is trying to stop sinning?
Well, our spirit, we try to. The Spirit works, and it leads us. Is by accepting Christ into your life, you're asking God to lead you in the direction of being good and helping a person. And sometimes, when you do things, there's a feeling that that you did something wrong, or there's, you know what I'm saying, like
your conscience.
You call that maybe the conscience, but to say it's that, there's other people who believe what they're doing is right. They believe that, like if that there are people who believe that if they do certain things, even though we think it's crazy. Just a minute, I got to take this.
Okay. Okay, so in summary,
IC3. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I gotta go pick up my wife.
That's all right. That's all right.
Maybe when I come back, we can get on it.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Sorry, everybody in the chat, if anybody was interested, but I got something to go, so maybe later. Maybe in, I don't know, half an hour.
All right then. So here's a challenge. The question I put out to everybody out there. Now, does the true Christian, which one of these is a true Christian? I'm going to say there's two types, 1 and 2. Now, type 1 Christian believes that the power of God is manifest in his or her life through faith, and as a result, that Christian number 1, does not commit sin anymore as a result of being born again. Yeah, big up, love is the law. So that's Christian number 1. They cease from sin, not through their own strength, but because of the power of God or the Spirit as manifested in their life because of their faith. Christian number 2 believes that you still continue to sin as a Christian, but you will be saved by grace. So in other words, you don't have to stop sinning, even though you may try. If you fail, God will overlook it and still save you by grace, because you're So could you understand the difference between the two types of Christian? One believes, you don't try, you do. You do as a result of the power of God manifested in your life. You don't try, you do. The other Christian says, no, you don't do, you just try. So therefore, you will still live your life. So Christians are still allowed to sin, and they'll be saved by grace. So I'd like some feedback from anybody on this issue. Which type of Christian they think is the right one and is going to heaven.
I'd say
Yeah,
I got a comment.
Pardon?
Are you there? Big up IC3. I big up Walters is still there, yeah. First of all, it says in the Bible that there's two roads to life. One is broad and one is narrow, and few find it.
Okay.
In regards to being born again, he talked a lot about the Spirit. So when he says a man must be born again, it's what it is a turning away from the flesh. Paul said in the New Testament that the body wars against the spirit and the spirit wars against the body. Can someone that's born again still sin? Of course.
So you're Christian number 2. You're amongst the triers. Is that correct?
No. Because what happens is when a man becomes born again, he's justified in the eyes of God, but not necessarily justified in the eyes of men.
Yeah. Forget man, because we're talking about being born again and eternal life here. Yeah, so I want to know about the laws of eternal life, of getting to heaven. So some Christians say you'll get to heaven as long as you're born again, and even if you continue to sin, because you are saved by grace. Yes?
100%. 100%.
All right. Right. That's
but that doesn't. But that doesn't. One second. IC3. Hang on.
Let's clarify this.
1 second. Let me just give me that. Just before I lose it on my thing. I understand what you said there, but what I'm saying is, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, carry on, IC3. I slipped off my tongue, but carry on. Sorry about that.
It'll come back. Don't worry. It'll come back. So, I understand that your view of Christianity is Christianity type number 2, which is you believe amongst other Christians that no man can stop from sinning, but they will still be saved as a result of the grace of God, even if they continue to sin after they've been born again. So that's Christian type number 2. And I think you're a member of that camp. Christian type number 1, they believe that once a person is born again, they will no longer commit sin. And the reason they no longer sin or tell lies or steal is because the power of God is manifested in their life, and that keeps them from sin.
Okay, so basically, I know what you're saying. So basically, when you become born again, obviously being still in the flesh, but being born again, you're prone to sin, you're prone to fall. But basically, the spirit of conviction, like the Holy Spirit, convicts you. And it's basically like when you we know what is right and we know what is wrong by the Spirit of God. So someone who doesn't have the Spirit sins willingly, knowing that he does wrong. But even though he knows he does wrong, he's not convicted by those wrongs. But having the Spirit of God in you, you fear, because you fear God, you fear to do sin.
Okay. And because you fear to do sin, as Christian type number 2, the fear almost gives you the grace to be saved.
No,
You'll be saved
no,
by grace as a result.
no. Once you have faith and belief, you're justified in the eyes of God, because
Justified by
Jesus
what?
came,
Grace?
died on,
Justified by grace?
justified by grace in the blood of the Lamb.
And the faith. Faith in the blood of the Lamb, correct?
No. Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, you're justified by grace, but you're justified through Christ.
Through faith in Christ.
Because, yeah,
correct?
through faith in Christ, yeah.
Right. So
100%.
grace comes to you as Christian type number 2 because of your faith in Christ. If you
And
lose that faith,
grace is just the mercy that God. I mean, it's not us that go to God; it's God that came to us and gave us mercy through His Son. Is the reason why we have grace. That is
Right.
grace, but
okay.
justification comes by faith and faith alone.
Okay, justification comes by faith and faith alone, and because you have that faith, thereby you're entitled to the grace. Correct?
Well, the grace was already given. The grace was predestined, but it's the justification that you're through that grace, through your faith, that you're justified. But you're not justified. You're justified in the eyes of God and the eyes of men. Now, a lot of people say that.
Hold it. I'm losing it.
No. Wait on OSO3. Hang on. A lot of people say that when you're, they think that when born again Christians get born again, that they have a license to sin. It's not that you have a license to sin. It's just
that what?
Oh, hang on. I've got to come back because I've got my women. Let me come back and
Okay, no problem.
All right, I'll be back. I got all the answers. I just got to come back because something's just come up. Sorry about that. But I'll be back.
Okay.
Big up.
All right. So let's state the situation again, and hopefully another Christian will arrive. How you doing, Billy?
Yay. Come in, man.
Good to see you.
How you doing, man?
All right. So the people keep disappearing, man, when I start talking.
Yeah.
People keep disappearing.
Running,
I hope I'm not messing up your stream.
They're hiding from you, man. They're hiding from you, man. Trust me.
It seems like it. It seems like it. But we shall see if they come back. I'm not talking about banking now because we're on bank holiday. I've been told we're on bank holiday. So now we're talking about the Christian faith. And I'm just asking Christians to answer the challenge of what it means to be born again. And I hope another Christian comes on. Yes. So did you catch what I was saying?
Bison's flocking up the perfects, man. Do you know what? Yeah. Like
what?
I was in a job where I didn't have reception, so I didn't really catch everything.
Okay.
Trying to jump on. I'd come out the house, then check if anyone's backstage and quickly add anyone and then run back in.
Okay.
I just jumped back on now still. So what are you saying? They're talking about being born again, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. Because I'm saying that there's two types of Christian. There's one type that says, once we're born again, we no longer sin. That means we won't be telling lies, we won't steal, we won't do any sin, because the power of God is manifest in our lives, and so we don't sin anymore. That's Christian type number one. And then there's Christian type number two that says, even though you're born again, you'll still sin, you'll still tell lies, you'll still steal, you'll still do all kinds of sin. But you'll still go to heaven, you'll still be saved, because you're saved by grace. Because you have faith in Jesus and the blood of Jesus, it doesn't matter if you still sin. If you sin, you'll still get to heaven because you get a pass. So I'm just contrasting these two types of Christians and seeing which is the right one. I'm asking Christians out there to say which one.
What about the other ones where they're born again? So they're born again, but they're judged after they get to heaven. Because I thought it was that. I thought it was that you're born again as a Christian, you're going to be saved, innit? You're just going to go to heaven or whatever. But obviously, it depends on what sins you commit. So if you commit some heinous sins, then I don't know if you can go to. If you get born again, yeah, and then you go and kill 10 babies, are you still going to go to heaven?
Yes, apparently. The Christians type 2, that's what they believe. They believe that you're saved through grace and that a Christian will still sin, they can still commit atrocities, but they can still lie, still steal as a result of the weakness of the flesh. And so therefore God gives them a pass and will get them into heaven because they tried to be a good Christian. So it's just that they happen to do some heinous crimes on the way. Whilst that's Christian number 2. But Christian type number 1, they say, look, once you're born again, you will not be telling lies, you won't be not doing any heinous crimes, you will not be stealing, because the power of God helps you to control yourself.
Oh gosh.
And then you'll be fit for heaven. So if you die at any time during the day, you'll be all right.
Yeah, it sounds a bit like a cheat. Like the cheat to clock the game.
It sounds a bit. That's right. So we're going to ask the Christian professionals to explain. Which one is a cheat? Which one is a cheat? Christian number 1 or Christian number 2? But they both can't be real Christians. It has to be Christian number 1 or Christian number 2.
But they're going by their own example. When they see someone that's a born again Christian that's attending church regularly and they've changed their ways, then they don't really usually go into crime in it. But what about someone that's been baptized, born again, and then they go back to like committing crimes or their old ways?
Right. If they go back to their old ways, in Christian number 1 would say they were never born again in the first place. They were just fooling themselves. But Christian number 2.
What about this then? What about this? Yeah, because that was too easy. Yeah. I said, all right. No, it was too easy. Yeah, we gotta make it a bit harder. Really, yeah. So, what about then? Yeah, if you're a born again Christian, then yeah, and you still uncle, yeah, say you're a born again Christian, yeah, but you're still attending church and doing all the things that God wants you to do, but you're committing one heinous crime that no one knows about.
Yeah.
Only God knows about it. So
yeah.
What happens? As far as everyone else is concerned, and this person's a good Christian and a good person in the community.
Yeah.
What happens to this man?
Okay. So Christian number 2, that person who's committing that one heinous crime that nobody else knows about, they'll still make it to heaven because they're saved by grace through faith. Christian number 1 would say, no, you know you're doing that heinous crime, that one heinous crime. Therefore, you was never a Christian in the first place. You was never born again. Because if you was born again, the power of Jesus Christ, the power of God will be manifest in your life, and you would have the power not to do the heinous crime. So you would not be telling lies, you would not be stealing, and you would not be doing any heinous crime because your life is changed. You're born again. So that's Christian number 1. That's what they'd say.
So that means to be in Christian, the last Christian that you answered, was that Christian 1 or 2? Yeah.
That was Christian number 1. Christian number 1 would say, you're not going to heaven if you're committing any sins whatsoever, because you have not got the faith you don't have the power of God in you to change your life. That's Christian number 1.
That means, okay then. So what about because in that way, that means that Christian number 1 can't ever lie about nothing.
Yes, he would, and he would not ever lie, because it actually says, yeah, I think it's 1 John. Yeah, there's a scripture that says that he that is born of God does not commit sin. I see if I can find the scripture.
Right.
It says, he that is born of God.
All right, then. What if Christian number 1's wife, has put on a little couple of pounds, and she's conscious of it, and she's asking you, does she look fat, hoping that you're going to say no, giving you one of those leading questions where you're supposed to say, of course not, and he says, of course not, is he still going to go to heaven?
Not in Christian number 1, no. He's a liar.
Oh, man. Christian number 1. Things hard still. Yeah. What about Christian number 2, though?
Christian number 2, yeah, he'll get away with it. He'll get a pass. He'll get into heaven. He'll get a pass.
Man said Dasher, That's crazy. Yeah, man.
So I'm just looking to see what people say.
Christian wifey then, Christian wifey number 1, and number 2 then, if their husband's got they're going bald at the back, or at the front or whatever, and they're saying, oh, is my hair going bald in that, but the husband's really hoping they say no, and they say, no, it's all right, it looks good still, are they going to heaven, or they not?
No liars are going to heaven in Christian version number 1. Not going to make it. But Christian version number 2, you can get away with lots of things. Yeah. And here's a scripture.
So Christian version number 2 then. What if they've been baptized and then there's the biggest paedophile, end up being the biggest paedophile in the UK? What,
if Christian number 2?
Yeah.
Which one? Which one are you talking about? Christian number 1 or Christian number 2?
Christian number 2. Can they still go to heaven?
Oh yeah, if they're the biggest paedophile, it's okay. It's because of the weakness of the flesh. But they did try. So they'd still get to heaven under Christian number 2. See, here's the verse, you see. 1 John 3 says, whosoever committeth sin transgresseth also the law. For sin is a transgression of the law. And ye know that he was manifested to take away our sins. and in him is no sin. Verse 6, whosoever abideth in him sinneth not.
So heaven's
Whosoever
gonna have like
sinneth,
3 people.
sorry?
It'd be like there's gonna be like 3 men in heaven. Like 3 guys. Like no one's got in heaven because everyone's sinning right now. Everyone's
See?
told a lie. Everyone's broke whatever these Christian laws are supposed to be, the 10 Commandments or so and so. Yeah, like, so, boy, heaven's gonna be empty, boy. Hell's gonna be jammed.
Okay. You see, so a lot of people trying to skid around this. Let me. I'm gonna read in the amplified version because people might not get the language. It says here, everyone who commits sin, everyone who practices sin, is guilty of lawlessness. For that is what sin is: lawlessness, the breaking, violating of God's law by transgression or neglect, being unrestrained and unregulated by his commands and his will. Verse 5, you know that he appeared in invisible form and became man to take away upon himself sins, and in him there is no sin. Essentially and forever. That him is Jesus, yeah? Verse 6, no one who abides in him, comma, who lives and remains in communion and in obedience to him, deliberately, knowingly, and habitually commits or practices sin. No one who habitually sins has either seen or known him, brackets, recognized, perceived, or understood him, or
So
has
that
had
means,
an experiential acquaintance with
pause on
him.
that one there, yeah. Pause on that one, yeah, because we're gonna see about this. Because again, this comes back to the lying now, yeah. So that means if you're Christian,
Right,
or even if you're Old Testament Hebrew,
yeah,
and you're lying,
yeah,
and you lie a lot, yeah, even if they're little so-called white lies or whatever,
yeah. There's no
then,
little lies. There's no
yeah,
mention of
then
little lies.
yeah, well, whatever,
Lies
like
is
I'm saying,
lies
that
is
people,
lies.
well, people nowadays say, it was only a white lie, it was only a small lie, it was blah blah blah. But like you just said there, it doesn't make a difference between big, small, medium, or whatever.
Exactly.
None of them man don't look like they're going to heaven for nothing, unless from today onwards you don't lie. You get me?
Exactly.
From
That's right.
today onwards, you can get born again. You can get born again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly, Valley. That's what I was gonna. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Actually, the Christian church that I used to attend, you could be born again as many times as you wanted to. So you could,
there you go.
Step up to the church, say this, passage or prayer or something, and you could do it as many times as needed. So like if you were born again and then you did something, like you could repent and go up there and get saved again and get saved again and get saved again.
Yes, that's
wouldn't
right. That's Christian type number 2.
Wouldn't that be frowned upon though?
Okay,
hold it. Let's make it clear.
It's not at all.
Let's make it clear. There's Christian type number 1 and Christian type number 2. What Jay Wallace has just described is Christian type number 2. That's right.
Okay, gotcha.
So what about number 1? How many times can you be born again in Christian type number 1?
Once. That's it.
They said that you can only be baptized once.
Yeah, once you're born again, that's it. Because it's the power of God that is in your life So if you fail, then it will be God failing. And God doesn't fail. So the two types of Christian do not go together.
What church is that? Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
What church is that? I see.
All Christian churches fall into those two categories. Everyone. You just ask them about sin, and ask them about their interpretation of 1 John 3, verse 9, or the context. And I haven't even finished yet. It gets stronger. I haven't finished it yet. I want to read it a bit more. It says here, verse 7, boys, lads, let no one, it's got brackets, lads, boys, lads, let no one deceive and lead you astray. He who practices righteousness, who is upright, conforming to the divine will in purpose, thought, and action, living in a consistently conscientious life, is righteous, even as he is righteous, or even as Jesus Christ is righteous. Verse 8. You hear what he said? Verse 7. It says, let no one deceive and lead you astray. So don't be fooled about this situation. Get it clear. Get it clear. Verse 8. It says, but he who commits sin, who practices evil doing, is of the devil. Takes his character from the evil one. For the devil has sinned, violated divine law from the beginning. The reason the Son of God was made manifest, visible, was to undo, destroy, loosen, and dissolve the works of the devil that the devil has done. So it says here, verse 9, no one born or begotten of God deliberately, knowingly, and habitually practices sin, for God's nature abides in him. His principle of life and divine sperm remains permanently within him. Hear that word? Remains permanently within him. Sperm. Yes. And he cannot
that bears
practice...
out what Miss Wallace was saying. It bears out exactly what Miss
let me
Miss
finish.
Wallace
Let me finish this.
Okay,
let me finish this. Verse 9. Let me read it again. So no one born or begotten of God deliberately, knowingly, and habitually practices sin, for God's nature abides in him. His principle of life, the divine sperm, remains permanently within him, and he cannot practice sinning because he is born of God, or born begotten of God. So it says he cannot sin because he's born of God. You know, I could read more.
What if they lie though?
Sorry?
How can they? What if they lie though? How can they not sin then? How can they lie?
You can't lie. It tells you straight.
Yeah,
it says,
but they do lie. But I'm saying it says you can't lie, but I'm saying that people do lie. So what happens when
they're not born again?
When they lie,
they're not born again.
No. Christian type 1. What happens with Christian type 1 if he lies?
He won't lie again. Once he's born again, he may have lied in his old life, but once he becomes born again,
no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying once he's born again and he lies.
Yeah. He was not born again. He was never born again.
Well, but no. The thing is I mean that is impossible because we all lie all the time. And you know, if you sort of think you're with your wife and she says, "How do I look tonight?" and you say, "Oh, you look wonderful," and you know maybe she doesn't, you know, and but it's a little white lie, but it's a lie. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I'm following exactly what you're saying. But you know, you made the statement, we all lie.
Well,
so can you speak? Hold it. Are you speaking on behalf of everybody on the planet?
Yeah, I think so.
Wait a minute.
No,
so you're speaking on behalf of all Christians?
Yeah, I'm speaking in on behalf more than that. I'm speaking on behalf of the entire human race. and all
That's what he
living
said.
and all yet to be born. I really do. I
But
mean,
you know,
we all
you know what?
little lies, little
You
harmless.
know what you gotta do, yeah,
Little.
Ned. Why you gotta be careful, yeah? Why you gotta be careful and extremely careful, yeah? Because there's always abnormality, yeah? And there's always gonna be someone that doesn't do what everyone else does. So there's gonna be one person who doesn't fucking ever lie about nothing, and then
I reckon
even if
that
it's
is
gonna hurt your
impossible.
feelings, they're still gonna tell the truth or whatever. Like
I
there might be.
reckon.
I bet you there will be someone like that. I don't know who they are, and I don't know if there's a group of them. Yeah, but you know how the thing goes. So we just say that you should go with 99% sure. You get me? Rather than 100%.
That's right.
No,
Yeah,
no,
give yourself a
I'm
breathing space.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
no. I'm sorry. I'm going for 100%. I think
Oh
it's
my
absolutely
dear.
impossible for us at
White
some
supremacy.
point to actually. We're all human beings, and I'm not talking about nasty lies. I'm talking. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about little ones. 1 second. Somebody at the door. Sorry.
Yeah,
There's no
man.
such thing as little lies or big lies. The scripture does not talk about little lies and big lies. It doesn't talk about it. Where'd you get that idea from?
That's
See,
Ned,
people
isn't it?
always
That's
come.
what Ned said, mate.
Sorry?
That's what Ned said. That's what Ned said. Yeah. It weren't.
Yeah,
It weren't like like you said. It weren't in the scripture of the little lies or big lies or whatever.
exactly.
You can tell little lies and this all right, but
Yeah.
he just said just lies in general, isn't it? So
Yeah, that's right. And it says, it specifically tells you, be not deceived. Don't let nobody fool you. If you sin, you're doing of your father the devil. No. Let's read it. 8. But he who commits sin, who practices evil doing, is of the devil, takes his character from the evil one. For the devil has sinned, violated divine law from the beginning. The reason the Son of God was made manifest, visible, was to undo, destroy, loosen, and dissolve the works of the devil that the devil has done. I mean, that's clear.
I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm sorry. I do
Yeah.
apologize.
Yeah, there's no little lies or big lies or middle-sized lies. No. Not according to the scripture. If somebody wants to challenge, 1 John 3. That's where I'm reading from.
So listen, excuse me.
1
So
John 3.
I see. Just wait a second. Listen, imagine you're a nurse, okay, or a doctor, and you're in a ward and there's somebody in critically ill, right? And they say to you, they're actually, it looks like they're dying, right?
Looks like.
Well, yeah, they're on the. Do you know, sometimes it's like a life or death decision. It's like one or the other, okay? And they say, doctor, how am I? And what do you say to them? Well, I think you're going to die. Yeah, I don't think you're going to survive until midnight. Right? I think you're dead. And what do you do?
Yeah, but you said they look like they're
but you
going
said
to die.
but you only said you left it vague, yeah, so the doctor don't have to lie. If you just
Exactly.
Well, yeah, but he's not telling the truth. He's not telling the truth.
Yeah, but what's the truth though? Because there's no truth in that. Because you just said,
Exactly.
doctor, how do I look? You look like you're laying on the bed. Should I say that?
Yeah.
Well, my best judgment.
You look like my patient that I saw in this bed yesterday.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, you left it a bit open, innit, man? You have to say, doctor, am I going to die or something?
Yeah, you can speak positively.
And then the doctor's still not even, when the doctor says, yeah, he's still not lying because everyone's going to die.
Exactly. Yeah, no, true enough. Okay. Well, imagine another example. Let's see. There's another example that you see. You're with your brother or your sister, and you're with your brother, and you see your wife. You see his wife, and you can't help it. You're a human being. Your eyes sort of look over, and you lust after them. Now you've just sinned.
Yes.
Are you going to hell? You can't help it. I mean, I would actually. You've seen a beautiful woman, and you lust after that woman.
Yes.
You can't. You're a human being. So are you going to hell? You're going to hell?
So,
Well,
yes.
you've committed a sin because
Yes.
you've lost it.
You were never born again in the first place. But if you're Christian type 2, it's all right. You can lust after your brother's wife. It's all right. You're still going to be saved. Christian type 2.
That's a bit weird though, like lusting over your brother's wife. Like even if your brother's wife is.
Well, yeah, perhaps that's the wrong. That's a bad example. It's a bad example. You're right. It's a bad example. But what about if you just saw a drop dead gorgeous, beautiful, gorgeous woman, like really a 10, okay, and an 11, an 11.
I understand.
But why is it a bad example? It's a direct commandment. How is it a bad example? It's a direct commandment. Do not covet thy neighbor's wife.
That's why I thought of it. That's why I thought of it, actually.
Right.
Yeah, so to say it's a bad example is kind of like, oh, that's a direct commitment. I don't know.
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
Ultra, what did you say, bro? Because I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that, Ultra.
Oh, big up, Ultra.
Talking about is on your WhatsApp. Big up, people.
That's a look with one eye.
Can I just completely just off topic for 2 seconds? I'm sorry your stream got struck yesterday, and I know you mentioned a couple of names. Let's not mention their names, but who you suspected. But the thing is I don't know them incredibly well, but I'm not sure they have a history of getting people striked. I may be wrong, but that's just by the by.
Someone done it today as well.
Again today.
Yeah.
Oh, flipping out.
Yeah.
I wonder who's doing that.
They try and censor the topics. You get me?
Yeah, but I don't know that anybody's doing anything sort of outrageous. I don't think anybody's sort of doing anything really bad. I don't think anybody's doing anything bad on this site.
They're going to be worried. They're going to be pressing that strap button. Enough tomorrow, boy. Because, you get me? They're going to be pressing that strap button enough tomorrow, boy, because tomorrow's question of the day is going to be peak. Yes, brother. Let's have it.
Sorry, getting back to it. I think we all sin. We can't help it. Every one of us sin. We all do bad things at one time or another. Maybe jump in front of a queue, at the head of a queue sometimes, but are selfish. Really, really small things, but they're all sins. And I'm not sure that any church expects you to be absolutely 100% sinless.
After you're born again, you are supposed to be sinless.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, after, obviously, so the scripture says, it's basically saying, we're all sinners, but when you're born again, you have a new life.
I know what you're saying, and the fact that you're sort of invested with the Holy Spirit, and that sort of stops you from sinning. But I don't think it, even for like primitive Pentecosts, even for the most purist sort of Christians that live, absolutely as honestly as they possibly can, I don't think it's possible for them not to sin.
So where's your faith, Ned Ludd?
Oh, I'm an atheist. I'm a complete
all right,
atheist.
well, there you go. So if you're not a man of faith, you'd obviously come to such a conclusion.
Well, surely
because you would say it's normal what you're saying.
But we all hate.
But as an atheist with no faith in Jesus Christ, no faith in the power of God, then it's normal that you would believe that everybody sins, and you try and speak on behalf of everybody in the world based on your ideological position as an atheist. But if you speak to a Christian of faith who's born again, I don't think they're going to speak like what you're saying.
I've known a couple of Christians. I know a couple of Christians quite well, actually, and they're good friends. And I don't think they're totally sinless. I've seen them angry. I've seen them full of hate at sometimes, and like all human beings, I don't think it's we can't.
You've seen them. So are you God, Ned?
No, I've
Ned
witnessed
Ludd,
somebody.
are you God? Do you have the vision of God to
No,
look
but
into somebody?
I've witnessed somebody getting angry. I've witnessed somebody getting saying something offensive to somebody else. I've witnessed, but these are good people. These are Christian people that are, to all intents and purposes, born again. I don't think that
All
they want.
intents and purposes. Well, they're either born again or they're not.
They are. I'm sorry. They're born. You got me. They're born again. No.
Did they tell you they're born again?
Ron did, yeah. Ron did, yeah. The guy that I know
One
is
did.
Ron. No,
Okay,
Ron.
one told you that they're
R-O-N.
born again.
Ronald.
Okay, so that
Ronald.
one Christian said he was born again, and he still get. But how do you know it's
He
not
was a good
righteous
man. He's one of
indignation?
the. He's one of the finest. He's a fine example of a Christian, a really good example of a Christian.
But how would you know if you're an atheist?
Just
Ned
me.
Ludd, how would you know a good Christian if you're not a Christian yourself?
Living around him, being around him. He will give you. He will always offer food. He will always offer. If he's breaks open his lunchbox, he's got a sandwich. He will offer you half of his sandwich. Always, right? If you ever,
That makes him a good Christian, does it?
well, no, it's not that it's because I get free stuff off of him. It's not. I'm not saying because I get free stuff. You know, he's really.
There you go.
He's a really easy touch, but he's a good man, and that's why I think that he is selfless. I think that he does an awful lot of work for charity. He does an awful lot. He lives a life as close to Christ as I think he can. And I think.
What do you mean, as you think he can? But you're not a Christian, Ned.
Well, what's that got to do? Well, I mean, surely I'm not. But I mean, the thing is I can follow the teachings of Christ and understand the teaching of Christ and see somebody trying to follow those teachings. I can do that, can't I?
Oh, trying to follow.
Yes, because I don't think that people are born again and then they automatically become sort of almost like they don't become like robots. They remain human beings,
yes,
susceptible to sin. I think that you're misreading. Now that's not the same as saying that they're going to go out and murder somebody. They're not. But
okay, shall I read it again?
But no, you don't have to read that again. The thing is, my point is that they try to live as honest a life as they can.
Yeah,
and
they try.
Yes, well, they
try. They try. Yeah, so try. The people who try fall into Christian type number 2. They are the trying Christians. They try to be good.
I don't know that there's ever Christian type number 1. I don't know that. I don't think you. I don't think you. I think you're taking a very severe reading of that passage.
Shall I read it again?
You love reading stuff, don't you? You love reading stuff, don't you, Isaac? You love it. Go on, any excuse.
Yeah, because I don't want people to think that it's what I'm saying
to you, right?
I don't want people to think it's me that I'm being severe. So that's why I like to read, so people don't think that it's what I'm saying. They just look at the English and see what it's saying, because I mean, it's such a long section as well. You know, it says look at that. But so this is 1 John for the other people that may have just joined the stream. 1 John 3, verse 3. Oh, I think I'll read from verse 1 actually. 1 John 3, verse 1. See what an incredible quality of love the Father has shown or bestowed upon us, that he should be permitted to be named and called and counted. Let me read it again. See what an incredible quality of love and the Father has given or shown or bestowed upon us, that we should be permitted to be named and called and counted the children of God. And so are we. And so we are. The reason that the world does not know, recognize, acknowledge us is that it does not know or recognize, acknowledge him, which the him I assume to be Jesus Christ. So he's saying that the reason the world does not recognize us, which sounds incredibly like you, Ned Ludd.
Yeah. Yeah.
The reason the world does not recognize us because it does not recognize and acknowledge him, Jesus Christ. Verse 2, behold, we are even here and now God's children. It is not yet disclosed or made clear that we shall be what we shall be hereafter. But we know that when he comes and is manifested, we shall, as God's children, resemble and be like him. For we shall see him just as he really is. Verse 3. And everyone who has this hope resting on him cleanses, purifies himself just as he is pure, chaste, undefiled, and guiltless. The he, I assume, is referring to Jesus Christ. Everyone who practices sin is guilty of lawlessness. For that is what sin is. Lawlessness, the breaking, violating of God's law by transgression or neglect, being unrestrained and unregulated by his commands and his will. That's God's will, I assume. Verse 5.
Can I stop? Sorry. Can I just stop you there? I mean, the thing is that I've just been looking at Methodism, and the Methodists actually turn around and say, "Let love fill your heart." What the Methodists reckon is that if you're not careful, you become what they call a Calvinist. You just become so extreme in your religion that you're watching everything you do, and you become completely wrapped up in not sinning, and in the end of it, you go mad. So what they suggest you do is that you just try and live the Christian life, and you fill your heart with the love of Jesus, and that is enough. And that's John Wesley. That's what John Wesley says. Let love fill your heart, and it is enough. If you live your life, so that's what the Methodists actually say. The Catholics actually say that there's certain kinds of sin that are sort of minor, the minor sins, and then there are like eternal sins that are unforgivable.
Right? What's that? Whoa! So it'd be interesting to hear the unforgivable sin. Very interesting.
Matthew 12:31.
Right. Commonly, so I'd love for a Christian to come on and explain what is the unforgivable sin.
I believe it's commonly called the unforgivable sin. It is perhaps the most controversial sin, whereby someone has become an apostate, forever denying themselves life of faith and experience of salvation. The precise nature of this sin is often disputed. So it's what they're actually saying. I believe what they're actually saying is if you sort of turn away from the church, right, and just say this is, the church is just just I turn my back, I revoke the church and Christian and Christ and all that. That is, I believe that's the unforgivable sin. But there's other sort of sins that you can do and you just get away with it in Catholic in the Catholic religion, because you go to the priest and you tell them the sin, and then they give you like a penance to get round your sin. And that, I believe that some people that have even sort of murdered people, they can get round that with, if they go to a priest and say, you know, I have murdered somebody, and with the right penance, they can get forgiveness for that.
Interesting. I'd like to hear from some Christians. Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear how accurate.
Have you been on all day long?
No, I've been away. I come back, I had something to eat, and then I just been listening, and then I just got sucked in.
Oh,
I've been told that today is bank holiday, so I must avoid speaking on bank issues. So I thought I'd just speak on
bank holiday. Bank holiday where? For whom?
It's a joke. Say, look,
right.
people are saying, look, we don't want to hear about anything about this black bank for
Oh,
reparations.
I see.
Yeah.
Right.
So I thought, okay, so let's talk about what it means to be a Christian, or what does it mean to be a Muslim, because the same question comes up when speaking to Muslims, because as far as I understand, there's 3 types of Muslim. There's the Muslim, which is the lowest grade, and then there's the mu'min, which is the 2nd grade. Yeah, so higher than a Muslim is a mu'min, and then higher than a mu'min is the muhsin. The muhsin is the highest level. So it's similar to Christianity. Well, in Christianity, there's 2 sides. There's Christianity type 1 and Christianity type 2. But in Islam, there appears to be 3 types of believer: the Muslim, the mu'min, and the muhsin. If there's any Muslims to come on and speak about the Muslim, mu'min, and the muhsin, the difference, it'll be very interesting. Yeah, what do you say?
Can I ask you a question? I believe you're the gentleman that I see on YouTube that has all the IC3.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and you wear like a kind of uniform with boots and a hat. Is that a hat?
Yeah, I have different.
Now,
costumes.
don't answer this if you don't want to. It's none of my business, so don't answer it. But why do you do that? Don't answer that if you don't want to.
Why do I wear different costumes?
Yes, and why do you go? I believe you go every week, don't you? Why do you go to?
As long as I'm healthy or I'm not in an accident,
on the hottest day of the year, you will be wearing a full uniform. Why do you do that?
Yeah. Okay. So the reason for my costume is just to encourage discussion. So usually people come and say, "What's that about?" And what's all these codes about? And then it starts off usually an icebreaker.
So you use it to draw people out, do you?
Yeah. So it's a kind of if you look unusual, then people have an excuse to ask, as an icebreaker. That's right, as an icebreaker to say, what's this about? What are these codes about? Why are you dressed like that? And then the conversation flows from there.
Why do you go to? If you don't mind me asking, don't answer this if you don't want to. But
okay.
why do you go to Speaker's Corner every week? What's your message?
Oh, right. I go to Speaker's Corner because I'm raising awareness of the British standard race and ethnicity codes. So a lot of people use race and ethnicity in their conversations, but they think it's all about one's personal view. Yes, it is about one's personal view when it comes to ethnicity, because they're called the self-defined ethnicity codes. So you define yourself. But the race codes or the IC codes, they are set by the authorities. So you do not define yourself in terms of race codes. So IC1, IC2, IC3, IC4, these are set codes. But the ethnicity.
Why is that? Why is that important? Why is that important to you?
Oh, right. Okay. The reason it's important, because fundamentally it's good to have an understanding of the environment that you're in, especially when you're using certain types of language. So the importance is clarity. Clarity. So I think the military, you say ABC, in other words, accuracy, brevity, and clarity. Because they I've been told by people in the military that they call the codes the ABC codes for accuracy, brevity, and clarity, and they have other codes for the same reason.
But why is that important to you?
Because it's part of British culture, it's part of British cultural values, and I'm here in Britain, so it makes sense to try and understand.
I'm not meaning to be argumentative, and I just wish to clarify. To clarify. But the way that I understand it, they're police codes. They're like a shorthand that if there's any kind of incident, they're looking for someone, or they're looking for something, or they're discussing something happened, and they're like, it was three white guys, or two gentlemen who appeared to be Chinese, or three gentlemen that appeared to be from the Indian subcontinent. The thing is, they have like a kind of code, which it's a shorthand code that they can use at an incident, just to quickly classify who was involved, who else. Do you see? It has no other meaning than that. It's totally harmless.
Hold it there. Hold it there. I understand what you're saying, and that is generally believed. But you see, you made the statement, it has no other meaning than that. So how did you arrive at that conclusion? Did you guess?
Well, forgive me, and maybe I'm being stupid, which is probably the case. It's it's just a classification. It's just a jargon.
No, I heard that. Ned Ludd, I heard that. But then you said it has no other meaning than that. So yes, that's a statement. It's a statement. So how do you know it has no other meaning than that?
I don't. But in my opinion, in my opinion.
Okay. So that's your feelings, but you don't know.
Well, I mean, well, it's interesting. I saw a video, like a COE video of you at Speaker's Corner, and I actually, and all these boards with IC7 and IC9, and I actually asked a police officer about that. I actually stopped a police and asked them about it. Does it have some kind of? Does it have any kind of prejudice about? And there was a policewoman, and she said, no, nothing at all. It's just when if we're using radio, talking on the radio, right? You can't just, or if we're discussing, you can't just sort of say there were three white guys. There were three. It's just a simple, easy way of describing an incident and including those kind of. Yes. Just 1 second. 1 second. Sorry.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. So I come across this quite often, where people assume they know the ins and outs of the IC codes. And a lot of people say, well, it has no other meaning than just to identify as a shorthand. But when I asked them, how do they come to that conclusion? It's just a matter of feeling. So they haven't read the documents, and they haven't met certain people that I've met. They haven't spoken to the police college. They haven't communicated with the Home Office. They have not communicated with senior police officers, and they have not communicated with the National Police Chiefs Council. So if they did communicate with those bodies and they went to a few conferences, they might realize that it's not wise to make statements about something as powerful as race and ethnicity. And by the way, the official term for the codes are the Phoenix codes. That's PHOENIX CODES. Phoenix codes.
Sorry, I see. Sorry, I'm so sorry. When we, when your missus calls, right, you've got to answer.
Okay.
you never defy the boss.
Okay.
I do apologize. I apologize for that. She just called me downstairs for something. But sorry, let's pick this up. You think that there is some malign intention behind it? I don't. But you think
malign intention
sort
behind
of bad? Do you think there's a bad intention?
I didn't say bad or good.
I'm asking.
Yeah, I would just like to say that from my research, it's more than just visual ethnicity.
Well,
so I will not conclude as you did that it has no other meaning than that until you've read into or tried to find out some history. And I haven't got the full history of the codes. But there is information. I have received information verbally from people who know a lot more about these codes. And they have given me some information verbally.
And what have
but
they said?
When I asked for the reference, because it's difficult, I don't want to be talking things where I cannot provide any proof.
Well, do it just for once. Just please humour me, because I just want to find out. I don't want to sort of trick you or gotcha or anything like that. Just
okay.
What did that person tell you? We're not talking about anybody specific. We're talking generally. What does that person think?
Right. Yeah. Well, no, it's not what they thought or what they felt. They were a top. Is a black woman actually, and she's a top consultant, very high level consultant for the police. And she told me a bit about the history. But she said that she said there's no way you're going to get documentation. So I just took her word for it.
And what did she say?
She said that the codes were originally based off just 3 codes, which is white people, black people, and Mongoloid people. And then they expanded it to 6 codes and then on to 7. And she says that the white, the IC1, the IC3, and the IC5 are based off an interpretation of the Bible. And the interpretation of the Bible goes that Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And that the foundation for the codes is based off of the old idea that Noah had 3 sons. One was white, one was black, and one was mixed or Mongoloid Chinese. So it seemed to put Chinese and IC5 and IC6 together. But those were the 3 sons of Noah, and that's the roots of these race codes or IC codes. So it goes back a long way, and it's based off an interpretation of the Bible.
But okay, but there's no evidence of that. There's absolutely no evidence.
There's evidence if you know who to ask and the exact question to ask. If you ask the wrong question, people will say, "Yeah, we don't know what you're talking about." So if you can do a freedom of information request, but the freedom of information request has to be precise. You can't just ask in a general way.
I would have thought that if there was any question of like racial racism in the IC codes, then that would have blown up. That would have exploded. That would have been a massive scandal. Surely, I mean, it says here the codes are used by British police in radio communications and crime recording systems to, like on the computers, crime recording to describe the apparent ethnicity of suspects or victims. Originating in the 1970s. The codes were based on a police officer's perceived view of an individual's ethnicity based on a visual assessment as opposed to the individual's self-definition. So it's, if a policeman asked me, they don't ask me, they give me that code.
Exactly, that's right.
Where's the harm in that? Where's the evil in that? Where's the bad? In what I've just said.
Well, do you think there's evil in it or good in it?
I just think it's sort of harmless. I mean, I don't know that there's any, I think it's benign. I don't know that if there was anything at all that could be described as racist with that, then I think that there would have been a scandal and it would have been stopped. If anybody
hold it there.
If you found it offensive, it would have been stopped.
Okay, hold it there. Oh, let's see if I can get that article. Before 1975, they were called IRC codes for race codes. Then they were changed to IC codes, which means identity codes. So these are blatantly race codes. And not only that, if you look at what's it? The protected characteristics. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
Yeah, type in protected characteristics. You'll see that race is a protected characteristic, not ethnicity. But ethnicity is a subdivision of a race.
Because it also includes transsexuals and people that are gay and lesbians. I suppose that's why it says.
Yeah, but it says race, doesn't it? It says the word race. Protected characteristics.
That's to do with. You see, that's a different. Look, do you know the IC codes? That's for the police. The protected characteristics are to do with the Equality Act. And
yes,
the Equality Act actually named protected characteristics. There were certain groups that were protected in society against illegal, offensive, law-breaking behavior. So
correct.
According to race or religious belief, or gender,
I'll read them
sex-
out. I'll
sex-
read them.
sex-
I'll read them out. I'll read them
sexual
out.
well, I've got them
Yeah,
here.
but-
I mean,
but I'm going to read it out for the other people who may be listening. So it's protected characteristics. The Equality Act covers the same groups that were protected by existing equality legislation. Age, disability, gender reassignment, race, religion or belief, sex, sexual orientation, marriage and civil partnership, and pregnancy and maternity.
But
these are now called protected characteristics. So you see that word there, race.
Yes, but
See?
they're protected. They have the protection of the law.
So, okay, hold it. I got you. Yes, we understand. So it says the word race. So then the question comes, what is a race? How many races are there? And how are, and unless you can define what the races are, unless you, how can you protect race unless the government must have some idea of what a race is? Yes, what a race is and how many races there are. And the clearest reference to a race, a number of races, would be the RC race codes or IC identity codes, which are not subject to self-identification. Does that make sense?
Yes. But I'm surprised because I mean I understand that scientists now with DNA that they're actually now questioning whether there are sort of races. I mean I don't know whether that's true or not, but some scientists are now sort of saying that the concept of race is questionable because of DNA, the latest sort of DNA questions. I'm googling it just to. I don't know whether that's true or not, but
yeah. Or
here we go. There's no scientific basis for race. There is no scientific basis for race. It's a made-up label. It's been used to define and separate people for millennia. The concept of race is not grounded in genetics. Now, that's not me saying that. That's somebody called Elizabeth Colbert.
Okay, and I wonder who Elizabeth Colbert is, and if she works for the British if she works
American,
for the British government.
National Geographic. It's National.
She's American, is she?
Yeah, national. One of the most highly respected.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's not means nothing. This is a British standard. The American have their own standards.
Oh yeah, no. But the point that I'm actually saying is that the whole question about race. I can understand a police officer under these circumstances that they have to sort of write reports and things, and they have to sort of put in. There were a couple of suspects, and they were. I think that they were of a certain race, but we were talking. We then jumped to a different thing, which was the Equality Act, and they're saying about race now and racial differences. That is a different thing. You chalk and cheese. The IC codes and the actual protected characteristics of the Equality Act are two different things, surely.
No, because the word race is mentioned in the protected characteristics. Therefore, if the government uses the word race, it must have an idea of what a race is. Because the word there is not ethnicity, but it is race. That word race is there.
Yes, but now scientists are actually questioning whether scientists are now questioning whether actually we are that we're all just one race. I mean,
Yes,
they're
I
not.
understand. I understand. But according to the British standards, race exists. So
Yeah, but
scientists can be questioning, they can be talking all kinds of stuff, but it's there in law.
Oh
The
yes,
word
yes.
race is in law. So whatever the scientists are doing, or whatever they're talking about, whatever the media is doing, yes, they may be coming up with new ideas and so on and so on. But the facts as they stand now is that race exists and it's part of British law.
Yes, but that might be subject to change over time. Yeah.
Oh, it might be subject to change, possibly. We shall see. But it's solid and it's part of British culture, part of British values, and it is solid and unchanging
Hey,
at the
no,
moment.
come on. Everything changes. Everything changes. I
At
say.
the moment. So any
No, you said
any
sorry.
challenge.
Sorry, you said unchanging. Everything is subject to change. Surely, everything is subject to change. Everything.
It's
The world.
possible. It's possible. I'm not saying it's not impossible that it could change, but all I'm saying is that it's part of law at the moment. It's solid. It's part of the very fabric of Britishness, British values, and British culture.
Yes,
Whether
but
British culture may change in the future or not is another discussion. But currently, race is built into the system. It's one of the pillars of identity, of British identity.
yeah, and now that we're beginning to understand DNA, and that's only something that's actually evolved in the past 20 years. It's still very, very new, right? We're now beginning to question whether there is such a thing as race. There was a gentleman called Samuel Morton. And like 200 years ago, he believed that people could be divided into 5 races and that these represented separate acts of creation. The races had distinct characters which corresponded to their place in a divinely determined hierarchy, which sort of bears out what you were saying about the 3 people in the Bible, that
Yep.
you know the 3 sons. So Morton seems to back up what you were saying about, but he's saying there were 5 races. Morton's craniometry showed, he claimed, that whites or Caucasians were the most intelligent race. I'm reading this, I'm not believing it. East Asians, Morton used the term, as you said earlier, about Mongolian, is that right?
Yeah, Mongoloid.
Well, he says Mongolian through
Okay.
ingenious and susceptible of cultivation, were one step down. He had a very sort of racist attitude where he put white people at the top and then Mongolian. Next came the Southeast Asians, followed by American Indians.
Mhm.
And do you want me to continue with this? Because it is quite offensive. Are you sure you want me to continue with this?
Oh yeah, that's okay. I'm in this every day, 24. So it's okay.
No, I don't want to say it if it's
Well,
if
yeah.
this stuff is
Well, it's not me.
offensive.
It's
I've
up to
got.
Veli and his listeners and
Well,
the
I'm
followers of
not.
his stream. It's not a
I'm not.
problem for me, but it might be a problem for Veli and the people that are listening to his stream. But for me, it's no problem. You can keep reading unless Veli wants you to stop.
Well, it's okay. Well, I'll stop there. But I mean, basically, in the 19th century, I'll stop there. But that's not my belief. That's somebody else's belief who was alive a long, long time ago. But they've basically had these sort of racist beliefs that there was this hierarchy of the most evolved, the most sort of, and then they sort of gradiated sort of races down that line, and.
Okay.
And it's deeply offensive and it's wrong. Okay.
In
But
your opinion.
Do you not?
Of course.
Right. The thing is, Morton thought he identified immutable and inherited differences amongst people, but at the time he was working, shortly before Charles Darwin, and not long before the discovery of DNA, scientists had no idea how traits were passed on. Researchers have since looked at people.
1 second, Ned. Veli's put in the chat. No, keep reading. So you can read that offensive stuff. It's okay.
You
They would
sure
like
you
to
want?
hear.
I
No,
don't want to.
Veli has put in the chat. He says no, keep reading. So I
okay.
think people would like to hear the rest of what of the material that you're reading.
Okay, well, please understand that I don't condone these. I disavow these views. I disagree with them. I'm just reading this. This was the beliefs of somebody called Samuel Morton, who lived in the early 19th century, 200 years ago. Okay, Morton believed that people could be divided into 5 races, and that these represented 5 acts of creation. The races had distinct characters, which corresponded to their place, as I've sort of explained. Okay, Caucasians. Caucasians are white people at the top. Okay, then the East Asians. I think that might be either the Chinese or the Indians. I'm not sure. Mongolians, that's what he says. Ingenious, susceptible to cultivation, were 1 step down. Next came Southeast Asians. That must be the people around Vietnam, I would imagine. Followed by Native Americans. Blacks or Ethiopians were at the bottom. That's not my words. That's what's being said here. These are not my words. I don't agree with this. In the decades before the Civil War, Morton's ideas were taken up by the defenders of slavery. So this kind of disgusting race theory was used to justify slavery. It was, and I believe that some people have actually said that in the Bible that there was Cain's brother, one of Cain's brothers, there's some passage about he will be a servant or something, and that's used as a biblical justification for slavery and treating black people badly. I'm not sure about that. I'm not really averse on the Bible. But
yeah, that's the curse of Ham. The curse of Ham.
Right. He had a lot of influence, especially in the South. Right. We're standing. So the thing is that it seems that really that was the feeling for the last sort of 200 years. In June 2000, when the results were around of a White House ceremony, observed the concept of race has no genetic or scientific basis. So in 2000, there was a conference about DNA findings, and the scientists are now suggesting, and they suggested this at the White House, that the whole concept of race is nonsense scientifically. Over the past few decades, genetic research have revealed 2 deep truths about people. The first is that all people are closely related. You are closely related to me, more closely related than all chimps. Even though there are even though there are many more people around today, everyone has the same collection of genes. You have the same collection of genes. But with the exception of identical twins, everyone has slightly different versions of them. Studies of this genetic diversity has allowed scientists to reconstruct the kind of family trees of populations. They reckon that we all came out of Africa. Our species, Homo sapiens, you and me and everybody on the panel, and Adolf Hitler, and the worst racist ever. We all came out of Africa. We're all, I suppose you could say, we're all Africans.
Okay.
No one, I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, no one is sure of the exact time or place. The most recent fossils come from Morocco, suggest that anatomically modern human features began appearing about 300,000 years ago. For the next 200,000 years or so, we remained in Africa. We all remained in Africa, but already during this period, groups began to move to different parts of the continent and became isolated. By analyzing the genes of present-day Africans, researchers have concluded that that people who now live in South Africa represent one of the oldest branches of the human trees.
Okay.
Sorry, have I read enough? Do you want me to stop?
I don't mind. I think you can keep going. It's very interesting. I think people are very interested as
You
well
sure?
in the panel. Yeah.
Somewhere, well, I mean, some people are probably bored to death by listening to me talk. Somewhere along the way, perhaps in the Middle East, the travelers met and had sex with other species, the Neanderthals. Further east, they encountered another, the Denisovans. They were sort of not humans, but they were sort of another offshoot of the Homo sapiens. They actually reckon, with toes, that if do you know your big toe? They actually
Okay.
reckon if you look at your big toe, the long toe next to it, they actually reckon that if the toe next to your big toe is longer than your big toe, there's a chance that you have Neanderthal in your DNA. That
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't know whether that's true or not. I mean, it's just it's these sort of bits of nonsense that you picked up. It's believed that both species evolved in Europe and migrated out of Africa. Some scientists believe that the exodus was about 60,000 years. So people started to leave Africa about 60,000 years ago, right? So, I mean, the thing is that there are genetic differences, slight variations in us, but basically there's only one. We're all basically the same. I think you have black skin. Is that right?
Well, my skin is brown, but I'm classified as
Oh,
a black person.
I'm sorry. I don't. I'm not meaning to. I'm not meaning to be offensive. I'm not meaning to be.
Don't worry, but I doubt you'll be able to offend me. Don't worry.
Well, I'm not.
Relax, man. Relax. That's okay. Yeah, I'm IC3 black. Yeah, that's my classification.
Well, I honestly.
My skin is actually brown, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm
well,
black,
I'm sorry
yeah.
if I've said anything that causes offence.
No
really
need to apologize.
Well, I mean,
No.
one of the distances that I would actually make is that I understand that melanated skin is much better at handling ultraviolet light. It's use of and that's a genetic difference, is it not? And that you have more sweat glands than I do. I don't know whether
Okay.
that's just a biological difference. They're just biological, and that's
Yeah.
because people in the colder north of Europe, we're not subject to such hot temperatures as people perhaps originally from. Am I making sense? So there are.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you, but you see, everything you're reading and everything that you're saying, I'm sure that the British government has been reading that material and more material than that long before you or I did, and I suspect that they knew that information, and they still know it, even though that these codes operate. So there appears to be two lines. There's the scientific line, and then there's a line based on scriptural interpretation. So if the race codes are based on faith in the British interpretation of the Bible, then science, I don't know if science will be able to shake that or touch that, because is it going to be faith in science, or is it going to be faith in the interpretation of the Bible by those in the British, in authority in the British government? You see, so I understand all the science and so on. Yes, I understand it's interesting discussion. But as for now, the faith, the British faith in the interpretation of the scripture stands, with or without science. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. That basically Morton's ideas are offensive, and you can actually see some of his ideas have sort of trickled down into this IC3 code thing. Is that what you're saying? That
Trickled down. It seems to be a lot older than Morton, because Morton's ideas, as I understand from what you're reading, is only about 200 years old. It appears to me that this concept and this interpretation of the scripture goes back a lot longer than that.
It goes back to the Old Testament.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. So the chain is unbroken and goes back a very long way. So can modern science undo possibly over 2,000 years of tradition on the interpretation of the races of man, the white man, the black man, and the Mongoloid man?
I think that ideas, personally, here's my take. I think that ideas change over time, and our worldview alters over time as we learn, as we adapt. And there's whole loads of ideas. Let's say like religion. For millennia now, for thousands and thousands of years, there's a lot of things that we've not been able to understand, and we've put it down to a man up in the sky that controls everything, God, right? I think that as scientific knowledge, as we discovered science and adopted a scientific approach to things, people began to question whether there actually was a God, and that in fact this might all be accidentally produced, that there's no God at all. They called into question the existence of a God, any God, right? So I would suggest to you that there's one example of ideas that have changed over time. If you looked at science, let's say medicine, if you, for 2,000 years, we believed in the humours. From the ancient Greeks up until about 300 years ago, we believed in the humours, the four humours. And doctors actually practice medicine on the four humours. Now, it now turns out the four humours is complete nonsense, is utter nonsense, and no working doctor, physician, nurse, doctor would entertain anything to do with the four humours. It's just a stupid idea. Science has shown us that it has no basis in fact. So my point to you would be that people do adapt, people do learn, and people do change.
Okay. My point to you, my counterpoint to you, is that the race codes are just like you often hear of the pillars of Islam. I would say that the race codes, identity codes, are pillars of Britishness, and that if these codes were ever to be destroyed, if the concept of race was to be destroyed, and ethnicity as the British see it, Britain itself would be finished. I'm saying that these race codes are the pillars of Britain.
You know that about demographics. You know that white people are not having babies in large enough numbers, and
I've heard that. Yeah.
Yes, and that they suspect that by 2060, some people have actually suggested that as early as 2033. Not that long, within your lifetime. You're still a young man. The thing is that within
by
2033 or 2060, white people might be in the minority in this country.
Okay.
So the thing is that what you've just said, it's not going to hold. We are going to have to change our ideas about race, and we're going to have to change, are we not?
Oh, now that is the question.
And you said about the
Because
4 pillars. We're going to have to change, surely. Sorry.
that's the question. I suspect that nationalists in Britain will fight for the preservation of white people and whiteness as an identity. And I suspect that they will be battling against a global banking oligarchy that will be trying to dissolve Britain, Britishness, and whiteness as an identity. So the battle is going to be between those two.
Your Honour, could I please step in here and make a counter plead here?
Okay.
Objection, my lord. Right, the thing is that I don't know whether you've seen any sort of Tommy Robinson demonstrations, but they're all old people. They're all old men. They're not young.
Okay.
A lot of young people, a lot of young white people have grown up in a multiracial society.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder. I wonder whether what you've just said is true. I think that it's just going to happen, and I don't know that the white race is going to rise up as you seem to be suggesting. I don't think that's going to happen.
So you think they're going to go down with that fight? Is that what you think?
What can they do?
No. The principle. I'm saying there's going to be a battle between nationalist white identity who want to preserve British identity and Britishness and British values, and part of British values is the belief in
a white nation, a white nation.
Hold it. The belief in the number that there are a number of races. Now that they're going to do battle and are doing battle with people that believe that all countries should be dissolved, all nations and all borders should be destroyed, and everybody should be one. So I'm not saying who's going to win. I'm just saying that battle is on, and it will intensify.
That's something else, though. That's a different argument.
Right. So that's the point I was making.
No, but that's a different argument. The thing is that you were talking about a race war, and then you sort of jumped to
a race war. I didn't mention race war.
I'm sorry. I thought that's what you were suggesting.
I'll say it again. Let me say it again.
Yeah.
I am saying that the idea of race and races are a fundamental part of Britishness and British culture, and that these race codes, IC1, IC2, IC3, IC4, IC5, IC6, IC7, are pillars of British cultural identity, and that there will be people who will be seeking to conserve white identity as it is in the race codes IC1, and that those people will be battling against another group of people who do not believe that nations, races, ethnicities, countries, and borders are of any value, and that they should be destroyed. So I'm just saying there's a clash between those two groups. That's all I'm saying. Does that make sense?
No.
No. Okay, which part of what I said does not make sense then?
Well, let's pick it apart. Let's unpack it. The codes, the IC codes. They're only
Okay.
used by police. They're only used by police. Actually, if you went, if we got, did market research in, in some, big train station, asked a whole load of people, what's IC3, what's IC4, they'd have no clue what you're talking about. They might think that you're talking about ice creams.
Yes, but if you ask them, do you know what a white person is? I think they would say they might not know the code, but they would know what you were talking about. Have you heard? If you ask them in the same train station in the same survey, okay, have you ever heard of the race codes? Some of them might say no. Have you ever heard of the white race?
Okay,
I think most of them will say yes.
So
even though they haven't heard of the race codes.
So what are you saying about the white race, and about what are you saying about the right race? You think that the white race are going to rise up against becoming a minority? Is that what you're suggesting?
They are rising up because they want the white race as an identity to continue to exist, whilst there are others that are trying to destroy the idea of white people and all the races and the concept of race itself.
But are there? It's a very, very small number of people that are. I mean, surely the sort of people that are sort of like hardcore, white Britain, the real sort of hardcore, sort of racist, they're very small in number, surely.
Well,
you said that they're rising up. Go on, please. Go on.
Surely, okay. So the question would be, if we were to ask the majority of British people if they believe that they're white people, I don't think that would be a minority of people. You should ask them, do a survey, a national survey, and say, from Scotland to Wales, Cornwall, and so on, do you believe that you are a white person? I think a lot of people would say yes, and they would not be in the minority.
Yes, and yeah, I accept that. A lot of people would think of themselves as right, but they do that for administrative reasons when they're filling out a passport application, or I don't know about driving licenses. I don't know whether that includes details of race, but I know that if you give blood, they I think they ask for your racial classification. I think. If you do any kind of, have you heard of BMI, body mass index?
Oh yes, yeah, I heard of that. Yeah,
that your race is actually important when you're looking at body mass index, because your weight can have different effects on different people.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I understand that certain races are more susceptible to heart disease. Some races are more susceptible to diabetes. Right.
Okay.
And so body mass index for one particular group might be different from another. Now that's not racism. It's just some medical people trying to help different groups and trying to cater for Yes.
It's racial. Oh yes, it's racial, because so racism and racial data. So racial data can be used for racism. can be. So that's a big debate. Just because you have race and ethnicity codes, does it mean, just because one has race and ethnicity codes, does that mean that one is racist? So that's the big question. Just because the British government uses race and ethnicity codes, does that mean that the British government is institutionally racist? So that's a good question for debate.
You think that that's evidence of a racist, institutionally racist government and administration and like, you think it's a manifestation of white power? Is that what you're suggesting?
Oh, I'm suggesting that it's a good and interesting discussion, because over the years I've met people and they say, just because the British state uses race and ethnicity codes, then the British state must be racist. It must be institutionally racist. I've heard other people. Slow down.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. So the other view is that just because the British state uses race and ethnicity codes means that it's racial but not racist. So in other words, they're using the codes of race and ethnicity for the good of the people, of the nation. So
that's what I suggest. So what do you believe?
I think it's a good discussion.
No.
It's an interesting discussion.
Yeah, that's a deflection. That's a deflection. You think? What do you think?
The reason I will not come to a conclusion on that is because I'd have to have proof that the codes, the race and ethnicity codes, are being used by the British state in a racist manner. I'd have to be able to, I'd have to have proof of that in order to make such a statement, in order to take such a position for or against. So I cannot take a position for or against because I have no proof. I cannot state that the British state is racist because it has race and ethnicity codes.
Do you have a suspicion that it's racist?
I suspect so. Yes.
And do you think the IC codes are evidence of that?
Possibly, I suspect so.
So there, I would disagree with you. I mean, I think that the IC codes are just like a business code. It's just a bit of jargon used by police, and I think
a bit of jargon, yes. Okay.
Well, it's just a bit of classification, and if at any point it could be proven that it was racialist intent in intent, then I'm sure that the government would change it. I maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm a fool, and you'll probably shoot me down in flames. But I think that no, I think that we live in one of the most benign countries in the world. And I think that by 2060, I think you'll probably find that the West as we know it will be a shell of what it was. And I personally think that you're going to see the ever onward rise of China and countries in the Pacific Rim. And I don't know whether, the thing is that the world will be a very, very different place if, when China has dominance, and I think it will. And I think that will change, and I think you will look back with sadness at the loss of British society. I know that there are bad things, with British society, and that people do bad things. But I personally believe that this is one of the most benign, one of the most peaceful societies in the world. And maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe I'm a fool. Probably I'm a fool, but
Well, these
no.
are interesting questions. These are interesting questions for discussion, because it
I
has
see
to.
three. You love questions, but you don't like giving answers. Come on, man.
Well, I give
Give me an
answers as
answer.
best I
What do
can.
you give me an answer? Tell me what you think.
I only suspect. I've got to be careful. I've already been sectioned, so you're officially you're speaking to an insane person at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to do anything.
Sectioned on this very same issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Listen. Let's steer away from this. Then, should we go on to something else?
No. This is the most powerful, most interesting subject.
I don't want to get you.
It's the issue of identity, and there's nothing more interesting and more powerful than that. I think it's the strongest.
But
subject.
I don't want to get you into. I don't want to get you into trouble.
Oh no, I don't think you will. I think I've learnt my lesson now. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. But you see, this subject is such a powerful subject. It's so highly charged. Even you can sense by you saying, "Oh, you don't want to get me into trouble," because you realize that this subject is so loaded. There's so much power behind it. If you go the wrong way or you get it wrong, it'll just blow up on you. Because we're talking about the state. We're talking about the powers that be. We're not talking about, we're playing a bit with our individual opinions and so on and feelings. But ultimately, this subject is a state level subject.
Can I ask you a question? And you are don't answer it. Just tell me no. I'd rather not talk. But have you had a bad experience with the state? Have you had no? I don't mean about with sort of any kind of medical thing, but with the power authorities. Have you actually experienced? Don't answer that if you don't want to. It's none of my business. But have you had?
No, I'll give you the information. I'm just looking for it here. I'm just going to quote to you the information. So,
don't tell me stuff.
No, you'll get. I'm going to give you the precise.
I don't want to say stuff that's going to get you into trouble. I see. I don't want to get.
Don't worry. Don't worry. So let's see here. So, this is what happened to me. I was detained under Section 2 of the Mental Health Act, 1983. The official diagnosis was F229, persistent delusional disorder, unspecified. And the doctor wrote, mental health doctor put in quotes, he has a preoccupation with the subject of racism. So,
so is this not a good thing?
Our section. So, yeah. So I was sectioned by one white male doctor. IC1 white male doctor, and 3 white female doctors. So, but I don't know that they might have been Jewish, in which case it would not have been IC1. Yeah, but they looked white to me. But I don't know if they were Jewish or not.
Maybe maybe we shouldn't sort of talk about that, because I don't want to.
That's okay. Don't worry. I'm just showing you the reality of, so don't worry. I've been through it.
You're a smashing bloke, and I don't want to. The thing is that the internet isn't a place for me, it's there's some evil people on the internet that sort of misuse that kind of information, and and but look, can I
How can
just
it be misused?
they can insult you and hurt you and and grind, just you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, man. Let's move on to something else. Look, the thing is if you look at this government,
But don't forget, sanity is a matter of cultural perspective.
why would you say that? Why would you say that?
You see, one state may have a religion or believe in a religion, and it's the members of that state or country may hold to a certain religion and a way of life. But another state may see that way of life, or may think that way of life is insane, or it's wrong, or their cultural values are wrong. And so they might judge that other country or nation to be basically insane. So that's why I'm just trying to say that it's a matter of cultural perspective or standards. So every nation has its own standards of sanity. I don't believe that there's a universal standard for sanity and insanity.
It's a cultural construct.
Correct. Yeah. That's how I see it. Yeah. Yeah. It's a cultural. Yeah, because at Speaker's Corner, I meet many people from different parts of the world, and when I show them the codes, they say, "Oh, these codes are terrible. We don't have things like that in our country. Oh, this Britain is racist. This is a racist place. We don't have this." And they go on. They say, "No, we do it. We're never. Oh, this is disgusting."
Can I just ask you about that?
I've come across lots and lots of people over the years that keep saying that. As soon as I show them the codes, I say, "But this is the way the British do it."
Can I just ask you about those codes? I see. Can I just ask you about those codes? Because I've seen some of those codes. If you Google IC codes, and you get images, and some of them, somebody's sort of doctored some of them, and they've put in really, really offensive racial slurs, racial epithets, insulting racial words into these IC codes. They've sort of doctored the codes.
Okay.
You don't have any of that, do you? The sort of on the boards that you've written up. They're just the standard doctors. They're the standard police codes without any alteration.
Yeah, the standard codes are IC1, white, North European.
Yep. But
IC2, dark, South European.
You know the boards that you have at Speaker's Corner. Are they just the standard, completely straight standard police foot without any adulteration, without any changing at all?
Yes. But when it comes to the details now, that's all word of mouth, based on speaking to police officers, speaking to people at the National Gallery, speaking to people at the police training college. Speaking at people, So over the years, I've spoken to all these people. Plus, I've spoken to other quite a number of police officers, and asked them to give me the details, what they understand the details to be, and then I've summarized basically what I've heard, and then put that down in the details. So if you was to look at the back of a police officer's notebook, you would see IC1, white, North European, IC2, dark, South European, IC3, black, IC4, Asian, IC5, Chinese, IC5, Arab or mixed race, IC7, unknown. So you'll see that, but the details are passed down. What do you call it? Is it verbal tradition? What is it when
verbally by word of
verbally,
mouth? By
yeah,
word of
but
mouth?
there's a term when when information is passed down through generations through word of mouth. Yes, it's through word of mouth, but there's a term, verbal history, or
yeah, verbal history. Yeah, verbal history.
something like that. So the details are
Oral history.
are not written. Sorry,
Oral history. It's called
that's it.
oral
Oral
history.
history. Yes.
Yeah.
So the details are part of oral history. So I've interviewed lots of police officers over the years, lots of institutions over the years, and I've summarized the oral history and information I got from books as well, and summarized the oral history. And I've been challenged on this, the oral history, many times for many years at Speaker's Corner. And I say to them, look, if the details that you see here written, these are oral history, but if you think they're correct, will you please go and find the correct details then? But nobody's ever come back. They always promise to come back and challenge me, but nobody has ever come back, because when they look into the details, they just see what has been written, what I have written. So I've never had a challenger in all these years. They challenge at first, they get all emotional, but when you ask them, well, okay, we'll go away, come back with the facts, and then I'll correct this information, this oral history, if it's incorrect. But nobody ever comes back. So therefore, I can only assume after all these years that the oral history is accurate.
The thing about oral history is that there's no evidence. You know, like word of mouth.
Exactly.
But there's no evidence. I mean, so they couldn't come back to you. There's no evidence of it because it's nothing's written down. So there's no piece of paper that actually sort of you see, because it's oral.
No, we can't say that. I've only experienced the oral history, but as I told you before, I met a black woman who told me a bit about the history. So she told me, and I've told you, but it's oral. There's no I can't. There's no documents. You even told me you're not going to get documents, but I told you that these codes are based on the sons of Noah, on Shem, Ham, and Japheth. But where so that evidence must be written down somewhere, because there must have been some meetings, there must be some minutes, right? But whether you have access to that information, whether you have a pass or not, is a different situation. I was told that as oral history because this woman was a high-level consultant for the police. So she just favored me and told me that information. But obviously she must know, she may have seen the documents, for to her to make that kind of statement. You see, and it must be written down somewhere. The whole history of the Phoenix codes for visual ethnicity must be written down somewhere. But whether you have access to it or not is another question. And whether you'll be given access to it or not is another question.
Well, it's really interesting. I mean, it's really interesting because I can understand what you're saying, because getting back to Samuel Morton, the Victorian ideas, I can understand. And, that you sort of saying that there are these, if you look in the Bible, and there are sort of different races, and there's excuse me, I'm sneezing. I hope that's not COVID.
Okay.
There are you can't catch it on the internet.
Bless you. Right, okay.
Thank you. You can't catch it on the internet.
Okay.
You're quite safe. Look, I can understand you sort of thinking that if you look at the Bible, there's a sort of there's a racial hierarchy, which is what I think you're saying. And if you actually look at Samuel Morton in the 19th century, there's other evidence. So you might actually say,
hold it. I'm not saying, if you look at the Bible, I've even got the frame here. If you go to Curse of Ham, Wikipedia, Curse of Ham. There's lots of other sources, but the Curse of Ham is literally an interpretation that's been held for a very, very long time. It says the curse of Ham, actually placed upon his son Canaan, occurs in the book of Genesis, imposed by the patriarch Noah. It occurs in the context of Noah's drunkenness and is provoked by a shameful act perpetuated by Noah's son Ham, who saw the nakedness of his father. The exact nature of Ham's transgression and the reason Noah cursed Canaan when Ham had sinned have been debated for over 2,000 years.
Yes, and it's
hold it. Watch this. The story's original purpose may have been to justify the subjection of the Canaanite people to the Israelites. But in later centuries, the narrative was interpreted by some Christians, Muslims, and Jews as an explanation for black skin, as well as a justification for slavery.
Yeah, biblical justification for imposing slavery or racism upon black people.
Most Christians, Muslims, and Jews, most Christians, Muslims, and Jews now disagree with such interpretations because in the biblical text, Ham himself is not cursed, and race or skin color is never mentioned.
Yes, and Martin Luther King sort of says that it called it a blasphemy. Is everything that the Christians is against everything that the Christians stand for. So, I mean, the thing is that it's just a discredited idea that's discredited across the board.
Oh, hold that point there. A discredited idea. Now, I remember you saying earlier in the conversation that science appears to be discrediting the idea of race.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Hold that there. So science appears to be attempting to discredit the idea of race. So just like I parallel that even though science is trying to discredit the idea of race and the concept of race is still fully functional as a part of the British state and part of British culture and cultural values. It's actually fully functional. So I'm trying to apply that now to the curse of Ham, so that even though Christians, Muslims, and Jews may appear to be making an attempt to discredit the fact or discredit the idea that it referred to black skin and as a justification for slavery, and they're trying to discredit that interpretation, that doesn't mean that the concept of black people being cursed is part of a functional way of life for the majority of the world under the Abrahamic faiths of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. So you see the two sides?
So you're
see the two sides?
So what you're suggesting is that the Abrahamic faiths all still believe in it in that.
Correct.
You think
Correct. Yes, they do, but they believe in it in a sub. If you ask them if they believe black people are cursed as a result of the Ham's, they're all going to say, "Oh no, we don't believe in that. Oh no, 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 it doesn't say that in the Quran. It doesn't say that in the Bible. You know, it doesn't say that. It's not said." But the belief system is still, I suspect, and evidence appears to me to be fully functional, just as the police race codes are fully functional and part of the British state. So if you speak to any British person, they'll say, "Oh, it's all not." Well, that's what they've been saying to me for years anyway at Speaker's Corner. "Oh, it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense." But I say, "But wait a minute. This is a state. This is not my opinion. These are state codes. So if you call these codes nonsense, you're basically making yourself an enemy of the state. You're basically calling the British state stupid or nonsensical." And I don't think that's a very wise position to be in whilst you're on British turf.
I'm sure that's your interpretation. I would disagree. I would respectfully disagree. I
Disagree
think
with what?
What you've just said. I don't think that those codes are epitomize the biblical justification for slavery. I mean, I don't think I can actually see that they might be seen as supporting in some way a hierarchy of race because is it the white race is number one? Is that right?
White Northern European, yeah,
Is
and then
one.
the Mediterranean are two.
So I can see what you're saying about this.
Are you IC1? Are you white Northern European?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're top of the list.
No,
so you're
no,
okay.
I don't accept your characterization. I don't accept your interpretation. I don't think that a British state is secretly, surreptitiously, unconsciously advocating sort of white supremacy by advocating those codes. I don't believe that. I really don't believe that.
Of course, yeah.
They
I
wouldn't
can't
get
prove
away
it.
with it.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, but I understand your point of view. So it's not your belief. But my view is opposite. Is that I suspect. So we're both in the realm of
if you don't mind me asking,
beliefs.
if you don't mind
None of us are stating a fact. I'm not stating a fact. But I'm just saying I suspect that IC1, just like if you were in a race and you came first place, you first place you get gold medal.
Premiership,
second place, you get
you're
silver
top of the
medal.
tree. You're top of the high, top of the pyramid, aren't you?
So I suspect you, Ned Ludd, are top of the tree.
No, you see,
according to the codes, I suspect. I said
no. This is where the thing is that you
why are you fighting it?
Because
you're British, aren't you? You're English as well.
Look, I don't wish to challenge your lived experience, but my lived experience has been a struggle all my life, and I cherish that struggle because I think it helped make me what I was. I haven't had it easy. I've had to fight for everything that I've got, and I've failed many times. I've made a complete fool of myself, and I've found that I'm not the most intelligent person in the world, as you can hear. I'm not, but I think that I live in a country. I live in a country where I think if you struggle, if you work, if you apply yourself, I think you can better yourself. I firmly, regardless of one's race, creed, color, or IC code, I don't think that that's.
You cut off. You cut off.
I don't think that that's.
Can you say that again? You got cut off, Ned.
Oh, did I? Oh, right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I don't. I think that we live in a land. I think that there is racism, and I'm sure that people having, you know, Trevor Phillips as a person I respect. You know Trevor Phillips, yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's a person that I respect enormously, right? And the thing is that he says that at the top rungs of society there is inherent racism. People are held back from positions of power because of the color of their skin, and I respect what Trevor Phillips says about that, because I think he's an incredibly intelligent person. I respect him, but also he's a scientific statistician. He uses data to inform his opinions, and so he does actually show that people of certain ethnicities are held back, and we need to actually. I believe that we do need to change that, but I don't think that that's the whole story. I
so
think
why are they held back then? Is it racism or is it something else? People, you said people of certain ethnicities are held back. Hold it. You said, hold it. Wait a minute. Let me slow down. You said people of certain ethnicities are held back. You believe that's true. Now, what would be the reason for those people to be held back? What would be holding them back? Would it be racism or would it be something else?
I think it's prejudice. I mean, I do. Trevor Phillips reckons it's prejudice, and I believe him.
It's not racism; it's prejudice.
Well, okay, right, yeah, that is racism. That is racism. I'll give you that. Yep, that's racism.
Oh, you think those people of various ethnicities that are being held back, it's a result of racism within the British state? Is that what you believe?
Yeah. Or across society,
right.
but at the highest.
Hold it. So are you saying that the British state is racist?
No. I'm not saying. No. I think that there are aspects of British society that are racist, and that things that there is prejudice, as there is prejudice in all things. Right, and I believe.
So it's not the state. It's not the state. It's individuals. Is that what you mean? You believe it's individuals holding back certain ethnic groups, but not the state, but it's individuals.
No, holding back. Trevor Phillips doesn't. Trevor Phillips believes that black people are held back from top positions sometimes, and that something
sometimes
and things need to be done to change that, to redress that balance.
Right. So what can you find the actual statement?
No. No,
right.
I'll tell you what though. You'll find it on trigonometry. It's on if you go onto trigonometry. Trevor Phillips is interviewed by trigonometry, which is two guys, Constantine Crushin and another fella, and he sort of lays out a whole load of ideas, and he basically says that fundamentally British society is fairly benevolent, fairly just. As far as it's one of the most egalitarian societies,
fundamentally,
but there is racism, there is prejudice, and he cites examples of black people being held back from positions of power because, and he puts that down to racism. Now, I don't know any more than that. I don't know any more.
Okay,
but I don't think. But I don't
it's not
think
the state. It's no, hold it. So it's not the state. The state is not institutionally racist based on what you're saying, because you said fundamentally, the society, British society, or the British state is not racist. Therefore, if ethnic people are being held back, it must be the result of certain random individuals who are behaving in a racist manner. Correct?
Yes, yes, that's what I believe. I don't.
All right. Okay. I understand. I understand your position. Because I heard that because of the Stephen Lawrence report, I think it said that the police were institutionally racist. But since that time, or since that report, the police have made certain improvements, allegedly. And as a result of those improvements, the police and the state officially are no longer racist, or
No,
no
no.
longer institutionally
That's
racist.
no. I mean, that's. I'm sorry. No. That's. I would question what you've just said. I don't think that they would say that. I think that's a mischaracterization.
They wouldn't say what?
I would actually say that I wouldn't. I don't think they'd agree with what you've just said. Things are not perfect.
Which bit of what I said? Did I make a mistake about the institutional racism?
No.
Which bit did I get wrong? I was under the impression that there was a report that said that the police were institutionally racist.
Yes, I think you're right there. Yeah.
Okay.
But
since then, a number of changes have taken place within the police. So they can no longer be called institutionally racist.
I didn't say whether they have or they haven't. I don't know whether they have to sort of challenge that now. But I don't know whether they are saying that they're institutionally racist right now.
Yeah, I heard that they're no longer institutionally racist, but that's word of mouth. Yeah, that's word of mouth. Yeah, that's what I heard.
I don't know, but the thing is my understanding now that they have gone to enormous lengths to try and redress balances and change things for the better.
Yes,
they are trying desperately to get as many black policemen as they possibly can to try and balance up so that there's more that like the London police reflects the ethnicity of the community, the London community, and they're going out of their way, and to the extent where at interviews to join the police now, there's the candidates. If you are black, I think certain ethnicities, maybe women as well. I believe that there's a primer interview session where you are shown pointers of how to do well in the interview, which is not open to white people, because they're trying to encourage people from the black community to come into the police force, because they want it to be more reflective, to be more ethnically diverse. So it seems to me that they're trying with that. With the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, it's my understanding that one of the reasons for the Brixton riot was that people were being taken to prison cells like Brixton prison station, and there's allegations that people were getting beaten up, and some people were actually sort of dying in custody as a result of sort of mistreatment in the cells. And now I understand that is I don't know whether this is true or not, but I understand that because of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, that if the police wanted to do that in a police station, or they wanted to do that, it's much harder. There's now Home Office visitors. There are members of the community that can go into a police station at any time if there's a concern that somebody's been arrested and they might be mistreated. Members of the community can actually go into the police station that night and see and speak to the person in the prison station, in the police
Yes.
station, and they can see that if they need any medical help, if they need any legal help, that they're actually that they're not being mistreated. They're interviewed to see that everything, and if there's any problems at all, the Home Office inspectors can visitors can actually then take that directly by a
Yeah.
phone call to the Home Office, and something's done about it immediately, right? To try and
Right.
stop people being mistreated in prison police stations, which was something that happened at one point, and
Yes.
they're going out of their way to sort of stop that. If you see the police stop and search, that's a very sort of controversial thing.
Yeah.
That now what do the police do? Do they stop and search, and as a result of stop and search, what seems to have happened as a result, I don't know whether there's a correlation. I'm not saying there is. I'm just, what some people have said is that by reducing stop and search when Tariq, what's the name of the mayor, Mayor Khan? When Mayor Khan, Sadiq, is it Sadiq Khan?
Yeah, that's it.
Sadiq
Sadiq
Khan.
Khan. Yeah.
Sadiq Khan, when he became mayor, he stopped stop and search, and
Okay.
apparently what happened was that street crime increased, knife crime increased. I'm not entirely sure of the facts of that, but some people have actually said
Okay.
that there's a correlation between. Now, what does the police do? I understand that they severely reduced stop and search. Do they do that and improve relations with certain sectors of the population, the community, or do they continue stop and search and stop knife how do they deal with that?
I'm sure they'd have their advisors, and they'll make
That's a
official
dodge. That's a dodge, isn't it? I mean, well, no, that's a dodge, isn't it? I mean, it's a deflection. The point is, my point here
Yeah,
is,
but that's a state. You see, that's a state.
but
It's not just individual opinion. It's the state and power. So
I see. My point is that it seems to me that police going out of their way not to antagonize, to actually try and be as benign and uncompromising as possible. Now, maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe that's I'm a complete naive idiot. But I saw at the Black Lives Matter march that the police weren't in riot gear.
okay.
They weren't in riot gear, and I believe, like, if you look at the carnival in August, that's a very, very sort of softly police approach. The police try to be all sort of friendly and cuddly, and they twerk. That you see them twerking with people, and you see coppers dancing. With
Yeah.
and they're going out of their way to sort of reach out to the public. And if you saw, there was trouble in Brixton last night with there was some kind of street party, and it turned violent. And you saw the police; they had no riot gear on. They weren't sort of charging into them. It seemed into the people having the street party. They were just trying to stop it because of COVID.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I wasn't there. I don't know what the story is, so I'm not saying anything one way or the other. But it seems to me that the police force is trying to be as accommodating and with all members of the community. And if you don't agree with that, then sort of think about how would the Beijing police deal with a situation like that? How do you think they did? The Hong Kong police, how would they deal with a situation like that? If you actually looked at the German police use water cannons, the German police use tear gas. The French police use water cannon. The police use tear gas. They have running battles, right? You don't. I'm not sure that you see that to the same extent in this country. It's a lot gentler. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm talking complete bollocks.
Interesting. Yes, you have an interesting point of view.
Well, no, but do you disagree with it? I mean, I'm putting that stuff out. Maybe I'm talking rubbish.
I'm not sure. But things appear as you say. Yeah.
Do you know? Do you know 2 weeks ago? Do you know 2 weeks ago the cenotaph? Now, I don't know whether the cenotaph means anything to you at all, but the cenotaph is important to a lot of sort of white people whose relatives sort of fought in the Second World War, and there were a lot of black people that worked it. I know that, and in Indians, lots of other races all fought in the Second World War and helped us
Correct.
to beat the Nazis. So,
Correct.
but the cenotaph is like it's a national monument. It's really very important. And
Yes.
there was a guy that stood up on the cenotaph, the
Mm-hmm.
place where we sort of honor the dead of both world wars, and he
Mm-hmm.
started to set fire to the flag. Right now, the thing is that you had a police officer that came up to him, and he politely asked. There was like a ring of police officers around this one police officer, and he politely asked the gentleman who was setting fire to the flag, could you please come down? And he was asking politely, could you come down? And the bloke wouldn't come down, and he just carried on this conversation. And he was beckoning, please come down. Come on, old chap,
Yeah.
please come down. Now,
Yeah.
do you really think that the German police would do that? Do you think the Berlin police would do that? Do you think the Paris police would do that? Do you think the CRS Paris police would do that? Do you think that if you think about the Moscow police,
Yeah.
the Moscow police, the police in Russia,
Yeah.
right, or the Chinese police? Do you think that
Yeah.
the police in Beijing? Do you think that they deal with that kind of incident?
I suspect they'd do it differently. Yes.
I think they'd be a lot nastier. I personally, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a fool. But I think that they would be a lot nastier, a real lot nastier.
Okay. And do you think that would be justified?
No, that's not my. You see, no. My point is that actually, I believe that that's evidence that this country is quite benign. That we didn't.
Okay.
They didn't start. I don't think that the police went in heavy-handed trying to break heads, smash heads. I don't think they did. If you look, like was it not last weekend, but the weekend before, when Tommy Robinson's came down to, did they protect some statues, right, or something like that? They all rolled up. They all rolled up. Many of them had too much to drink, like at 9 o'clock in the morning. And there was a Black Lives Matter contingent at Trafalgar Square. The police stood between them. The police stood between them. The point that I'm making, I see, is that it seems to me that they didn't weigh in heavy. They didn't start knocking people down. They didn't get their truncheons and start thumping everybody. They didn't start thumping everybody yesterday in Brixton. Personally, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that our police is quite benign. And I think we're going to miss them. I don't think that, I think
you're going to miss them. What do you mean going to miss them? What's going to happen to the police?
Well, I think that as time goes on, we're going to get poorer and poorer as a country. And one of the reasons why they use tear gas and water cannons in some countries is because they don't have a big enough police force. I understand. I don't know whether that's true or not. I don't know whether that's true or not. But the thing is that I can sort of foresee a situation. We are getting poorer as a nation. And I can foresee a situation in 20, 30, 40 years' time where they have to have a police to enforce the law, but they don't have the numbers. What do they do then?
Right. So you imagine that the police force will have to be a bit more aggressive because
I'm
of
not
the fewer
it,
numbers.
but I suspect that's what's going to happen.
Right. Okay.
And that already happens in Holland. I understand that it happens in the Scandinavian countries, Denmark, Sweden, in Spain and France. They are really, really heavy. If you're at a demonstration and you get the order to move and you don't move, the tear gas comes over. Right. In America, they fired rubber bullets, and there was a reporter. She had her eye knocked out.
Yeah. So why do you think that Britain is going to become poorer in the future, and therefore the police might need to be a bit more aggressive because
No, I'm
there'll
not
be
saying
less
that.
numbers.
I'm not advocate. I'm not suggesting that.
No, I'm not saying. No. Don't worry about that. The separate question: why do you believe that Britain is going to become poorer in the future? What forces are causing that?
They're going to have to enforce the law. They're going to. Hello, Banksy. Go on, jump in, mate.
How you doing, Banksy?
Hey guys, hey, how's it going, everyone? No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm happy to let you guys run this through, and then I'll join in a minute.
Okay, right.
Okay.
The thing is,
why is Britain getting poorer? Why?
Because I believe that money, capital is as we stop manufacturing things. I believe that capital is moving to the Pacific Rim, and I think it's over a matter of decades. I believe that Britain, Europe, the West, America's a detonation. It's spending vast amounts of money on its military, right, more than anyone else, right, and because of that, it's impoverishing itself. It's making itself poorer and poorer. Everything is made in China. Now that has to be paid for, right, and that is Western capital that's being sucked into the Pacific Rim, into Indonesia.
Whose fault is that?
Well, no, I'm not saying it's fault. It's economics. I'm not saying it's fault. I mean,
okay.
Well, it's
who's responsible, I should say. Who's responsible for that?
Short-termism in the 1990s. If if you ever Michael Moore,
the Bank of England is responsible for
that.
No.
No. I'm not saying it's the Bank of England. No, it's corporations. If you ever get
the corporations are responsible.
Yes, because what they did was they found it was cheaper to make stuff in China and the Far East, and developing countries. It was much easier to sort of make stuff in developing countries than it was in this country and in the West. So they started making, and all the factories closed here. And it's short-termism. All the primary, tertiary industries all went east. All the huge, like the Bethlehem Steelworks in America, that was dismantled and sent to China, and now it's producing steel, which is being sold to Americans using Chinese coal and using Chinese iron ore and Chinese.
Okay.
So what's actually happening is that there is capital is inexorably being sucked into the
flight.
Yes, well, it being moved inexorably, economics into the Pacific Rim. Right.
And the Bank of England could do nothing about that.
No, it couldn't. It's what's happened is it was international corporations. If you ever get a chance, watch Michael Moore's Roger and Me, and in the 1990s when all of this was happening, he chased around the corporate heads of quite some of the big corporations and asked them why are you closing down General Motors plant? Why are you closing down this Chrysler plant? Why have you moved this sort of car plant to Mexico? Why have you moved it to what's it called? And the whole sort of film is about, that's the film that made his name, that made him famous. And I think he wrote a book about it as well, where he actually explained that all this manufacturing all moving east, it was short-termism. It would make America and the West, it would imperil the West. We have been used to living in affluence and wealth. It's not going to last. We are going to be poor.
Right. So you're saying, and why do you think that the Bank of England could do nothing about it to protect the nation? So it seems you're saying that nations getting poorer, because let me show you that I'm following the thread. We discussed race and ethnicity, and then we started to discuss police and institutional racism and the state, and then moving from institutional racism and the state, we still stayed with the police situation, and then you were saying that you believe that the police will be fewer in number because the country is getting poorer. So as a result of the country getting poorer, they will not be able to afford as many police as they previously could. And so therefore benign, as you describe it, benign policing would become under threat as a result of Britain getting poorer. And then we moved on to
as
you explain.
as you see in Holland, as you see in
okay. I'm just trying to follow
Denmark,
the thread.
in Sweden. Yes.
Yeah. And so, as a result of Britain becoming poorer and therefore not being able to afford as many police, the consequence could be that the police become more aggressive, like, as in other countries. And then I brought the trying to lead the conversation onto, okay, why is Britain becoming poorer? And then you were saying that because manufacturing is being moved to the eastern
or to the developing world.
Yeah, that's right. And then my last question is, could the Bank of England, which is, I assume, supposed to be responsible for the health of the nation, could they have done something, or can they do something to stop Britain becoming poorer and the risk of the police?
Bank of England bring back manufacturing jobs? If we don't make things, Bank of England can't do anything. The biggest industry in Britain right now is the financial industry. The only thing Britain is really actually ahead of is the financial industry. That's it. They don't do anything else. We don't make anything anymore. It's negligible.
Right.
The wine and the cheese and some of the other bits and bobs that Britain produces, it's not going to keep. It's not enough to keep this country running. It's the financial industry that keeps this country running effectively.
And I think the service industry is like number 2 or number 3. The service industry.
They turned us. Yeah, they took all the primary and tertiary industries away back in this started in the Thatcher era. Yes, I saw this coming in the 90s when I was at school studying economics and marketing. And I thought, wait a minute, if they're going to take away all the tertiary and primary industries, and I was like a child, a teenager, and I was thinking, well, if they take away primary and secondary industries, then the service and everybody's just going to become a Mick job. Everybody's going to have a Mick job, and that's what we have. Apart from IT and some technical things, and the basic primary services like teaching, medicine, police, those sort of military, those sort of scenarios, but all the other things, manufacturing, cars, industry, engineering, some civil engineering still around, but yeah, even IT effectively is a service industry. It's not really a primary industry.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make, is there anybody within Britain or any institution within Britain that you believe could have done something to preserve the British wealth, basically?
Thatcher could have done something, but the Labour Party.
Thatcher could have done something. Okay.
Yes. No. Did you just grunt, Banksy? Right. Let me go with this for a second. The thing is that the Labour Party wanted to do what they did in France, which was to keep their industries going in the face of what actually happened was that we had Thatcher, and it was just survival of the fittest. If you couldn't survive on the international market as a manufacturing industry, then you collapsed, and you were allowed to collapse. Manufacturing industry dropped by 20% in 2 years. It dropped by a fifth from 1979 to 1981. In those 2 years, manufacturing industry in this country dropped 20%. It's the first 2 years of Thatcher's rule because she just allowed the free market to rip. Right.
Okay.
And she could have stopped it. She could have actually sort of softened the fall, some people actually suggest, right? But she had some pretty hardline free market economists in her government, and they just went for free market. Some people have said that's a really good thing because it's made this country like a world economic power. The thing is in France they did the opposite. I think they got Mitterrand. They had, and he did the opposite. He did everything he could to keep businesses in France, to the extent that at that time, do you ever remember video recorders? You know those video cassettes and video
VHS.
You could have it. Britain got flooded with video recorders, and what they did in France was that you could only buy a video recorder that had been checked and stamped. And there was one office in the center of France with about 5 people working in it, right? That actually did the checking and did the stamping. So on the market, there was this massive sort of black market for sort of illegal videos, video machines, because the French government just put a complete clamp on the manufacture, so that it gave French video machine recorder manufacturers a chance to actually catch up. Am I making some kind of sense here, or am I talking bollocks?
Yeah, you're just illustrating. You start talking about France, but I was trying to focus on Britain.
And they stopped it. Well, I'm answering your question. The thing is that they tried to stop it. They tried to hold back the tide. It didn't work because sort of 20 years up the road, they had to make exactly the same decisions that that Thatcher made in the 1980s, and some people would actually say that they're in a much worse state. There's massive
French are in the worst state because they try to be protectionist in their markets.
Oh yes, so they tried to do what you suggested, hold it back. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Right. So are you saying that the British people got what they deserved? So the decline in Britain, the decline in the wealth of Britain, and the loss of all those industries is to be blamed on the British people because they voted Thatcher in. Is that what you're
ultimately in a democracy, this is why I disagree with the right wing's concept of "we were never asked." I don't know if you guys know about this documentary that was made. We were never asked. This is absolute nonsense. They were asked repeatedly every 4 or 5 years. What do you want? What kind of a government do you want? This, in a democracy, when a bunch of people living in a democracy claim we were never asked, is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. You want to know you were never asked? Go to Saddam Hussein's Iraq and I'll show you when you weren't asked. Go to Iran and I'll show you where you weren't asked. In a democracy, you were asked. You just chose badly. And now you're bitching about your bad decisions. So for me, I don't buy into this bullshit about we were never asked. No, you were asked. You just made bad choices as a nation.
Right. So the decline in the British people, the British nation's wealth, as we follow the line of argument, the responsibility lies with the people and not with the state. Yes. So is that what you're saying, Ned, as well?
Yes, I mean, actually, yes, I would agree with that. I think it's a lot more nuanced than that. Actually, I mean, I think that fundamentally, basically, Banksy's right. The thing is that if you look at immigration in the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, the governments that in power repeatedly said that we would try to reduce the rate of immigration into this country, and white people, it seems, grumbled about it. But as I think Banksy said, I mean, nothing really changed.
Okay.
So I mean, I think that, yes, I think that ultimately we can't actually blame the British people. Sorry, we can, the British, if they
The
really
British
wanted
people
to do,
are to blame.
if
That
they
was the
wanted to do
conclusion
something
based
about
on
it,
what
they could have
Banksy
done.
was saying.
If they wanted to do something about it, they should have done something about it.
So with all the miners' strikes and the riots, they were trying to do something about it, but it was not effective, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it seems that with polls, it would actually poll, like opinion polls. They kept having these opinion polls, and it kept actually saying that white people, the immigration in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, a large number of people, like a majority, were against the large numbers of or what they perceived to be large numbers of people coming into the country as immigrants in the 1960s, 70s, 80s. They grumbled about it, but they didn't elect the politicians that might have actually sort of changed that. So they've got what they ultimately, in a democracy, they are to blame.
Okay. Well, since I'm not allowed to, because I'm not allowed to talk about banking, that's where the conversation would have gone. Because I'll just quickly say that it goes back to the short conversation we had earlier on. I've been following the thread of this conversation, and the end, it goes back to the fate of the nation is closely tied to its banks. And if the people who are running the banks do not share the same values as the nation, the decline of the nation should be expected if you bring in the so-called people that are the best man for the job. If that foreigner who's supposed to be the best man for the job or best woman for the job does not share the same values as the nation itself. So that's the flow of the conversation. That's where it's heading, to that question, and I'm hoping that we'll have an opportunity to discuss that issue about the best person for the job in the future.
Because I would disagree with that
I know
totally.
you would. Yes, I know you would. Yeah. But that's where it's heading. See, all the conversation, the flow from racism, the flow from identity, institutional racism, all that conversation about policing, and the institutions and the state. All of it flows right the way through down to who is ultimately responsible for the fate of the nation. And I'm saying the best person for the job could never be somebody outside the nation who does not share the same values as the nation. So yeah, I suppose people will want to change the subject because I'm told I'm supposed to be on the bank holiday. Exactly.
You're not allowed to talk about
yes,
banking.
so I'm going to stop there and let everybody else continue. But
Hello,
I'd like
Lady
to
Divine.
discuss that with you at some future date.
Yes,
if Ellie says it's okay.
Hi, Isofree. How are you guys?
How you doing?
Very quiet, Lady Divine. Very quiet.
I'm just listening. I was just letting.
Oh, no. Your mic's very quiet.
Oh, my mic is any better?
Yeah, a little bit, not great, but yeah, a little bit.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah. Carry on. I'm listening for now.
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
Did you catch any part of the conversation that you thought might be interesting, or did you only catch the end?
I only caught the end. I was just waiting in the back and letting. I think Banksy was here, wasn't he? And he dropped out. So,
yeah.
But anyway, continue, and I will just let it, sink in.
Well, if I continue, it's going to go into banking. So I'm trying to see if somebody will jump on and save the stream, because if you don't save the stream from me, I'm going to take it down the banking road.
Lady
So I'm
Divine,
I'm just pausing now to give somebody,
did you
other
do a
people.
live stream on Sunday?
Who, me?
No, I mean, it must be someone else. It must be someone else. Did you do a live stream on Sunday with Jupiter and Wendy?
No, that was Nynifa.
Ah, right. I'm sorry. Oh, right.
They always confuse us. Now that was Nynifa. She's probably gonna jump on soon as well, because she did say she's gonna jump on. So
Right. Because that got very, very extremely angry in a way that I don't normally see. Didn't
hold
normally
on. It might have been. Was it Zubayda's on Zubayda's channel?
on Zubayda's one. It got really.
I was there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, why did that suddenly become so aggressive? No, everybody. Why did everybody become so? It became very, very angry.
Yeah. So what happened? If you play it back and you went back and listened, you noticed that Nynifa went to go and speak to Wendy. And while she was speaking to Wendy, she mentioned my name. So I thought, well, I might as well hop on, seeing as though I've been caught up in this some way, shape, or form, even though I had nothing to do with the live stream previously. So I jumped on and I never said a word. I just let them carry on doing what they're doing. And automatically, your little friend, Kapupita, decided to throw the cunt word all over the place for everybody. And that's why it got hostile. So if you've got a problem with it hostile, I think you might want to speak to your...
No, please. Veli, Banksy wants to log on. He's backstage. I don't know if you're around anywhere, Veli. This is a notice for Veli. Last call for Veli. Banksy wants to come on. He's backstage apparently, jumping up and down. Sorry, no. Jupiter is. I don't know Jupiter. I've very rarely sort of come across. I've very rarely done a live stream with her. She doesn't know me. I don't really know her. But I was listening to the Zabida live stream, and it just completely exploded. It got really, really angry.
Yeah, but you got where it started from, though, because nobody came on attacking nobody or nothing like that. I literally came on and was muted. She came on, and once she heard Nynifa and Wendy, well, she was already on, to be fair. Once she heard Nynifa and Wendy having a conversation or whatever they were discussing, she just started with the cunt word, her favorite word in the whole entire English dictionary, just started flying out of her mouth, which lets us all know she was still pissed off that Nynifa had to educate her about British history a couple days before. So clearly she was still upset about that.
Right. I tried to listen to it again because, but it was taken off. I think perhaps quite wisely, Zabida removed it within a matter of hours. She took it out completely. So I haven't, but I couldn't work out why they suddenly became so furious at each other. And as you say, the C word was actually flying all over the place. And,
or there was even a response, it was flying all over the place. So yeah, I don't know.
You don't know what sparked that. You don't know what.
I kept putting Alcohol Anonymous in the chat. It was alcohol that sparked that.
You think that somebody was a little bit tired and emotional, do you? Sunday night.
Hello, Miss Divine. Sorry, guys.
It's the word I used, incoherent, and I stand by that.
Hello, Banksy.
Yeah, sorry, guys. My other computer just rebooted because of the heat. The heat is just insane. It's killing my machines.
What sort of an IT bod are you if you can't make a computer that runs in relatively warm temperatures?
Relatively warm. It is insanely hot, and that machine has been running for 5 days straight. So I'm sorry, but sometimes it needs to turn off. There's a lot of porn in the world, and only so many amount of hours.
Get a grip.
I'm joking. I don't use that machine for porn at all. It's this one that I'm using right now. Yeah. Sorry, Lady Divine, you were saying in regards to, I didn't hear that drama that went down at Zabida's show.
Furious. It was an explosion.
It was a crazy mad. It was just mad.
It really was. She's not exaggerated. It was absolutely crazy. Madhouse. It was. Forgive me, but it was. Forgive me. It was crazy. It was. Yeah.
Interesting. So, well, I mean,
Banksy's used to that. He's done it 1,000 times before himself. The only thing, he's got a powerful mic, so he can dominate the actual argument. I need a mic like he's got, to be fair.
I can recommend it. I bought it at a sale price of £50, but it is now £80. That same microphone. It is an awesome microphone.
What is it? Is it?
It's called a Throne Max something. Oh, sorry. Let me get the exact name. It's off Amazon. It's a newly made microphone by a new company, and it is it's cheaper than the Blue Yeti, but it competes on the same level as the Blue Yeti. Blue Yeti is like the #1 microphone for YouTubers, basically. Like 99% of YouTubers buy a Blue Yeti. It's so popular with them. But I had a Blue Yeti. It died on me, and then I was looking for an alternative because the Blue Yeti's connection is a bit shit. And this one was recommended, so I went ahead and looked into it. And yeah, the thing is awesome. It is an absolutely awesome microphone, except it's not as well known as the Blue Yeti.
On Sunday, Zubida had a live stream, and I've got to say, she was really well behaved. She really tried to be as pleasant and welcoming and even-handed as she possibly could. She really did. And then it, through no fault of her own, she was completely she was really businesslike. It was like a kind of Zubida that I've never heard of before. She was really contained, unemotional, official, even-handed. I think she was fair, and this live stream that she had, it went totally nuclear. It was incredible, and I wish that I could hear it again, because I'd love to know what triggered. I mean, now that Lady Divine has actually suggested that alcohol had a hand in it. I mean, I can sort of I get that. It just suddenly, out of nowhere, for no apparent reason, it just.
Ned, can you hear me? Let me ask you all this then. So I'm going to ask all three men on the panel right now. So we know about the 7/7 and the bombings and all of that that's taken place, and I think it's the 15-year anniversary this year or something like that. So
yeah,
right, okay. So let me ask you now: if Black people have decided that they're going to do no spending that day, absolutely no spending that day, with anybody, not with a particular group in particular, not with any particular community, just no spending at all.
On 7/7?
Yeah, on 7/7. Would that have any effect on the remembrance of 7/7 bombings? Would that have any effect on it at all?
3% of the Black Afro-Caribbean community represent about 3 to 4% of the British population. Do you think 3 to 4% of the population not buying on that day, does that really make a dent? I don't know. I honestly couldn't say. I don't think so, but
yeah, I don't think so, unless it was focused, unless it had a theme and there was a reason for it.
Ned, what do you think?
I can see her argument. I can understand where she's coming from. I can also see that they chose the 7th of the 7th. I think that she was justified in saying, look, this is the 15th anniversary of the 7/7 sort of bombing, where and that this is like a disrespectful act by doing that. So I can see her argument. But at the same time, I can actually see that is it Black Lives Matter? Whoever's organising this, they're saying that this.
No. See, stop. This is what you lot do. Nothing, and no one said
No,
anything.
this lot. What? This lot?
Hold on. No one.
What do you mean, you people?
No, I never said you people. I didn't say that. I said this is what you lot do. Listen to my words. If black people, not Black Lives Matter, black people. Let's be very clear in the words I've used. If black people have decided not to spend on that day with anybody, not even within their own community, what effect does it have on 7/7 remembrance?
I don't, as I say, because like, there used to be there was a thing that went around some years back about, because petrol prices were really high, and they had this like, let's boycott putting petrol in on X day, so in order to send a message for the government to lower some of the taxes on fuel prices, because the fuel tax was just ridiculous. It still is, but back then people were complaining, and so everybody said yes, on Tuesday the 14th no one will go to a petrol station. Guess what? On Tuesday the 15th everybody put twice as much petrol.
Or better yet, they will make sure they have everything they need from the day before, so that way they will have no reason then to want to have to spend the next following day, right?
Yeah, but nobody, about 90% of the country doesn't go shopping on Christmas Day. The country doesn't come to a standstill.
That's my point. That my question's going to be again: what effect would that actually have on?
Wait. No, just before we go any further, I am not a spokesman for the entire white population of Britain. Okay,
yes, you are, Ned. Yes, you are. You are the white man here.
No,
you speak for them all.
No,
that's right. You're the representative.
You have been nominated.
Yes, you've been nominated. You're the representative.
Okay, I have consulted with my people.
Have you consulted with the elders of white?
On what you think, how any effect, what impact could it possibly have? Forget the white community. Just give me your response on what impact you think it can possibly have, seeing as though you can see our point, because we can't. So maybe you might be able to shed some light for us.
I apologize, Miss Divine. I just want to simply say to Veli, there's a lot of people in the backstage that want to get on. Please pay attention to the backstage. Carry on.
The 15th anniversary of 7/7. I'm not justifying her point of view, but I can see her. I'm not saying I advocate that point of view, but I can see what she's saying. She's saying that she is saying, not me, she is saying that this is the 15th anniversary of the 7/7 bombings, and that to hold a protest on that day is disrespectful. Now, that's not my view, that's her view. I can understand what she's saying. That's not the same as saying that I sympathize with her.
So you're saying Jupiter was complaining about people protesting 7/7 on the day of the 7/7?
It wasn't even Jupiter.
No.
Wendy. So Nanifa went to have the conversation with Wendy, but as per usual, Jupiter can't help but insert herself.
Oh, I see. So the whole conversation was about people protesting or having some form of protest on 7/7.
Well, it's a boicott. I think it's a boycott
on 7/7.
I mean, and she saw it as disrespectful.
Yeah. The thing is, the thing about Afro-Caribbeans having some sort of protest on 7/7, as if Afro-Caribbeans were not killed on 7/7. Do you know black people were killed too?
Well done, Banksy. Well done.
Yeah. No. I
didn't selectively kill white people only.
Yes, I will take this to my elders.
Yeah, everybody was attacked. British people were attacked. Anyone who lived in this country was attacked on 7/7.
Yes,
it
absolutely.
wasn't a particular group of people. It was everybody. They didn't pick and choose. They didn't just pick the white bus and the white train. They killed all sorts of people.
Yes.
So why are you protesting 7/7? That was an attack on all of us. My brother was in London that day. I was actually on holiday in Spain at the time, and we were worried sick. as how, you know, trying to get word to my brother to see if he was okay, because he catches the trains and he would have potentially caught one of those trains. So it was an attack on everybody. I don't get why any particular group would have. The only people that would be a little bit pissed about that is that the Muslims, who would be blamed across the board, you know, a wide brush painted across the board of all Muslims for the 7/7, because it was Muslims who committed the 7/7. So the only people, the only group that should be a little bit, I guess, I don't know, they would have conflicting, if you like, emotions about that day is the Muslims, because Muslims were looked upon in a very bad way from that day onwards, and not to mention obviously 9/11, and obviously since then we've had subsequent multiple terrorist attacks from Muslim groups. So on that basis, the Muslims are really the only ones largely affected in this whole 7/7 thing. Afro-Caribbeans, I didn't even think that it was a thing for them.
I think that she perceived the boycott to be a sign of disrespect that it was happening on that particular day. That's
But
the
Ned, wait,
Ned, I'm not defending it. Whoa.
Just jump like that. Hold on, sis. Ned, can you do me a favor? While I'm about to speak, do me a favor. Go to Google, type in events happening on 7/7/2020. Just type that in.
Look, listen, I'm not getting into the situation where I'm defending her. You asked me to say what's her point of view. I've given you her point of view. I'm not defending that. I'm not going to get in a situation where I'm suddenly on trial for something that someone else said.
No,
I didn't say that.
It's not about you being on trial, but I just want you to do me a favor and just type in 7/7/2020 events happening and tell me how much things you see happening on that day. But her main contention is just that black people refuse to spend on that day. Just look at the amount of events.
I'll let somebody on, because I've been on for quite a while. So let somebody else, Belly, put somebody else on. I'll catch you all later. I'm listening from outside.
IC3. Hold on, before you go, Bab, are you subscribed to 9 Ether 99, Bab?
9 Ether 99. No, I'm not subscribed to that.
Okay, you need to subscribe, please, sir, because I would like to talk to you one day still.
9 Ether 99. Okay, I'm still listening. But I'll let somebody else on.
It was really good talking to you. We talked for about 4 hours, mate.
Brilliant.
Wow. Are you joking?
Yeah.
Jeez.
4 hours about nothing at all.
No, I wouldn't say that. Very serious. All right,
really
catch you all a
nice
bit
talking
later.
to you.
I'm still listening. Yeah, I'm still listening.
And listen, IC3, yeah.
Just let me get it out, please. Like, for real. IC3, quickly, before you go, I just want to know if black people do, because you're into the banking thing, so you're the best person to ask right now. If we decide as a collective not to spend any money with any community, even our own community, the motto of the day is to invest in self. Don't spend the money you would have spent that day, whether it's cigarettes, drink, clothes, trainers, whatever frivolous things that we buy. Just don't spend it that day. Retain it in your pocket. Can you tell me what effect that would have for one day? Just to invest in yourself for one day.
Yeah, I think it'd have a great effect if it was focused with a theme, and that you the theme was advertised of the purpose of why the action was taking place, rather than just stop spending, but to say we're stopping spending because of this, and then promote it and spread it on social media, so put a theme to the day or to the action, and then that theme or that title.
The theme is to invest in self. That is the theme. Self-investment.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, great, and a nice logo, yeah. It sounds good, yeah.
Is there anything wrong with that, though? Just having black people understanding their value, their self-worth, and not spending on that day. Is there any harm? Is anyone getting killed, maimed?
No, definitely not.
Is it?
I think it's a good thing.
There we go. That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the arguments from different perspectives. Like, where is the problem? What's the issue?
Well, the people, a lot of people don't like black people doing anything that may be possible, might improve situation for black people. So there's always that twist.
Okay, thanks for giving me an answer anyway. Thank you.
Nice one. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
Go on.
Oh no, sorry. I'm just doing some greetings. You okay?
Good evening, Afghan.
Yeah, good. Good. Go on.
That's good. Yeah. So what's the topic about black people not commemorating the 7/7? Is it? Ned.
No, it was just we were talking about a conversation on Sunday.
Right. Okay. Yeah. About Zabida and that.
Yeah.
You seem to have an obsession with her, you know.
No.
Okay.
Is this how it's turning
Alright.
now? Is it? No. We would just
No, I'm just saying.
we're
Yeah,
just
I
having
mean,
a chat.
to be fair,
I've never
right?
mentioned. I don't know that I've ever mentioned Zabida before.
Okay. To be fair, right? I think you should allow the black community
You're somebody
to
that just keeps coming on and just attacks everybody, aren't you? You're that guy.
No.
That's why the infamous Afghan. You come on and you attack everybody. You decided to come on and you decided to attack me. Okay, fair enough.
I can't
I'll jump off if you want. You just come to troll.
No, it's fine.
You've just come to troll. That's what you've come to do, isn't it? You've just come to troll. I'm just going to go and just make a cup of tea while he has a good troll. Okay.
Okay, bye. The point is, right? The point is, Lady D, I think the black community has every right to decide what they should commemorate. They shouldn't be blackmailed or emotionally blackmailed to, in regards to 7/7 and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Every community has the right to remember whatever they want and do whatever they want. It doesn't have an effect on the whole overall community as a whole if they were to boycott it or whatever. Is that my understanding? Is it?
Okay, so I'm going to put it towards everyone, even Natty as well. Like, I would like to respond. So, if black people have decided for one day they're just going to understand their self-worth, because we have a problem understanding our value, our worth. So, for one day, I don't even think that 7/7 was even a thought in anyone's brain when that date came up. Like, oh, it clashes with 7/11 and all of that. I don't think anyone even thought about it. The organisers. All they're saying is they just want for one day for black people to understand their self-worth. Don't spend any money anywhere, not with one particular community or not, just none at all. And instead of spending that money, whether it's on weed, cigarette, food, trainers, whatever it may be, retain it and add that to invest in yourself, whether you're running your own business, whether you want to do, buy a new computer or something later on down the line to help get your business off the ground. Just retain the money. Don't spend one day. Can we do that? Can we show some discipline? All of a sudden, there's crying, there's cussing, there's, oh, you lot don't know respect. It's an attack against white people. It's an attack against the Westerns. What? For not spending money one day?
But Lady Devon, okay, if that's such a sensitive thing, 6 of 7th or 8th of 7th, what's the difference?
Problem, Banksy, why should we be dictated by two battle-ax on the internet when we shouldn't spend our own money? Who gives
that? Yeah, I mean that is true as well. I suppose there's I mean, I just don't see any relevance or any connection with any of them. I mean, if this was to be a statement for 7/7 because of 7/7, if there was a statement around that, fair enough. But if it's not even a statement about 7/7, I don't know. It just it doesn't seem that those two things are related. I think these are two different.
They're not related, Bab. And
Yeah.
and I'm glad that you actually pointed that out, because it's just the only thing I would say. Like initially, when I certainly heard it, I didn't even check 7/7 per se, and I'm saying, however, the thing is, Banksy, and I'm asking you in it because I know you can be quite critical of the black community when you're ready. You with me? So the question is, the very simple question is, if you with me, and others like myself choose not to spend any money on that day, is that one disrespecting the memory of those that may have passed away in 7/7? Do you believe that it disrespects their memory, Bab?
To tell you the truth, I think the only community that could have some form of impact and of disrespect, if you will, on 7/7 is if a Anjem Chowdhury type group starts protesting and calling them the Magnificent Seven or some nonsense like that. That the only group I think that are in the crosshairs when it comes to 7-7 for me is the Muslim community. Now the Muslim community can be of all races because Islam isn't a race, so that the race of this particular thing doesn't matter. It's the Islamic community. That's the only group that I think has any kind of positive or
say
negative.
in this particular matter or that particular day.
They're the only group that could possibly have a positive or a negative impact on that day, because that it was clearly a Muslim event. This is not a black event. Hell, I don't even know if any of those attackers were. I don't think any of them were black. Oh no, one of them was. I think one of them was a
No,
convert.
they were purported to be a black person, certainly.
Yeah, I think one of them
and
was a
also
convert.
black persons, or definitely we know that black, you know what I'm saying, died within that event. Also, you with me?
Well, yeah.
So it's not like a thing that is being done to disrespect. So that's the initial thing. But do you think that such a thing is going to be disrespecting, like I said, you know, the victims, the memories, etc., etc.? Because in my mind, it doesn't. You know what I'm saying to you? But I'm willing to hear. You know what I mean?
To tell you the truth, I
against.
don't see it as a thing for the Black Africa Caribbean sort of community. I see it as from a Muslim perspective, but people will spin whatever the hell they want. I mean, this is look at the media. The media will spin, or whoever wishes to spin it will spin it the way they want. So if the black community, if the Black Lives Matter or any Afro-Caribbean community suddenly has any kind of protest, then you will be sure that the right wing Mail on Sunday or whatever right wing publications there are out there and right wing people on the internet will spin this as, look, not even the black people respect the commemorate the days of when people got killed, even if black people were part of those who got killed. So they will spin it whichever way they want, and that's the thing. I think it's an ammunition that you don't need to give to the right wingers, personally, but I don't see it as. I think it's gonna go by uneventful.
See, and give thanks for that still, because you see, even the way in which you put that, I'm sure that when the persons that were organizing it, they were not thinking about right wing. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So I appreciate what you're saying still in terms of that statement, because because that's the sort of reaction that we've got, but only online. In terms of the media, I don't think they've reported it in a negative way, as far as I know. Yeah.
Well, not yet, but I mean, it hasn't happened. So once, if an event does go ahead, they'll get their claws into it, and whoever right-wing media,
like you said, it will be uneventful though, Banksy, or otherwise it's going to highlight how much money we actually spend. One of the two, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if it's a boycott of buying products, then and there's no actual street protests and there's no violence or anything else that follows it, then yeah, it'll be it'll just come and go, totally uneventful, and hopefully nobody will make a big deal out of it. But if it does cause some kind of event or some kind of ruckus, then I guarantee you, I can 100% say the right wingers on the net, the Colette types, they are just itching to paint all Afro-Caribbeans, Muslims, all of them in the same box. I've been fighting and I've been pushing back against this for ages, especially when I was talking to Jupiter in regards to like these guys who want to say, okay, Muslims are bad, but then they somehow go with the Muslim thing and all of a sudden go, oh, yeah, that Nigerian guy is also evil. And this Black Lives Matter protest in the last few weeks has done nothing but give them ammunition in order to make that association, to bring in the Afro-Caribbean community aligned with the, if you like, the terrorist Muslim community.
Oh, Banksy,
the jihadi community.
Oh, well said, mate. Well said. So seemingly, without even watching the streams, you've been able to summarize. So yeah, I feel even better now.
Well, no, but that's what they've been trying to do for ages. They're rubbing their hands gleefully right now. This is like this last few weeks of Black Lives Matter protests are like gold for Mark Collette and his ilk, because all they have to do is now point the finger and see, we told you these black folks were just as bad as those crazy Muslims. See, and that's it. That's all they've been wanting to do all this time anyway.
It's going to have that effect. I don't think so.
Oh no,
I
this
don't.
last few weeks has the last few weeks of protests and,
Yeah, but it's
No,
not
no,
that
I mean
major.
on the Mark Collette's, you know, on the extreme right. Do you really think that that's going to have? It's going to move.
Not really.
Well, no, I mean the people on his side are gonna already be on his side. So I mean, you know, you're not gonna convert the you know, you're not gonna shift any of the converted. They're already the choir. But what I'm saying is those people in the middle, those people who had some moderate thoughts but slightly leaning maybe to conservatism. Well, now they're gonna look at Churchill's statue and go, well, fuck these people, because Churchill is dear to every British person. It doesn't matter. He's not just
Yeah,
dear
but
to the
Banksy, you do
collect
know
type.
that. Sorry to cut you here, but you do know that it's not even black people that are really responsible for the taking down of these statues, etc., right?
Oh no, absolutely. I think it's these Antifa types. But what I mean is,
Okay.
they're not gonna sit there and start, you know, splitting hairs. They're just gonna look at the crowd and
Yeah,
go,
yeah,
yes,
yeah, yeah.
BML, fuck them. They're desecrating. They clearly, these Afro Caribbeans don't appreciate British history, and they're gonna just there is now they're gonna put them in the same box as the evil Muslims. That's it. That's the category they're going to do. They're just going to paint with a broad brush. And Colette types, they're salivating because people are just going to get further and
Yeah, but
further
they
drawn to
have
them.
been using the anti-black card many times, especially with the knife crime. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
have you
yeah.
not
But this
have you not
is
seen?
bold
Yeah.
face in people's faces now.
Yeah, but still, though, I've seen their videos when they see like there was a gang of black teenagers fighting in a shopping mall, and they wrote, "This is what's Britain." You know, this is what Britain has become. These kind of
Oh yeah.
propaganda tools have been always there, Banksy.
Yeah, they can. You see, the thing is, there is a difference between using the odd video of a corner shop being raided or a fight in the street amongst a group of lads than wholesale protests and then Churchill and the Senatov being defamed. That's a different level. You can show them graphs and charts like Ralph does all day long, and eventually people will kind of it becomes meh, it becomes boring. Even recently I heard Unwashed, he does DLive streams, and I sort of occasionally, you know, jump on a few of those and catch them, and he was talking about this 2066 thing of white British becoming a minority in 2066. It's becoming a bit of a it's already lost its luster because it was hyped up for a while, but 2066 is fucking decades away. Nobody's gonna think that far. These people don't have an attention span of a goldfish. It'll be out of fashion by the end of summer. So they're already working on the next thing.
But to be fair, Banks, if you really got in depth with this kind of very far right political philosophers and they're real hardcore members, they really dislike Churchill. They consider him a Jewish stooge, a sellout. Who went?
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the hardcore.
Are you speaking just as a point of using this incident as an excuse to gather hate?
Exactly.
Oh,
what
yeah,
it is,
enough.
it's all about degrees of motion. So they will use the Churchill and the graffitiing of all these artifacts and statues falling as a point to move people 2 degrees to the right, another degree to the right. It's all about like as if there's steps at the back of a mountain.
I think you're right, you know, because I did hear Jupiter saying, or one of them two saying, "Oh, you're making people more racist." So I think you're right, actually. But
yeah, it's like the groomers. You know, the groomers, they don't initially say like, right, get on your back, I'm gonna rape you. No, they'll first lure you in with goodies.
Yeah, but to be fair,
even a pimp gives you drugs first before he pimp slaps you.
To be fair, right, Banksy, if you ever studied political science, you would know that the only time for one to really worry and fear as a minority if the political elite share these kind of tendencies of such thought. When you saw those men at the protest, if we were in the, you could say, 16th century, they would be considered peasants, drunk, disorderly, bad language, pissing on a dead policeman's memorial, low IQ. You know what? You could say they were badly raised from broken, dysfunctional families. I wouldn't be that concerned, to be fair. The only time I would be concerned if this disease or virus of this Ralph types comes into the main political corridors of power.
Middle class. It's the middle class you're talking about. You're talking about your lawyers and your doctors and your principals.
Even
They
higher than
shifting.
that as
But
well.
what I mean is from that category of people upwards, the Neds of our worlds, effectively, because I venture he's probably a upper middle class individual. So that's what I'm thinking is this upper middle class, this sort of anyone that earns about 70 to 100K a year category. If you capture their attention, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, it may be the guys with the bags of Stella that went out into Parliament Square, but I'll promise you there are plenty of those teachers and principals who stayed at home but were still extremely pissed at watching Churchill's statue defaced like that, or trying to watch someone burn the British flag at the Cenotaph. Those things are not gone unseen. I will promise you that, even by those middle class. Those middle class guys may not march out into Parliament Square, even though, by the way, at Parliament Square there was quite a range. You may stereotype the bold fat dude with the bag of Stella, but he wasn't the only guy there. There was plenty of
but they were
well-dressed
mostly
individuals.
old, though, weren't they? They were all oldies.
But to be fair, I've also heard the argument from the far right as well that these Antifa types are predominantly white middle class themselves. So I mean, who you understand? And it's predominantly white people who were trying to deface that statue. They're the ones in Bristol who threw it in the canal, and you could clearly see the ethnicity of their faces, and yet they look pretty well groomed, educated university types who probably come from middle class families.
Well, this is the weird split I think we have in our society. Is we have the the boomers and the Gen X's and boomers. The Gen X and boomers are not the ones who are running around tearing down statues. It's the millennials, but their fathers and their mothers are not sharing those same attitudes. And eventually, like you said, the corridors of power, it's not going to be we're not going to get millennials into 10 Downing Street anytime soon. We're still relying on boomers and zoomers to run this place.
But the thing is, people have to realize, in the 60s, the 70s, going up to the 80s, there was a lot of grooming. How the television broadcasting systems used to depict a lot of ethnic minorities. And I think that a lot of these people are still suffering with these images and these horrible stereotypes that they gave to a lot of people during the 60s up to the 80s. And
but Turok, how has the last few weeks helped the sort of what's it called? Not disseminate, but how's the last few weeks helped to correct that wrong image of the foreigner, wrong image of the Afro-Caribbean? People are burning shit down and graffitiing things.
Because what's happened now, they've literally split in the household now, because now you've got the young people and the old people. So the young people have gone through a whole different type of programming through television and all different types of education
Instagram
systems. You know what I mean? So,
but again, they're not gonna see the corridors of power for another 20 years, I'd say.
But
maybe 10. It's the boomers and the Gen X's who are running the show.
But to be fair, Banksy, if you look at the demographics of the whole Brexit vote, I can recall slightly that the majority of those who voted for Brexit were, you could say, minority groups as well, and mainly older people, while the younger ones,
over 45, primarily.
while the new generation actually supported the pro-EU. So what is your
I
point
agree.
exactly?
It's the same in the 2019 election as well. Exactly the same. There was an age split. Younger people tended to vote for Labour and Liberal Democrats, and older people tended to vote for the Conservatives.
Yeah, because I 100% agree with you when it comes to the millennials. Although the Zoomers are a bit of a mixed bag. It's slightly different things are happening in that generation. But the millennials, yes, Labour through and through. bought, wholeheartedly bought into the neo-Marxist education of the universities. So yeah, they're all in. They are the Antifa generation.
Not all are Labour. There's certain Labours that has changed over the times, and I think that's mostly in like the city areas in a sense like that.
Yeah, because
But
Labour was. Sorry, go on.
yeah, Labour was quite racist to start with.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I was
they
going
had
to
a lot
say
of,
as well.
Oh yeah, I'm talking the Jeremy Corbyn Labour of the day, not
Yeah, but
not even. I'm not even talking about the Tony Blair of Labour. I think even some of these millennial Antifa types would be against that, especially over the Iraq war and stuff. So I'm talking the Jeremy Corbyn Labour of today, the Momentum Labour, the Ash
because
Sarkar Labour.
What probably we don't see because we just see them all as white people. A lot of these people are probably Irish, Scottish descent in the Labour Party as well, and a lot of different places around
exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just like Braden, who still considers himself white,
Yeah,
even though he's actually Irish.
What you've got to remember is that what you must remember is that as people get older, they tend to get more conservative. So you may actually find that a lot of the people that are now social justice warriors, as they get older, they become more and more conservative. And you actually saw that in the 1960s, that there was this generation of young people. They were terrified that there'd be a revolution in the, and what you got was Thatcher. When these people grew up old enough, they became conservatives. Once they started to sort of have families and get houses and stuff, people tend to get more sort of they cast aside some of the more extreme sort of stupid politics as they get older.
Because most of these people, they're not actually, one could say, original Londoners. Most of their parents were probably the people that left London back probably about 3 or 2 generations ago, and now their great grandchildren are coming back to London in a sense like that. So some of them have got like well, this is the thing, because a lot of the people that moved out of London, they've gone to areas, and those areas haven't really rejuvenated. It's basically stayed the same. So a lot of people now, younger
Work
people,
is
are
in
looking
London.
for.
That's what you're saying, isn't it? The work's in London.
Yeah,
So they
nothing's
come
really
to London.
developed in those areas in a sense.
I think there's going to be a massive shift in that as well, because if you look at how the BBC and all the media companies are now placed themselves in Manchester, I think there will be a shift to the north in the next few decades to come, because I think London is unsustainable. The housing, the prices of housing, things like that. People can't. You just can't have everyone come to London anymore.
It's always been like that. It's always like this. It's never changed. London's always been like this.
Yeah, but
not really.
It's
because
becoming almost impossible to buy
in the
property.
older days. In the older days, there was just a lot of variety of work in different areas. Now, what I'm finding, you get a lot of people from the north coming down to London to work.
Well, that's the thing. Not only that, we've got the combination of people from north coming down to London, immigrants wanting to stay around London. So we got a massive influx of people who need housing. I mean, Ned, are you honestly going to tell me back in the 80s, even the 90s, a teacher or a police officer could not afford to buy a house in London? They could. If you were just a teacher or a police officer or a fireman, these kind of jobs, or a civil servant, you were still able to buy a property in London. You can't anymore. You literally can't. You won't make enough money to afford the average house price.
What they started to do was, those kind of professionals, they started to actually move out of London, live in dormitory towns outside of London, and work in London. The work was in London. They would travel into London, like on the train or whatever. Like from Brighton, house prices in Brighton are ridiculous, and that's because most of the people in Brighton live in London.
As in,
they work in London. Most of the people that work in London live in Brighton. A lot of people.
And a lot of London people moved out.
They're all homosexuals in Brighton, aren't they?
Oh, Brighton is just it's capital. It's like gay capital, basically. I mean, the Pride Parade in Brighton is a whole other thing. I used to work for a magazine, Attitude magazine, #1 gay magazine in the country.
Oh no, please, Banksy.
Yeah, that was part of the publishing company I worked for. We produced Attitude magazine. It was the biggest gay magazine in the country.
Oh man, Banksy.
But I worked for one company, but they produced multiple magazines.
You were a cameraman, weren't you? Is that right? Did you do the cameraman on the gay shoots?
It was
we didn't do gay porn, thank you you very much. We
but
Attitude
you said that
Magazine
you,
is gay lifestyle. It's not porn.
but you were a cameraman, weren't you?
I
I'm sorry,
assisted
am
in
I
some
saying
of
too
the
much?
shoots as my as within my capacity as the IT manager. Yes, I helped with the digital media, if you will. Yes, I was cameraman number 2. For fuck's sake, what do you want?
So you can find
Yes.
some of your work on Pornhub.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen my work on Pornhub. I'm not going to tell any of you fuckers what
Yeah,
it is.
it's
I've
it's
seen my handiwork.
it's in the on the nugget sex category, isn't it? When they don't have arms or legs, like a chicken nugget.
You nasty fuck.
And I
What
think
kind of shit are you looking at on Pornhub, Afghan?
and I think the same sort of issues happened in America with the police, because the police, I mean, like nearly everybody makes more money than the police in America, and I think it's sort of like the same issue in England. The only thing the police might have is like they give you discounts to go to McDonald's or Burger King or little other little shops like that, but realistically, nobody wants to work for the police because it's not really profitable
No,
in a
no, no,
sense like
no,
that.
no. The pay and conditions of police, they're better. They're good. You'd be absolutely astonished. Honestly, you check that out. The pay and conditions for
It's not that it's they're okay for
and they
a
have a
civil servant
pension
type
at
of a job.
55. They stop working.
Yeah, I mean, no, the pension is good, and generally it's not bad, but still, it's not enough as a
Yeah.
single earner to buy a house. You know, back in the day, a guy who worked as a police officer, could afford to, look after his family. His wife didn't even have to work, and they could afford a house and 2.4 kids. You just can't do that anymore. It's virtually impossible. The average house price is about £400,000. The
That is
average
true,
police
you know.
officer's earnings is about
Mm.
40k. You're not going to get a mortgage on a 40k at
Mm.
a £400,000 house. You're just not going to get a mortgage for that.
I'd be really interested to check those figures because I don't think it's as low as 40,000. Because remember that they're on shift and they get like double pay for working nights, and they work nights once every 4 weeks. They're on good money.
I'm sure the police starting salary is about 25k a year. I'm sure.
Yeah,
And you don't need to have a degree for that.
The
So
average salary of the police officer, it starts between 20,880 to 24,177, rising to 40,128. This is rising at the top of the scale.
Yeah, but that might be national, because look, if you get that kind of money in let's say Durham, you can buy a castle for that kind of money. Right.
Okay.
But that's
in
superintendent money.
In London, you've got to add. I don't know what the inner London weighting is, but I don't know what inner London weighting is at the moment. But I think it might be something like 8,000, 10,000,
6,735
I bet it's not for the cops. I bet
Police
it's not.
officers in London and south of England receive an additional pay allowance of up to £6,735.
Wow.
So basically, at the top of your peak, at £40,128 plus the 6,735, you're looking at about 47k. Is if you're lucky. At your
Preston, I'm wrong again. My God,
dude, I've got a website here right now. It's literally giving me all the prices. It's Google. It's Google. We have the internet. We don't have to guess.
It must be true.
But look. There is another caveat. It says inspectors can earn between 51 to 55k. So if you get to the inspector level, this is the police bobby, the 47k that we're talking about in London. So the average police officer, the bobby, is going to be in that category. But if you get into inspector levels, then yes, you can be earning anything between 51 to 55, and in London you're looking at about 61,509 pounds. But the thing is, even at £61,509, you're going to be hard pushed to get a mortgage for £400,000. You're gonna be, if at a mortgage of about £400,000, you may get it at 61k, but really, I'd say you'd have to be in the 60 sort of 65, 70k range to
But if you
be
live in,
comfortable.
but if you live in Peterborough or you live in like Eastbourne,
No,
Worthing,
I'm talking about the London pay here. The
no.
61K
But I
is
mean,
for the
I think you
Londoners.
find a lot of coppers sort of live outside of London and they go into work.
Okay,
So
so
where the house
maybe.
prices are lower.
Maybe. I mean, but the thing is, I'm looking around London, and you would have to go into the sticks of Kent, southeast, or you'd have to go down as far as Brighton in south central. You'd have to go into Surrey and Reading. As far as west is concerned, to even get close to reasonable amounts of rates of pay, and then your commute is going to cost you around £600 to £700 a month just to get into London and get out. And that's, depending on what kind of facilities they'll give you, whether they'll give you a police car or not.
I think they get free
drive
travel.
home.
They get free travel.
Yeah. So what I mean is, as an average police officer, not an inspector, it's not an attractive prospect. I'm not kidding you. The 45K in London isn't considered a reasonable pay. It's considered slightly above average, but it's nothing special. It's nothing special, dude.
And you're going through all different types of things, like as a police officer. So this could also affect how they're going to do their job, because they're looking at how much they're getting paid. So they're looking like, they're treating us well for
well,
nothing basically.
The thing is,
so,
it's like, are you gonna go and have a bunch of people crack your fucking skull open for 45K? I can do that sitting on my fucking ass, cracking off to you porn on the side.
Always
Why would I want to get some dude bash me in the face for it? I'm just saying, given the options, you can get that money for far less effort. Less effort, and you don't have to worry about some dipshit stabbing you in the middle of the freaking night at Brixton. This is insane to put your life at that kind of level of risk for 45K.
Your life's at the end of a call, basically. Like, you have to go out and do this, do that at all times in the night.
I wouldn't put my life at risk for 45K. Fucking hell!
And they haven't got no decent food for them. All it is McDonald's and KFC if they're lucky.
Well, I can see what you're saying about that people viewed the statues being sort of vandalized and people being concerned about it. But I don't think it will have any. It won't affect anything. It won't make any difference. People may grumble into their conflicts, but they're not going to do anything about it. They're not going to go out on the street.
A lot is happening now. Like, there's no more Cocoa Pops, monkey no more. All different things that they've taken it out now.
Yeah, I didn't think about that last night. Fucking Cocoa Pots. Do you think the African Caribbean community's biggest problem is fucking Cocoa Pots?
It wasn't us complaining, mate.
On a scale, on a list of 100 things that should be on your priorities to do in life as an Afro-Caribbean, could you please tell me where Cocoa Pots comes in on that list?
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Because I think there's other fucking bigger fish to fry. If the only problem you have in your life is that you're offended by Cocoa Pots, you have no fucking problems in your life.
I do. Start of the day. But what about Quaker Oats?
Quaker Oats, yeah.
Put you off
fuck
the oats,
those
mate.
Quakers. This is what I mean. It's like, the problem is, there are issues in the Afro-Caribbean community, and I have no problems in admitting that. And I think that, yes, I even agree to some, and this is like nails coming out of my mouth. It hurts so badly. It's like swallowing a cactus. But I agree with Respect when he says that justice isn't necessarily achieved at all times when black people are killed or killed in police custody. And so I can appreciate some of that, because I think that if this thing was properly proportional, you would see a few more police officers perhaps get a few sentences for being at least negligent of having people die in their care. So yes, I can admit to that, as much as it's like swallowing a porcupine, but I can agree with Respect on that. But this
also,
bullshit about Cocoa Pots that ruins all of that. It just crumbles all of that real work that needs to be done, because people are just gonna brush all of that injustice and go, look at these fucking idiots. They're complaining about cocoa pots. So like when people make stupid statements like that, it ruins everything. It
Honestly,
fucking, I swear, it's ridiculous.
reaching.
Yeah, because
But this is the thing. Also, people have to remember. Like a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's white guilt. All of this white guilt." But people have to realize it's not the first time white people have stood with black people and stood up for injustice and certain things like that. It's been going on since the abolition days and all these types of things in England, and well, not too much in America, but I know definitely in England there was a lot of people, even though it wasn't much people of Afro-Caribbean or African descent in England at that time, but a lot of white people did talk up for the people, you know what I mean? And as you can see, we're a minority here, basically, in a sense like that. So like when it is for time for our justice to get talked about, and certain things have to go on the table, you know what I mean? We have to bring it at the forefront. Like a lot of people's rights have got forward, whether it's marijuana, gay rights, animal rights, tree rights, and ecosystem rights. It's like it has come to a point now where people have to now. The only thing left is now some sort of equal justice rights for all people, for all creeds and color.
yeah, absolutely. The thing is, I don't expect the world to be fair. I'm going to be real with you. I don't expect the world to be fair, because I've seen parts of the world which are insanely racist. I mean, I was literally, played a Twitter video of this Palestinian girl, Iraqi Palestinian girl. She says, I've been to most of the Middle East, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Turkey, Iraq, what was it, Syria. She ran off a list of all the Middle Eastern nations she's been to, and she says, I will not take any bullshit from any sort of Middle Eastern American person who's screaming about Black Lives Matter. When you go to visit your grandma and grandpa in Saudi Arabia or in Dubai, they literally have slaves working in their fucking house. They literally have servants running cleaning their house.
Don't get me wrong, it's a different demographic now that's happened to England. Like you have all different people from different parts of the world who could label themselves as black and certain things like that. But
yeah, but still,
it's different, you know what I mean? Look, everybody's got the different struggles, you know what I mean, in a sense like that. And
yeah, I think
you know what I mean?
I think the
No, that's it.
main issue. Yeah, I think the main issue here is, yeah, we can agree there's slavery in the Middle East, quite blatant, to the point that they're selling people on Instagram and Facebook. But the point with the whole black people in the West, I mean, that is a long, centuries-old issue that's still ongoing, in the sense that they were taken without their will, consent, thrown in the place where they've endured decades and centuries of racial discrimination, dehumanization, and there's still fragments, or you could say after effects, that are still lingering to this day, where they are facing financial, residential, renting, job, occupational discrimination to the highest order. And these are all proven by stats, by the way. So I think, yeah, we can say there is slavery in the Middle East, but we can't neglect the fact that certain minority groups in the West are marginalized and discriminated.
Because a lot of white people stood up when it was the Windrush scandal and things going on. And even now to this day, that still continues in a sense like that, where even in the mid of COVID, they're still deporting people to Jamaica and certain things like that. So
yeah, but still, though, Tarek, I mean, you could bring 1 million people like they did in the Iraq war protest, right? But it never stopped the Iraq war, did it? It did nothing. That's
no,
the
but
point. Unless
no, but it's a
you
different
check.
sort of time now, in a sense like
No,
that.
no.
A lot of those people in the governments are like old, so they used to like an old way of doing things, but now it's like a whole new generation.
Yeah,
and
but Tarek, the point is, I agree with you, but the problem is with politics. If you study political science, especially in Britain and the West, you can be vibrantly racist and very open about it and get voted into power and then change your whole personality the following week and become a bloody liberal because the elite. If the elite is changed, that's where the main changes would occur. All these other little hooligans and all these drunk Braden types, man, they're just peasants. They don't have any power. It's the corridors of power. Like they say, the white man in the suit you never see. Those are the ones that you need to convince, not little LHBT fucking rainbow liberal Labour MPs and shit, man. You know what I mean? And it's
I
all.
see what
Yeah,
you're
go on.
saying, because at one point a lot of the right wing was complaining about their government, complaining about this, complaining about that, and it seemed like the government who they looked to for justice was actually against them, and like they rolled out for the statues and all these different things. And don't get me wrong, a lot of their ancestors fought in these wars for Churchill and all these types of things, but we're in a whole different age of knowledge now, you know what I mean? And
Yeah, but
it's kind of
still,
weird
though,
what's happened, if you know what I mean.
Torok, right? If you ask any psychiatrist or psychologist, right, and you tell them that, oh, doctor, I'm a very vicious racist, right? Or you get put on one of those prevent courses, you know what the therapist would say to you? The way for you to let go of racism is to let go of the past. Oh, that black man punched you. Oh, that black man left your sister. What this is the thing with I've noticed with a lot of white people, young white people, is that they're very influenced by multicultural hip hop, Instagram, all these rappers, and basically there's Americanization. And they are trying their best by ridding their history of personalities like Churchill. I mean, you got to accept one thing, Torok. Churchill was not a nice man. He was a mass murderer. And all these other slave owners and statues in Bristol and in Liverpool, these people were not nice people. And I can see the young white generation are cleaning their past by demolishing these statues as a sign of protest and
Some of
rebellion.
them,
Like,
yeah. So some of them got different
yeah.
understanding, because like I've seen films, like I wasn't around in those days, but I've seen like where white men had to hide because they were taking everybody to put them into the war and things like that. And if you didn't go to war, you go to
conscription.
prison. Yeah, and all these types of things. So it's like a lot of these people, these are these people's ancestors, you know what I mean? So it's
Oh
a
yeah,
bit
definitely.
weird for them, you know what I mean? At the same time, it's sort of,
Because the
you know what I
fact
mean?
is, Torok, right? You know, when they say that, oh, Churchill won us the war, he didn't win you the war. It was the poor working class
And the West
men
Indians,
and all these,
Sikhs.
and the Sikhs and the Pakistanis and all that shit.
Did
Yeah,
it, all of us.
Gurkhas. They're the ones. Churchill just stood in his luxurious mansion with his fat ass cigar in his mouth. He didn't do fuck all, and he himself, he was a journalist when he was younger. He was a military
It's
writer.
leadership. Oh come on, Afghan! You know the value of leadership in a
man.
theater of war. You can't tell me that it's like saying, you know, I didn't build this chair. The hammer built it. No, you built the chair. You wielded the hammer. The hammer was your tool. It wasn't the thing that
beg
built
to
the
differ.
chair.
I mean, look, right, Banksy, look, right. When people say he won you the war, you got to look at things logistically and factually, and not as a fallacy. He didn't fight or fire a bullet. What he did was, I'll explain to you what he did was. Let me give you a list of things he did. Right. The first thing he did was he massacred 150,000 Kenyans, I think, raped and molested, mutilated, castrated them. He gassed the Kurds.
Oh, so he did all that. He did that. He actually did that.
He
But he
ordered
didn't
it.
fight.
He ordered it.
So his orders to fight Hitler doesn't count, but his orders to mutilate and kill counts. It's his fault.
I'll explain that.
When in Kenya? When did that happen in Kenya? When did that happen?
I think what Veli, if you check on Veli's community posts, he's posted the whole article there. But I wanted to carry on with that.
I think he must have gassed the land or something like that. That's why the land after a while was barren.
Yeah,
and
he gassed the Kurds, he gassed the Afghans, he caused a man-made famine in Bangladesh, right? That resulted in 3 million Bengalis starving to death. And the funny thing is that, wow, what's that noise, man? Torok, come on.
Torok, Just step away from the mic.
It just blew my eardrums
No,
out.
he's trying to eat the mic.
It sounded like Churchill farting. But listen, the point is that he then afterwards, when he took all that wheat and grain or whatever, he said, "Oh, we didn't really need that food, and it was just wasted." But all those lives, was literally the bodies were scattered, like absolutely malnutrition, the skin to the bone, starving of food, right? He was a vicious, vile man. And I'm happy that the white young generations are desecrating his bullshit. Put the statue in the museum, I say. He's a vile man. I would do the same to Hitler's. I would do the same to Putin's, to George Bush's statue. I think as young people, we're more politically, historically aware of these certain individuals. And if the old people who used to, the old kind of people who would say, "Oh, I could leave my door about in the 70s and no black person would come in," you know what I mean? Those type of people are just gonna die old anyway. Who
Yeah,
cares?
but Afghan, if you're assigning, this is the problem about assigning, guilt, like as if people who accomplish things have to be like irreproachable. They have to be Jesus. They have to be. Even Mother Teresa wasn't that good. And people talk about they made her into a freaking saint. Even saints are not saints. So this is I think an unfair level of scrutiny, in the sense that not that it's unfair to mention it, but it is unfair to presume that his good actions don't count because he did bad things. I think that that it's a balance. It's you take it in its balance. Would it be better if we didn't have Churchill's leadership and Hitler had won the Second World War?
Look, Banksy, look, you're an Iranian, I'm an Afghan, right? We should be happy that white people, young white people, are wiping that part of history in the gutter where it deserves to be. This is reformation, Banksy. This is progression. You understand?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't trust these people. The thing is, I've been hurt before, Afghan. There was a revolution in my country too. They promised all sorts of shit. It all went to shit real quick.
No, but these white people, they're not like us, man. They're like, they've had their revolutions.
You think? They're not like us.
I doubt it. I think they're smart enough not to end their nations like the way we
I don't
screwed
think
ours.
so, man. I don't think so. I think that people can get real stupid real quick.
But to be fair, man, go on, Banksy.
I used to think Iranians were kind of smart, and then
until they're licking the fucking the railings with Corona. But anyway, look, right at the end of the day, man, it's to be honest, I have no much say in it, man. I didn't like the cunts. I think Churchill was a prick. He called the Pashtun people noble savages. He fought us. But if white people want to desecrate it, good on them, man.
But Afghan,
business.
You're looking at it. It's like me looking at the Greeks from a Persian's perspective and go, "Fuck the Greeks! What did the Greeks ever do for us?" Yeah, Alexander in Iran, we don't call him great. Fuck Alexander.
It's funny you mentioned that. We actually praise him. Kandahar used to be called Alexandria.
Yeah, well, fuck Alexander. I don't care.
He was a great man. Come on.
No, he wasn't. He fucking burned down Persepolis, the drunken fucking fag.
Come on, don't be homophobic now, blood.
Well, yeah. I meant fam, the drunken fam. But you know what I mean. It's all from your particular perspective. A great man from they say one man's terrorist is another man's hero, a freedom fighter. This is all This is all from very, very specific perspectives. And again, I don't think we should be judging every historical character based. We shouldn't be overblowing their good deeds, but we shouldn't also be burning them, holding them to the torch because they were not perfect people.
To be fair, Banksy, look.
Oh, sorry, hold on, Ned. Sorry.
Yeah, I said,
Yeah.
who's talking? Is
No,
it Ned
Ned said.
Flanders?
Ned said judging them by today's standards, exactly. Otherwise, we would have serious issues about the founding person of Islam.
Okay.
If we're judging people by today's standards, we're gonna have to burn down a lot of historical figures.
Yeah, but to be fair, Banksy, look, right, when they pulled down Gaddafi's and Saddam Hussein's statue, I mean, especially in Iraq, the British and American soldiers were dancing, as I can recall.
Yeah, because they lost. They tore down Hitler's because he lost. But the winners get statues that stay up.
Yeah, but no. Here's where it's getting very difficult.
Libya, were they? When Gaddafi fell. No, they weren't.
No.
Gaddafi's
was
Iraq. Iraq was Americans, but Gaddafi was his own people. It was Libyan.
Also Hussein. That was the local people that pulled it down.
No. It was Americans. It was actually Americans who tried.
Pulled it down. Yes, with a tank.
Yeah, the first statue, because I remember, and I don't know if this can still be found. I remember an American soldier who ran up. He was up there, helping to tie all the ropes and stuff to pull the statue down. He pulled an American flag over Saddam's face, and then he was immediately told to take that off and put an Iraqi flag on.
Yeah, but still, look right. Listen, guys. At the end of the day, right, for one to let go of the past and to think forward and progress is an amazing thing. And with these young white generations, when they've pulled that Bristol statue down, I remember that scumbag slave owner, they threw him in the canal. I find that okay.
Isn't that contradiction? Isn't that a contradiction?
1 minute, Mr. Flanders. The point is that when they broke down the wall in Germany, what was that wall called? The East German wall.
The Berlin Wall.
Right. We called that revolutionary because the Germans on the other side let go of their communist past and they progressed. They removed the Soviet statues and shit, or they put it in the museum. What we're seeing now is reformation from young white generation of people, men and women, boys and girls, who are removing this part of their history that people are suffering from to this day. Kenya is a mess. All these countries are still suffering due to past British colonialism. You can't neglect that fact. If you study geography, political science, military science, you can see the whole of Middle East was divided by the British and the French, and people suffer to today due to these borders and dictators and shit. I mean, look at Lebanon. Have you in Lebanon, they have a law there.
Yeah.
I'm sure, correct me if I'm wrong, where a person has to be a Christian in a certain corridor of power. And this was the French.
Yeah, they did have it because they didn't want it to. Because they wanted to make sure that the Christian, that country will remain a Christian.
And in Congo and in these African countries, literally, I saw years ago a documentary. The French company bought the banana of an African, these village areas that are very poor working class type African areas. They would buy the banana for mere peanuts, and they would sell that same banana in a more wealthier parts of the Congo, let's just say, for twice as much. But the profits and proceeds would go to the French. But I'm just giving my point is that when we're seeing young white European people changing their history for the betterments for their future, it's amazing. We should bless it and give it.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't see this as ending well.
That's going to end really well, isn't it?
The thing is, what I see is the inevitable pushback from the non, if you like, city dwelling middle class.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, there will be a pushback. Oh Christ! Sorry, guys, hold on.
Yeah, so basically that was my point. Yes.
I think you actually make some really good points there. I mean, one of the things I'd say to you is that you're selective about. On the one hand, you sort of say people have got to give up, forget about the past, and on the other hand, you're using the past to justify your argument. We've got to remember the past. We've got to remember the past.
Yeah.
If you forget the past, you're going to repeat
Okay.
it.
But the point is, Ned Flanders, the point is, we never forget the past. Hence why we have buildings called museums, right? You put the statue in a museum. Or if you love Churchill so much, speak with Madame Tussaud. She'll make a lifestyle statue or whatever of him. I'm sure there is one.
Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
So wait a minute. Are you honestly saying that we should have?
Yeah, but remember, good luck with that, Afghan. Let's see how that works out.
Afghan. I actually, my namesake is of an artist who absolutely built his entire career on putting art out into the streets so that it's accessible to all. So now you're telling me that we should no longer have artistic displays on any of our streets, and we should make these bland streets with no any form of artistic expression, or some neutrally fucking Disney certified non-offensive, I don't know, some sculpture.
Okay,
that's it. Those are the
Banksy,
only things that are fucking going to be certified to be out in our streets.
Banksy, there's a massive, immensely huge and significant difference between a painting on the wall of a trolley and a woman and a balloon, and a fat ass statue of a man pointing his finger at you saying, "Hey, I gassed your people not long ago." Yeah, secondly, my other point is, Banksy, is that, to be fair, man, a museum is one of the best places to, to record and visualize. Yeah, but Ned, listen, Ned, my friend, right? I understand the Englishness in you is popping out, but you got to understand one thing, Ned Flanders,
come on in.
Right? No. The point is, right, you go to Iraq and you decapitate that nation and its livelihood. No, but your people, your mentality has.
I went on the march.
Okay, can I finish my point?
Against the Afghan-Iraq war. I actually went on that march. There were three. I went on three. There was 1 million people.
Don't be
in the park.
overly emotional, sir. Listen,
I went on that march.
Sir, listen,
No,
Ned,
I'm not
Ned.
being emotional. Believe
The point is, your mentality of, don't touch our statues of our Churchill. Yeah. What about the statues and the buildings that today don't stand and people are homeless and in refugee camps because of your nation's military expansionism in their country for the oil? They don't have a say against your bloody damn imperialism, do they?
You're saying that you're not.
Exactly.
It's not
all I'm asking is shadow. Listen, the point I'm trying to make is, sir, is that you have a very strong objectified opinion towards these statues being desecrated with your smears of, let's see how that will go. Well, blah blah blah.
That's not a smear. It's just.
Of course, it's a smear. You're trying to be sarcastic in a very rude way. Listen, sir.
Smear. No. I don't think you. No, smear. That's not a definition.
Your nation, your mentality, right?
Oh, sorry.
Desecrated a whole nation of people, right, and made millions dead or homeless refugees, right? And you're crying over a damn bloody 20-pound statue being shat on. Listen, pigeons shit on that statue every day, right? Do you know this?
That's amazing.
No, Ned, listen, Ned.
Afghan, let Ned actually have one say, because I haven't actually heard a word from him right now.
Let him vent. This is what he does.
I'm not venting.
This is what he's going to start spewing out bile in a minute. You listen.
No, but I know his type, Banksy. Pigeons shit on Churchill's fucking bald head every day in London, right? No one cares. But if someone writes racist, blacks are evil, Muslims are taking over.
Because we don't blame pigeons for things, because pigeons are pigeons. Human beings are autonomous.
I don't know. Banksy,
people fair, with a choice and mind to think, and yeah, they should recognize what that art is, rather than a pigeon. I don't have a huge amount of expectations from pigeons. I don't hold human beings to the standards of pigeons.
Yeah, but still, at the end of the day, thing it's like I said, Banksy. It's not our war, man. So just let them do whatever they want. But they shouldn't blame us. You see, just because they saw 3 black faces. Oh,
Well, dude,
whoa!
it's not even us.
Rivers
We're
of
out of
blood.
this entire thing.
Rivers
I
of
didn't see any
blood.
Afghan. I don't think this Afghan lives matter is a thing at the moment.
And to be fair,
Or
Banksy,
Iranian lives matter.
to be fair, Banksy, I think it should be Afghan lives matter because we have lost hundreds of thousands of civilians due to that bloody war by the West and Pakistan and
Oh, come
Iran
on,
and all
come
these
on, come on.
countries.
How
You know what I
about the
mean?
Russians? How about the Russian wars that you guys were fighting for decades?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to you. Listen, Banksy, stop this supportiveness of damn Britain, man. You got too overboard
this
now.
country. I like where I
And this
live.
country is going to send you on the next boat with me. We're going to have front row tickets on that Boris boat. And Ned's going to blow his tissue and say, bye, au revoir. Yeah, send us back.
Wave his hanky at
When I'm
us.
not crying and when I'm not shitting.
He's going to make Zubida his concubine on that bloody agreement. You know, you got to marry me. You know?
Sabina is going to become part of Ned's harem of women.
Oh, I don't think that Zabina has any interest whatsoever in me at all.
Yeah, don't flatter yourself, Ned. It's all right. We were joking, mate. We were joking. Ned's got a little stiffy on that one, I think. No, I mean, generally, look, Afghan, I understand and I 100% appreciate. No, you and I are in unique places where we have direct experience of Britain fucking us over. I can fully appreciate that the rectum is still rather sore from that last run.
It's more of an anal fissure type.
Yeah,
You know.
I'm still finding it difficult to hold my shit in after
I
the
don't
last
trust them.
time.
That's the
This
thing,
country
Banksy.
fucked me over.
Banksy, go on.
But look, I appreciate that yes, I can tell you, you know it, I know it. We know British foreign policy and the fuckeries that they've been up to. But nevertheless, despite all that, I'm at a man's house at his guest and his table, and I'm eating off the man's table, and it's just rude to shit in his fucking soup.
Yeah. But to be fair, Banksy, you know this whole Banksy, you know this whole narrative of I've came from a war-torn area. I should be grateful for these seeds, these poppy seeds upon this bread. Listen, buddy, we pay our taxes, we work fucking long hours, we get discriminated and shitted on through the ladder of success. We have to work twice as hard. Nothing is free here, Banksy. Oh, I appreciate we have safety and a good law and order and blah blah blah. But the point is, as a minority, we're not that fucking gifted, you know, in the sense that we are loved so much that they've took us from our war-torn areas and given us a Lamborghini for the weekend.
Look,
we have to
I'm not
work
saying
for
the
it.
system is necessarily the most. Sorry, bear with.
I think his mic has gone.
Sorry,
So
I had to sneeze because it's hay fever season. It's freaking killing me. Yeah, no, COVID doesn't get you to sneeze; it coughs. So
oh goodness! Oh right.
Yeah, but anyway, as far as Afghan, look, the thing is, I'm not talking about. I mean, you know, I don't know. You came here in a different circumstances than I did. I grew up in this country, and yes, I can absolutely.
Well, I was born here, sir.
Oh shit! So you were born here. So you know.
My father came here as a doctor. He won a scholarship from his medical school abroad. They chose the best candidates, the best 20 candidates, and he came on some kind of a scholarship here, and he became a cardiologist consultant. So you could say I am pretty middle class.
Yeah, but what I mean is, so there you go. You see, all of those things you just mentioned were opportunities that were given to your father and later on handed down to you through your father by being in this, by the virtue of being in this
after
country.
dividing my nation.
No, but I mean,
Pakistan
dude, you can say if my granddad had, if my grandma had balls, she'd be my granddad. If butts aside, you may have been Kangs back in Afghanistan or someday. I'm not gonna start worrying about we was Kangs shit, because this is the to me the mentality of the victim is that I could have been the Shah of Iran if I was there right now, except phooey, these British came and forced me into leaving the
Yeah, but
country.
still,
No, dude.
yeah,
Our countries are war-torn shitholes and they're
yeah, but
theocratic
no,
shitholes, and our people are the ones who are mostly at the helm
no,
of
no,
that
no,
fucking
Banks. You know, you need to
shit.
let go of this kind of we were shitholes. The point
No.
is,
No,
if
I'm
you,
saying right now,
yeah,
that is
right now,
where
yeah,
we're at.
the point
And
is right. If let's look at Afghanistan, right? Before the Afghan war, let's say before the Soviet war, when Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan and Pakistani dictator Ziaul Haq totally destroyed a progressive Afghanistan, we were happy there.
yes,
Why
I
did
saw pictures of
why did they have
Afghanistan in the 60s.
no. They used Afghan people, 2 to 3 million people died fighting a foe that they should have fought them fucking selves. But
Yeah, but
they destroyed the nation. They brought the Mujahideen into power. They
but
should invited them to the
who
White
invited the
House.
Russians to go into Afghanistan?
It doesn't matter who. Look, the Russians were bad,
Exactly.
but
So you
the
should be pissed
Russian
at the Russians before you pissed
they
at the
were
Americans.
they were invited by the government of Afghanistan because they were an ally. That's what allies do. But the point is, obviously, the Soviet Union, their scorched earth policy ruined the country. But the point is, why did you have to single out that progressive country that is doing so well, first time in its history, to give birth to bloody Al Qaeda and all this mess we see today?
Well,
The West has ruined the world, and now they're crying. You know what I mean? There was no Afghan refugees before the Soviet war. There was not even that many Afghan refugees coming to the West before the Afghan war. You understand?
of
This is the
course.
point I'm trying to make: is they cause the mess in these countries, they destabilize it, and then they cry that the Muslims are taking
but
over.
what is your retort to that? Is it like, okay, now they deserve what they're getting? They deserve to have their monuments destroyed and their streets burned? Because is this revenge? What are you after here? Are you appreciative of this nation? Do you like where you live, or do you just want it to burn the fuck down?
The point is, Banksy, is that I've served in Afghanistan. I fought in the war there, right? But the point is, a fucking shitty statue being thrown in the canal is not a war cry or a bloody militia taking over your fucking government. White people are so overly emotional is because they're so privileged to think and overreact in that way. Come to a real civil war, and then you'll see the kind of
I
things
know
that
these
can
Antifa pussies don't have a
cause.
fucking. They would shit their pants literally if they were in a fucking firefight. They would literally cack their fucking pants. They'll drop their fucking load
Banksy,
and run.
you're using my argument to hit at the Antifa. I'm talking about the whole population as a whole.
Yeah, but what I
You're
mean
cheeky,
is,
aren't you? You're very smart.
all of these lot who think they're revolutionaries would literally shit themselves with a single gunfire. They're mandems out there.
But the point is, Banksy,
the whole population are not sort of. I think that's a mischaracterization. That the whole population are not sort of up in arms about it. There is disquiet, and it's a very sort of modest, grumbling sort of disquiet. It's not people on the streets, screaming and shouting. There's a couple of people that are just a bit sort of pissed off by it.
Yeah, but the point is, Ned, you got to understand one thing. How I see myself as in reference to Banksy's question 2 minutes ago, that, oh, are you appreciative? Are you this and that? Are you proud to be? The point is, in my eyes, I'm just a invisible deity that's paid his way into society, and I take no sides. Simple as that. I can't love this country to be on to the point, but I don't hate this country. This is the difference. I don't have a vengeful tendency towards this country, but you're not going to get sympathy from me if a shitty statue gets thrown in a canal. I don't care. Simple as, you know, I mean, the British, they ruined my people. They divided us and created a bastard country called Pakistan. They created a fucker called India. Now that whole region is destabilized.
But no, India existed anyway. I don't think they created
No.
India.
They partitioned that land and they allowed the bloodshed and the stirring. Because you got to understand, Banksy, you know, during the partition, do you know the British Viceroy, he actually banned any party that opposed the partition. Do you understand this? This is the crooked wickedness that these people done, you know.
Different groups massacring people on each other on huge,
and who
huge
started?
scale. No. I mean, when they do it, so what? It didn't. The reason why Bangladesh is where it is now and Pakistan is where it is because people outside of those, there were massacres happening, and people had to flee to either India or to Pakistan or to what was West Pakistan, which became.
That was after the partition. But who created? Where was Jinnah educated? The founder of Pakistan. He was educated in Britain. You understand? These puppets, Nehru and Jinnah, were all puppets of the British elite. They wanted that region divided because they feared a Soviet expansionism into that area. You got to understand this. Pakistan, India was very pro-Soviet. The Soviets helped. They supported Indian independence.
You may be absolutely right. I don't know enough about history, about that piece of history to be. You may be absolutely right, but I thought I understood that it was something that actually ran out of control. That as soon as a lot of people didn't want partition at all, but what happened was that communities took it into their own hands, and you started to get massacres, large numbers of people, and you had people fleeing out of their one area to go into another, and that was something that's completely out of the control of the government. It just ran out of control.
Yeah, but the point is right. Before the British were there, and even when they were ruling that area, Hindus and Muslims and Sikhs lived quite peacefully in harmony, not to the point of butchering each other. Like where I'm from, I'm Pashtun, right? You must have heard of the frontier provinces. Ned, right? We have
frontier.
Yeah, we call it Khyber Pakhtunkhwa now, right? It used to be called Northwest Frontier Provinces.
Yeah, Northwest.
That area had a vibrant Hindu and Sikh community there, right? And even Parsi as well. You know who the Parsi people are, the fire worshipping thingies, yeah?
The Zoroastrians, the last of the Zoroastrians.
Is that from the Parthians as well? Same people?
Yeah, it's the last of the Persians who still, were the Zoroastrians. Although there are Zoroastrians in Iran, but very, very hidden and highly persecuted. Go on.
The point I was going to finalize this whole argument is that when the bloodshed happened there, it was stirred on by these kind of leaders from the Muslim League and the Indian Congress who were stirring it, making the common man fight each other. And to be honest, if I could find that article in an old British paper of a well-known British general who actually planned the border and the carving out of India, I wish I can find that for you. He actually quoted what he said before the partition. He clearly said, we have to divide this nation, the Indian continent, out of fear of a future Soviet expansionism into the area. Hence why Pakistan was created and why India was created. And India was very pro-Soviet and Pakistan was very pro-Western. You understand? That's why they call it the bear trap.
I don't know enough, and you may well be absolutely right. I'm not disputing what you're saying, but please bear in mind that in 1948, Britain was absolutely bankrupt, okay, and it had fought a war. It didn't have any money at all. Right, the Americans actually said to the British, if you want any aid from us, any money from us, any food from us, right, you have got to start dismantling your empire. And so one of the reasons why the British Empire was collapsed was because we were just broken after the Second World War. Now, the thing is that we've got orders that we've got to get we've got to get out of India, and there's a set date that we've got to get out of India, things start spiraling out of control. I don't know whether this is the case, but I don't know whether you're aware of the civil war in Yugoslavia. But
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
what started
Milosevic.
yes, and what actually happened was that Milosevic
Milosevic.
started to play the race card in Yugoslavia, and he started to say that the Serbians were sort of put down upon, and it created like this massive, great big ethnic civil war, right?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, I don't know because I don't know enough, but I sort of wonder whether that the same sort of thing happened in India. That
Okay. Yeah.
that there was this vacuum of power, and in the vacuum, you started to get, this partition, this ethnic strife, and
Well, there you go. I mean, in modern day context, we've got Iraq, and how when the Americans and the British and everybody started leaving Iraq, we had this inception of ISIS scenario emerge. Now imagine if that had occurred in India, if the British had left without partitioning.
The thing is with the comparison with Yugoslavia, I'm well researched in Yugoslavia. The point is that was fueled by nationalism, and also had a hint of religious nationalism too, because the Croats were Catholics, Bosniaks were Muslims, the Serbs were Orthodox Christians, so they were slaughtering each other. But here's the difference. Ned Flanders. Listen,
yes,
the Catholic. The Croats were supported by Catholic nations. The Serbs were supported by Russia and Greece and a few others, the Orthodox nations, and the Bosniaks were supported by UAE, Saudi Arabia, and a host of Western and Muslim nations. India was not like that. It was a proxy war. Yugoslavia was one of the most literate, most progressive places in the world.
It was a proxy war that people were
It was a proxy
out.
war, but India wasn't. India was wholehandedly under the British. They wholeheartedly, on their own, destroyed that part of the world. If that part of the world is so, obviously they have a problem with overpopulation. Overpopulated areas tend to be more in poverty because there's not an equal share of resources and money. But if they had a control of their population, and it's a very resourceful continent, a part of the world, Southeast Asia, for food, they have access to the sea. They knew very well this would be a threat. Same as Hitler. Remember Hitler? He even envisioned the threat of the Mongoloid people in the future, i.e. China, didn't he? If you read into it, he you know what I mean? And he always wanted to capture India himself.
Oh, actually, I tell you what, it seems that Hitler admired the British Empire's ruling of India, because what he saw was that a relatively small number of people controlled a vast subcontinent, and he tried to do that in Russia, and
it failed.
failed. He sort of became known as an aggressor, and he sort of took on the Russians and Americans and stuff. But he tried to do what he thought the British were doing in India. Because India was the jewel in the crown of the British Empire. It was the most productive, the most profitable. It was the thing that got us the most money.
I agree with you, Ned, because the thing is, right, look, you got to understand the mentalities of that region. I mean, they have a very strong caste system. So if you're like a white man and you go to India, they'll literally follow you. They would worship you. They have adverts for fair skin. So there could be an aspect of why it was so easy for the British to come in, is because the people were slave-minded chaiwalas like Raj. You know, Rajanator, he's another good example of what the people's mentality would have been like at that part of it. But us Afghans, we fought 3 wars with the British and we won. You know what I mean? So yes.
You're underplaying it, mate. You're underplaying it. You took on. If you look through history, it's like it's Britain, Russia, a whole load of. I mean, you go back in time. It's a whole load of. Didn't you give Alexander the Great a kicking?
No, with Alexander was how he did it. He took Afghanistan, but he didn't oppress the people. That was his tactic. He would take over the land. He wouldn't rape and pillage them. He would actually allow the same war, the lords to own certain lands. He wouldn't mess with it, but he would bring his own citizens and currency into the area. That's why they respected him so much. That's why Kandahar used to be called Alexandria. There's literally people naming their sons Sakindar, which actually is another word for Alexander. Yes. So he's not hated as how the Iranians probably hate him, because Iranians tend to be very egotistical with their history. They're very proud. So we're a bit different. We're a bit different. But to be fair, right, the British, when they came into Afghanistan, they got booted out. But then when basically the first Afghan British Anglo War, they actually sent the Highlander Regiment and the Welsh regiments, because they're used to. But they're used to the Highlands, aren't they? They have good lungs and capacity and a high red blood cell, when you walk in high altitudes. But they got beaten. Then the next two wars, they sent these Rajis people, the Sikhs and the Indians, they got the Gurkhas, and they got butchered in Kabul. But my point is that the reason why the British took India so easily is because the people there are so fucking slave-minded, right? That they worship the white man. Literally, who was that? I'm sure he was a Top Gear guy who actually was walking down the street in India, and they literally were following him like he's a god. So that's probably why Hitler didn't want to really mess about with the British there, but he was very appreciative because he also followed the Aryan theory, didn't he, Ned? And they believe
he was fighting the wrong people. Yes, he didn't want to go to war with the British.
No, not just that. If you read the Aryan, the Hitler, the Nazis' Aryan theory, philosophy, they believe that they actually came to India so many thousand years ago and created the caste system. You understand? The Indian caste system originally was the Aryans were on top,
the
and
Brahmins, the lighter skins.
Has that got something to do with the color of their skins? Is it?
No. The Brahmin. This is later on. The Brahmins came, but the original were white. This is what Hitler, Nazis believed, which is not even true anyway. But they believed that the original Aryans were white, blonde, blue-eyed Europeans who ruled India, created a caste system. And if you look at the Vada and all these Hindu gods, a lot of them are very white or blue colored, but they have very bright eyes, colored eyes. And they believe that the dark-skinned indigenous Indian, which would have resembled, you could say, an Aborigine from Australia. Have you seen the Dalit people in India, Ned?
No, I'm afraid I haven't. No.
They look like Aborigines from Australia. They have very strong, dark African-like features.
Really?
And to this day, they're discriminated against. Yes. They believe the North Indians have a more high percentage of this Aryan kind of haplogroup. I think is R1A1B or something. That's what they believe. And they are on the highest of the caste. So that's why Hitler was very attractive and didn't want to mess with the British there, because he believed the British are kind of Anglo like him. They share the same genetics, and they're doing a good job, aren't they? But yes.
Yeah, he did admire the way that the British ran India. He did, and he tried to copy it. He did actually try to copy it. But I would suggest to you, get back to your original point. I mean, I would please remember that Britain was totally broken in '48, and that there was a vacuum created by that, and all in a vacuum, it created, people started expressing their sort of religious differences, and it got very ugly very quickly, and they couldn't stop it.
And there's a guy here, Bengali guy, saying, bullshit, Afghan got conquered by Alexander, Persian, Umayyad, Ghaznavi, Delhi, Sultanate, Abbasid, Russian, USA, but they could not control all provinces at one time. British fought them and made a deal, not buddy. This is where this guy is an oxymoron. How can you defeat the person but can't control the provinces? You understand? When you defeat an enemy, you subdue the populace, and then they become subservient to you. So the way Afghans, how they won the war is not like the Bengalis that just. I mean, Iraj made a good point once that if it wasn't for the Bengalis, the British Empire wouldn't have never came because of one Mir Jafra guy or something who allowed the British in. Is that we allow our enemy in, we let them settle, but then we destroy them slowly like a snake venom. People don't understand military tactics. They just listen to like video games. They could not control the provinces because they were facing revolts left, right, and center. They didn't face revolts like in Bangladesh, where they were handing fish and sweeties and curry to their white British master. You understand? That's the big difference. And with the Arabs, the majority of the Arab army that came to India were made up mostly of Afghan mercenaries. They actually paid them. Same was Ghaznavi. Ghaznavi, his army was predominantly Afghans. Man, these people don't understand history. They just have this same Asian kind of ego. People really underestimate Afghan history. We stand to this day is because we never was properly conquered. You understand? A nation that is conquered, their identity is changed, their religion is forcibly changed, their language is changed, their names are changed. We don't have that. We have our own ethnic language, we have our own names, our own culture.
I don't know.
These
How is
people
it that
just
you guys speak Farsi and Pashtun?
No, because Farsi and Pashto were the original language of Avesta, which was the ancient Persian language, but it broke down due to West and East. Afghan Pashtuns are an Eastern Iranic people. Same with Kurds and Azerbaijani, Azeris and Ossetians.
Yeah,
Banksy.
lores and
Yes, these
yeah,
were all
Kurds,
Persian.
lores.
You see, Banksy, Persia was not an ethnicity; it was a collection of tribes and people of a vast empire. You understand?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know what I mean? But this is what my point is, Banksy. Is how can one define conquered? Conquered is like when you've absolutely subdued the person, stripped them naked of their identity, and given them your own. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, this is exactly why Egyptians speak Arabic, Moroccans speak Arabic, Libyans, Jordanians, Sudanese, even, and do Ethiopians speak Arabic? I think so.
No, they got their own language.
Do they have their own language?
Yeah.
So they were used to be Carthage, so maybe they didn't get fully conquered, but they certainly had their religion. They adopted the Arab religion.
Yeah, but the thing is, Banksy, right?
I thought Carthage was smashed by the Romans, wasn't it?
I thought so as well. I think, but it was still Carthage even up to the point of the Arabs in the Caliphate when they came through.
Right. Sorry, what were you saying, Afghan?
No, that was basically my point. Is in relation to North Africa, the indigenous people were Berbers,
yeah.
and the Arabs totally subdued them. They took over, didn't they? Became the majority,
Completely.
I'm sure.
Well,
Removed their
now,
language.
Yeah, the genealogy is although Jordanians and Libyans do insist that they are Berbers and they are not Arab. I've had many conversations with Jordanians and Libyans who absolutely insist that they are not Arab. Even Algerians, a lot of them insist that they've had their genes sort of checked out and they're not Arab. So they still want to hold on to their Berber history. And
if they were Berber, how long have they occupied that territory? I mean, have they been there 1,000 years or?
The thing is, right, North Africa has many kind of invasions. You could say the Romans and blah, blah, blah. But then North Africa was a vassal state of the Ottomans as well. But the Arabs did kick their ass to the point where they were all called Muhammad later on. You know what I mean? They all speak Arabic, innit?
Arabic is like that. Although, like Moroccans and Algerians do speak French as well because of the French colonizing them, but they didn't totally absorb them into the French, if you like, culture the way the Arabs did. they still kept their religion. The British and the French during their colonial era, they didn't. I don't think they insisted upon the Christian thing as much as the Arabs did on the Islam thing. I don't know. Maybe they had a different
No, they didn't.
different
No,
end
no.
game.
The thing is, with the one thing I can respect in the sense that the British in the Muslim world didn't really enforce their Christianity, did they? Like the Arabs did
I mean,
with
they sent
Islam.
missionaries and stuff into sub-Saharan Africa and into other parts of Africa. It's just I don't
think
know whether they were as successful as the Arabs with Islam.
I think with the black people is that they needed to enforce Christianities to subdue their slave, basically, to break his identity, rather than go to an Arab country that's really free, kind of freeman land.
And also, it is harder to break the spirit of someone who already has a monotheistic God belief, I would imagine, than it is someone who's maybe their religion isn't as solidified, isn't as canonized as the Abrahamic religions are. So maybe it's easier to break those sort of religious bonds than like an Islamic or a Christian bond. But then Christianity was in Africa long before even the Muslims,
Ethiopia.
Anyway.
What? Where was
Ethiopia, Egypt.
Yeah.
I think even Eritrea.
That's the northern tip, surely, the Horn of Africa. Surely that's just the top northern tip, isn't it?
The thing is,
what I'm saying is, it was already in Africa before the British came about, long before even the Arabs came
You're
about.
talking about 5%. I mean, really small.
Yeah. I mean, the Coptic Egyptians. It was the number one religion in Egypt before any Arab ever set foot in Egypt. I don't know about so much about the West Africa though. Was Christianity introduced to like Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, those places? Was that through the British and the French? Or did they already have
that's a very good question. I'm actually going to research that, because from what we understand is that Christianity was already in Africa way before the Europeans ever came. I mean, I think there's a Islamic story or hadith where some Muslims escaped to Ethiopia from the pagan Arabs, and some Ethiopian Christian king or something protected them. I think Raspek kept bragging on about that all the time. At one point, but it just shows there was a Christian. Egypt was a Christian nation. So was Syria, was Lebanon, was Jordan, was, but they were all Arabite, basically Islamified through Arab conquests, and Turkish as well. By the way, we forgot the Ottomans also.
Now that's the thing. Of course, Constantinople was in fucking Turkey.
Christian, that's the thing. You know, Anatolia, the region of Turkey. It was predominantly Greek blood. It's Greek. It was Greek land.
Wow.
Those people were Greek. That's why you see these really white-looking Turkish people.
This is why there's tension between the Turks and the Greeks, because there was always this sort of
And you know why? How they conquered that land? I think they left the gate open. That's what I've heard.
Always some pussy shit open.
Yeah, they left the gate open because the walls of Constantinople were infamous for not being penetrable.
Impregnable.
Impregnable.
And
the gate was open.
Style story. The thing is, this is actually, funnily enough, now I know we're moving at a slight tangent here. Christopher Hitchens says exactly that. As he's warning to the West, he says, the barbarians never take a city until somebody opens the gates and holds it open for them. And it will be your own left progressive types who will do that.
Someone's just, I wanted to respond. Pashtuns are African. They are nomads. I've done genetic tests. No offense. Someone else wrote, Arab countries are free man land. You can't make this up. See, this is the thing with low IQ people. What they don't understand is, my point is, when the West went into these Arab countries, when they occupied them, they were free in the sense that they were not slaves. You understand? When they took a black slave, he was not a freeman, so they easily could subject him and Christianize him. That was my point, to basically subdue him or her and remove their identity with time. But with Arab countries, they couldn't do that, like you said, Banksy, because they were already free-minded in the sense that they already had an Abrahamic faith that was very strongly in place.
Yeah.
So it must have been very difficult for the European colonialists to actually Christianize them. That's
It's
why you have
actually similar, you could say, to some extent, with the Iranians and the Arabs.
Yeah.
Although the Arabs tried to dominate and make them all Muslim, which they were successful to a large extent, they couldn't completely eradicate the cultural Zoroastrian practices that exist to this very day. We still celebrate the Zoroastrian New Year in Iran. We still have many Zoroastrian practices, Charshamba Suri, Sizda Bedar, all of these
They
are
allow that in Iran. They allow that.
well, they tried to ban it, but they couldn't. People would do it in secret, and you could hear, because there's an event called Charshamba Suri, which is literally the equivalent to 4th of July or 5th of November in Britain. You know how you have
Norus.
no, well, no, not the Nowruz. Charshamba Suri is literally a pagan celebration where Iranians have little bonfires where we jump over the fire, and also we set off fireworks. It is purely Zoroastrian. It has nothing to do with anything to do with Islam or any other facet of Islam. It is purely a Zoroastrian practice, and they tried to ban it in Iran at the beginning of the revolution, but they couldn't. People would still celebrate. You could hear fireworks in like back gardens and secret. People were doing it in secret. So eventually they gave up and they just said, "Oh, sod it. You just carry on."
Is it a bit like like Christmas? Christmas was a pagan festival, and it became they couldn't stop it. They couldn't stop the pagan festival, so they Christianized it and said that was
it's
the
a
birth of
culture, isn't it? It's a cultural trait.
This is the difference between Christmas tree and Christian, Christmas and all that, where they incorporated it into Christianity. This is still not part of Islam. This is still a separate thing to all other practices of it. Muslims do not celebrate these things in any other part of the world. Christians, pretty much all Christians, celebrate Christmas, to some extent. So they still all have the tree and this and that. All the pageantry of Christmas is pretty much uniform across the Christian world. The Iranian Zoroastrian New Year of the 21st of March is not practiced anywhere else in the Muslim world. It is purely Iranian. Charshamba Suri is only Iranians. Sizda Bedar is only Iranians. These particular things are purely, outside. They're in fact.
Sorry, but the one I think Gaines is a very making comments. Sorry to divert the thing.
I don't know what Gaines is saying, but yeah, I mean these things did not get incorporated into Islamic way. Iranians literally celebrate them totally to Iranians. So I mean, in Iran, believe it or not, and this is weird for me, I couldn't ever remember a time, admitted I was a child, where Iranians actually celebrated the Nowruz or the Eid after Ramadan, for example, or the birth of Muhammad. I think some of my friends I heard here, they actually do celebrate the birth of Muhammad, or something to do with Muhammad's lineage, but I've never heard of that in my entire life. They never celebrated anything to do with Muhammad's birth or anything like that.
Is that a Shia thing? Is that a thing with the Shias?
Maybe
as
it's
opposed
Shia
to
Sunni thing, yeah, maybe, I don't know, but I've never. I know that in Iran we were forced to fast for Ramadan, as in when you say forced to, you are not allowed to eat or drink in the streets anywhere, and we're talking like 45 Celsius heat. And you couldn't even drink water. It was friggin' nightmarish. But I don't remember a big celebration at the end of Ramadan, for example. Although I do remember the mosques giving food. I don't ever remember them celebrating no Eid at the end of Ramadan in a particularly big way. Whilst the 21st of March, which is the Iranian New Year, Nowruz, which again is a purely a Zoroastrian thing, everybody celebrates it. It's a big event in Iran. And we have actually a couple of things which would never fly in Britain. We have a character called Baba Karam, I think it is. He is a guy who's supposed to come down the chimney, or he's supposed to be something to do with smoke. And so his face is all sooty and smoky. Basically, it's the Iranian version of blackface. and if you actually see it, I'm amazed that these modern day PC people haven't lost their shit over that because it's terrible. It is fucking us. It's totally insensitive. But the thing is, in an Iranian context, it's just a guy who's happened to have soot on his face. That's what it's supposed to be. But I think someone tried to do it in London where they had a Baba Karam dancing, and some black people were almost about to kill him. they were about to fuck him up because they thought he was doing blackface. But it is sad. But the funny thing is, nearly all cultures I've noticed have some form of some guy who happens to have soot on his face. Even the British Morris dancers traditionally have blackface, or they put soot on their face, black up some of their faces, but it's not blackface in the American sense. That's the problem. People mix all that crap up because the American blackface with the white lips and the gloves and all that was a specific thing. I don't know, but it's.
Is there any background noise? Is it okay?
It's okay. Is Afghanistan like wrecked beyond repair now? Is it completely fucked up?
Who? Afghanistan?
Yeah, is it really messed up?
The problem with Afghanistan is that we have two classes of people, right? One is the progressive types, and one is the religious rural area types. So there's a massive clash, but it's changed a lot. I mean, women are going to schools and universities, and there's a lot of development. But there's a long way to go. But we're surrounded by hostile countries with an Islamist agenda, you see. So this is the problem. You got Iran, who supports.
Back in pretty soon. They're gonna.
No. This look right. You got two people. You got Iran, who supports certain militants, and you got Pakistan, who supports certain militants. So these two countries are playing a literal proxy war in the country. But the Afghan people are very politically aware now than, let's say, in the 70s and 80s and 90s. Plus, they're not powerless. They're not powerless. This is what I'm saying is that's why they come into a peace agreement with the Taliban, in the sense that they have a force equal to challenge the Taliban. You see, if they were very weak, they would have just allowed them to take over. But Afghanistan is a very complicated issue that can't be really discussed by me in just a few minutes. We got to look at the roots. But yeah, the thing is with Banksy about the black, we have something in Afghanistan which would be deemed racist, is that when someone messes about in a village, they will blacken his face and put him on a donkey naked and throw shit at him. Do you have that?
We don't have it, but in America they have a thing called tar and feather a guy, where they would strip him to his shorts, tar him, put tar on his body, and possibly his face as well, and then feather him, and then put him backwards on a donkey and send him out of town.
Or put him onto a telegraph pole and then run the telegraph pole out of the town.
We have. They do that. Taliban do that a lot.
But
they fucking shoot you dead. But.
Holy shit! But yeah, I posted a picture of this Baba. It's Baba Nowruz. Baba Karam is a different thing. It's fucking awful though when I look at it now. In hindsight.
But to be fair, Banksy, there's actually festivals, I think, in Belgium where they put a massive Jew as an inflatable fucking thing. Did you hear about that?
No.
The EU tried to ban it, but they can't, because in this certain city, I think it's Belgium, Austria, one of them two, they literally, what do you call those? Like they made one of Trump. Sadiq Khan. What do you call that?
Blimps or something. Those inflatable blimps.
But these are Orthodox Jewish guys with like their hands rubbing together.
Oh my God!
In a European country.
Throw the Jew down the well, so my country can be free.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, with the whole some game guy was commenting really good questions, but you guys were on a different topic about Afghanistan, was never called Afghanistan. It was called Khorasan, and that is true to a point. I mean, Ahmed Shah Durrani was the one who founded the Afghan state, but the ethnic group Afghan they did exist for many, many years. I mean, I think there's an Arab traveler called Ibn Battuta, I think, one of them. And he actually traveled to Afghanistan, and he wrote in his diaries, basically through the Silk Roads, and he goes, there was a road, what do you call these bandits that mug you? They're like
bandits. Bandits, exactly.
Yeah, they were called the Afghans. So that was like fucking like 13th century or some shit, man. But he established the state of Afghanistan as the land of Afghans.
When was that? Do you know when that was
I think late 17th, early 18th century, or late 18th, because
I thought you'd be talking about 1,000 years ago at least.
No.
Oh my
The thing is, the Afghan people existed thousands of years, right? But the state, the land he conquered that you see as Afghanistan today, was founded later. That's why it's called Land of Afghans.
Dude, I found these pictures of this Belgium. It's called Westmolen.
Oh, is it?
Something like that. I posted the picture. It's fucking terrible.
It's racist.
This is fucked up. It's in Belgium.
Imagine being called Cohen or Levy in that area.
Shit. Holy shit. They've got guys dressed in like spider outfits with those giant furry Jewish hats on.
Yeah.
It's like, this is the most, this is just straight up fucking anti-Semitism. Holy shit.
Told you, bud.
Belgium. Oh my God. How the fuck have they managed to get away with this shit? Oh my God. This would have been amazing if Borat had done a little show where he gone and interviewed people in one of these carnivals where they do. Oh my, this is amazing.
I stop it. See, the kind of thing I find, like the camel urine. Remember that one? That was on your show.
God. Yeah. The camel urine in a can. You can buy fucking camel urine in a can. Yeah. In a can, people.
But that's what I mean. Is I find all this shit on my feed board when I wake up. Some crazy shit.
Actually, I was gonna devote a whole show to that. Actually, I'll have to do one again. Yeah, Ned, what were you saying?
No, it was with milk. Camel piss with milk, isn't it?
It's mixed. Yeah, it's a mixed camel urine and piss combo.
It's very good for you, actually.
Oh, is it? Is it supposed to be very good for you? Have you got? If I buy one, Ned, can I come over so I can record you drinking it?
Until you get SARS or something.
Yeah. Because by the way, in India they also drink cow urine. So
yeah,
I don't want to exclude the whole Hindus from this whole thing.
They're mad as well. They're mad.
Equally.
No, they're fucked in the head.
The madness spreads equally across multiple.
I literally, Banksy, I literally saw a village, literally what do you call it? Unloading load of cow shit, throwing all their newborn babies on the cow shit. You know what I mean? No bullshit. Google it. It should be on YouTube.
They're throwing their babies on cow shit. In where?
Cow urine festival in India.
Oh, for fuck's sake! What is wrong with these people?
This is what I mean. You know, one thing I do respect the British for is that they banned that sati shit, I think, where the woman would jump in the fire and
and also they moved towards banning, or at least I guess I don't know whether they banned it or they started banning the whole caste system.
Yeah, but to be fair, look, right, I'm not biased. The British did do many good. I mean, they introduced the railway and education. Because you know, my grandfather, he was a railway engineer. And at the time, all the schools were run by the British in that part of the world. You know this? To this day, they still exist, like St. Mary's High School and shit like that. So a lot of the British were educating their
So
favorites.
are we finally sitting here going, what did the British ever do for us?
No. But the thing is, Banksy. If you have appreciative IQ, you can't be ignorant. You understand? History is history. But the point is, sometimes the cons outweigh the pros. But one has to appreciate, because my grandfather was actually educated by the British. You know,
Yeah, but
like
this is the actual thing that me and my brother always end up in this point of agreement. Or at least me and my brother do. I want to see where we land with you. If others had the opportunity, if the world events, if you will, were the tide had changed and you had the Arabs on top or the Russians on top instead of the British or the Americans, or hell, Germany had won the war and the Japanese had won there and taken over America. Yeah, there's actually a whole TV show called The Man in the High Tower.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Would we have been better off than?
You know, I've got a good answer for you. A very good answer for you. Who was Afghanistan's natural ally even to this day?
Germany?
Banksy. Yeah, Germany.
Yeah, I know.
Germany.
No, I know. For you and me,
in the 17th century, Banksy. in the 18th century, the Germans built the first two armory kind of factories that produced guns, cannons and shit, and machine guns.
And also
I think machine guns are
Yeah, and also
But
the
they-
Germans built a railroad to ship their goods, or to feed their soldiers on the Russian front through Iran, where that railroad is still used to this very day and is solid. Yes.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
As an Afghan, as an Iranian or an Afghan, if Germany had won, we might have actually been in a slightly better position.
That's what I'm saying to you. The thing is, for us too, right? It would have been beneficial that they would have won. Yeah, that fat bastard got shot or had a heart attack. Churchill. I shouldn't be saying this. People, I'm having a walk down a white area. Listen,
you're talking about the benefits of Hitler had won.
I wouldn't have to be in this country listening to shit like Zubida and crap like that. I would be in my own country, or maybe Iran, because we're all neighbors, enjoying my pomegranate fucking juice and watching my fucking lemon trees grow.
Well, let's put it this way: the tide of history would have been very different. There would be
no offense, Ned.
No Russian invasion of Afghanistan, because Germany would have certainly stopped that. There would be no Mohammad Mossadegh coup, because Germany would have seen to that instead of
Germans,
Banksy, and Britain.
Banksy, Germans knew how to make an ally. They were not deceitful like the British. No, it's me. I was just a bit of wind. What I'm trying to say is Germans always acted like good allies. They were not deceitful to us. The British
would have turned once they got hegemony of Europe. Do you think Hitler would have then turned on the way east?
Yeah, I don't think so. I would not, because they had their own what do you call it? What's that Aryan? They gave them titles to Iranian Afghan leaders, didn't they? What was that called? That award he gave?
I don't know.
Honorary Aryan. That's it.
Oh, so we would be house ends, as the American Africans say. We'd be house ends.
The Germans,
house end
the Germans would have never allowed the Chinese, Mongolian-looking Japanese from taking over our lands. They would have allowed the Japanese.
They were allied with the Japs.
Yeah, but they made a deal, didn't they, somehow, that the Japanese would take the whole Pacific and the Asia and shit, but our lands would be
Europe. And by the
Europe.
way,
and in the First World War as well, they were heavily. I think they trained up the Japanese army in the First World War as well.
That's the thing. The thing is, right? You know, British, right? You know the British, Ned. Like, for example, we had a king called King Amanullah Khan, right? He wanted to reform Afghanistan, but he was siding more towards Italy and Germany, right? This man was a great king, right?
When?
Early 19. Just Google his name because I'm walking. I can't get you. But if you read about him, right?
You do realize that with this conversation, Mark Collette is literally ejaculating into his pants, right?
No, but the point is,
it's like porn to him.
the point is, right? The point is that he reformed that country. He brought girls' education, first time in Afghan's history. Who ousted him by supporting an Islamic uprising? And how?
I bet it was.
Yeah. What
no.
they did is, Dad, they got basically Queen Soraya, his wife, went to Germany, okay? And she wore like a Western European gown with diamond necklace, and she was shaking hands with the German elite. You know, like you do in Western Europe, you shake hands, don't you? Doesn't mean he's going to bum you in it. You know what I mean? It's what the British did. They manipulated the pictures like the old age Photoshop, right? They got on the planes and distributed it in the rural areas, saying that your queen is a slut and she's not a good Muslim. And that led to the Islamic uprising, which led to his ouster. And he took asylum in Italy. And he died in Italy, King Amanullah Khan. So that's the problem with the British, Banksy, is they were never your friend.
But I thought Afghanistan was always between Russia and Britain. That it was always a competition between Germany.
The Great Game.
The Great Game. I thought that
came after the Second World War, Ned. If the Second World War had ended with Germany winning, the Cold War would have never come to pass.
Yeah, but the point is the Germans had a racial kind of affiliation with Persia and Afghanistan. They believed that the Aryans settled in that land, while the British didn't give a shit. You understand?
No.
That's the difference. Is the intentions of the Germans were more sincere. They basically, you know what they did in Afghanistan?
This road of conversation with you, Afghan. I don't want to end up fucking zichailing by the end of this shit.
No, but Banksy, listen. History is facts. It's the facts of history. We shouldn't neglect it. But the point is that they created all the good things there. They, like you with your railway, the weapon. I mean, if it wasn't for gunpowder, right, the British would have enslaved Afghanistan. They would have made us like you would have seen us in the Caribbean. No offense.
Surely it was the
You know what I
terrain.
mean? No, they had weapons though. They had cannons. They had weapons.
Yeah, but they're useless in the valleys and in the lands of Afghanistan because it's so mountainous. Isn't it like sort of Switzerland in that it's easy to defend? Isn't that the case?
The British were well trained. The British army was a very superior army than the Afghans, Ned. They knew they fought elsewhere in the world. They fought in Burma, in the jungles, in the mountains. Right. It's because we had that technology.
I mean, we are giving Hitler way too much credit that he didn't have any kind of psychotic ambitions to start really eradicating, other attacking other parts of the world and starting, his process.
He's a disclaimer.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying that we are making. We're really, we will have to take a massive assumption.
Banksy, can I just scroll that back a little bit? Can I qualify that? Look, the Wilhelmine Germany, the Germany before the First World War, right? I think that Afghan is talking about the sort of Kaiser and the Imperial Germany before, and they had a really, really good reputation in Japan. I don't know about in Afghanistan, but the Japanese speak very highly of the Germans. Before Hitler, in the First World War, because they treated the Japanese not as inferiors but as equals, which probably doesn't sound unusual, but in the 19th and early 20th century that was unusual. They treated with absolute total respect, and they did it with the Turks as well. They treated Turkish people with they have a very good reputation.
Exactly.
But it's not Hitler. That's not Hitler. That's before the First World War, the Wilhelmine.
But that's my point, Ned. That was my point. Is the German mentality was more appreciative compared to the British. You know what I mean? They didn't really think too much of themselves. They looked after their ally.
But if you think about it,
but but how about Hitler? Because we're talking crucially Second World War events. I mean, you know, are we talking
far away? Surely.
Yeah, but I don't. With Hitler, right? Look, Hitler and Mussolini, all they did was basically arm the rebels in the frontier provinces to fight the British. I mean, my great grandfather told me like a story when he was alive that they could remember in Waziristan, in the mountains, the Italians and the Germans were teaching the locals how to fire a certain machine gun. So they were.
I'll be honest, I'm not feeling comfortable talking about the merits of Hitler's victory.
No, but that's
it's
the
a
point.
highly uncomfortable conversation.
I'm gonna be totally frank, right? I'm absolutely unbiased. The Nazis we see today, the crap with the skinheads, are not the Nazis of the 30s. It was a different kind of mentality back then. Obviously, the Nazism gets a bad rep. It was a vile ideology. It was fascism. But as an Afghan or an Iranian, they benefited us. You know what I mean? Our lands wouldn't have been split if we had been strong supporters of the German Hitler or whatever. But hey, that's past, isn't it? What can you do? Hello?
Well, history's full of what ifs. That's the thing.
It's what ifs. Yeah. But yeah, that's it really. But to be fair, yeah, I'm walking in England right now, so I'm not gonna really say anything bad in case someone beats me up.
People haven't beaten you up in the past.
You got to be careful here. So white area.
Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, Afghan, that I have not delved into such thought experiments as what ifs. There are what if scenarios which me and my other Iranian friends and brother and stuff have discussed, where the course of history would be very different. But this is where we find ourselves. And I still believe that, I mean, apart from Germans, because I see them as a slightly different, but if the course of history was different and the powers that be were, or the current powers that we see in the world were in the hands of Arabs or even Africans, from the any nation from the African continent, I just don't see them being any more benevolent.
To be fair, Banksy, you're right. This is what I was saying, like, obviously, if we were occupied by the Arabs, they would have been more ruthless.
We were occupied, and they were fucking more ruthless.
But the point is, right, especially with the British, is that if they would make an agreement with you, they would stick by it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't really think these Arabs would,
Yeah, I mean, I have to say the Germans are very regimental, and they do, honor their word until their leader goes insane and then puts you in a gas chamber. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that particular little moment of it, but sure, you can make a deal with the German.
Yeah, they were great people, man. And to be fair, when the Nazism broke, do you know where they donated the rest of his arms? It was actually Afghanistan. Do you know that?
Really?
You can Google it. I read it the other week. I actually bookmarked that. Actually, his remaining weapons were the German government, the new German government, donated it to Afghanistan.
Wow.
So we had long ties with Germany, and even to this day, if you look at the Afghan embassy, it's so beautiful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but look,
that really doesn't make sense. I can't understand this. Look. Germany is so far away from Afghanistan. Why is there that link?
I don't know. Maybe it's the Aryan theory, or it could be we have a mutual hatred of Britain at the time.
Yeah, it could be that. But join the queue. I mean,
holy shit!
You know what I mean? The Germans didn't support jihadis. The British did. You know what I mean? So they built us factories, schools, train tracks, taught us how to engineer. You know what I mean? So the British, I don't know what they did, but
the British are very good at bringing the human capital of each nation into Britain so that they work for Britain.
That's what I'm saying. That was
By
my
the way,
point.
I will say America is actually number one at that. Now Britain were okay, but Britain was kind of old school,
We were
you know,
amateurs.
empire. Well, no, they were old school empire. Sorry.
We're amateurs. We're amateurs.
Well,
at that.
anyway, guys, I've got 3% battery.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
in a very dangerous area, so
Yeah.
maybe.
Make sure you save that battery for that 999 call, dude.
Yeah.
Keep that number handy.
Anyway, it's nice talking to you, Ned.
No worries.
Sorry for the
indeed.
trolling. Sorry for the trolling.
You take care. It was good talking. And very interesting, actually.
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, Banksy, you'll have a stream someday. That tag me or something.
Dude, I've sent you my fucking email. You have
Oh,
no
I
way.
forgot
I have
then.
literally no way of contacting you. You're not on Twitter. You're not on fucking Discord. I don't know how to get in touch with you. So how the hell am I supposed to know? Click the bell on my YouTube channel, Banksy Star Live. At least you get
Okay.
notified of a stream when I kick it off, or I'll
Okay.
post some kind of a community post, and then you'll see it there, and then you'll know.
Get home
definitely,
safe.
man.
Get home safe.
Oh, thank you, sir. We'll have
Yeah.
another discussion another time.
Of course
Big
we
up,
will.
man. Thank you, sir. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Long
Okay.
live Britannia, Ned.
Long After all that, you took a giant shit.
All right, okay. Bye
Now
bye.
you're gonna fucking
All right, big up. Bye bye.
rule Britannia, huh?
Bounce. That was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot of that conversation. I don't publicly converse. that whole "what if Germany had won" thing. Yeah, that's not something for the English folks. the English folks have a slightly different take on that "what if" scenario.
I don't think that was his. I don't think he was saying that actually. I mean, I think what he was actually talking about was that if the German Empire in the 19th century had actually we're not talking about Hitler. I think he's talking about the Kaiser Wilhelm's Germany from sort of about 1870. I think that's what he's actually saying. That's when the empires were. That's when the empires were forming. And so I don't think he's talking about Hitler.
Well, not really, because I mean, maybe from Hitler, but the thing is, if you actually think about Afghanistan's history after Second World War and how it's become basically a dumpster fire as it is today, that was all. If Hitler had won, things would have unfolded very differently. The Soviet Union wouldn't have been able to invade Afghanistan the way they did, and the Americans would not be able to train Al Qaeda in order to fight the Soviet Union, and then leave them with the Taliban and the Al Qaeda's in charge. So that whole course of history would have changed if.
I mean, there's probably not hours in the night. Although I know that you're a night bird at the moment with the hot weather. But I mean, if we were to talk through this till 7 in the morning, I would dispute that enormously, because what I'd say is that Germany can't take on Russia and America and win. They just can't.
No. It's not that they needed to take on America and Russia. They would have first of all, if they solidified their position as a hegemony over Europe, so all of Europe, including Great Britain, and even if they didn't invade Russia, they just held Russia at bay, and then solidified their position as a total dominance of Europe. Then. If Afghanistan, then Germany would have been considered a major superpower, which would have had technology way up beyond Russia and the United States, because the rocket technology that the United States and Russia developed was from the Germans. It's what they took from Germany to make the rocket technology. So Germans and the Americans would have been way behind the curve when it comes to rocket technology compared to the Germans. The Germans were actually on the precipice of even developing nuclear weapons. Which they probably would have done before America and United States, which would have made them into a major power.
I'm sorry, but I would disagree with all of that. Everything, absolutely everything you just said.
The rocket technology.
Yes. Well, I don't. I just scroll back. The thing is that you're using reason, right? You're saying, if
I'm using reason.
Yeah, you're using reason, and what you've got to realize is that Hitler was totally irrational. He didn't use reason. He didn't use reason. He just went. He went with his will, with his emotion, and he did stupid things when he shouldn't have done. He committed Germany to a war with America when he didn't need to. America didn't declare war on Germany. Germany declared war on America, right?
Yeah, but how did they declare war on America when they never attacked America directly? The Japanese attacked America.
They declared war because they had a treaty with Japan, and
Yeah.
he did it to honor that treaty. And so the thing is, I mean, it's not as simple as that, because I mean, America was arming Britain and keeping it alive by supplying food and materials, right? But the thing is that, so I mean, he was provoked for that reason, but he didn't have to bring America into the war, and it was probably the biggest mistake that he made, apart from invading Russia. Right.
Okay.
Right. The thing is that fighting in Russia, the Wehrmacht was completely ground down fighting in Russia. America was too powerful. It was like the factory for the world. What a lot of people don't realize is that America kept Britain and Russia supplied with, not with tanks, but with lorries and petrol and food and material, clothes, right? Everything they needed to fight the war, apart from the actual tanks and very often the planes. They were Russian planes, Russian tanks, but the thing is that he didn't have to declare war with America, and if he had not declared war with America, right, he may well have beaten Russia, but
because he did that.
But he didn't act according to reason. It was irreason. It was irrational.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what I mean about this what if scenario, is that if he had played differently, if the things had played out differently, and he'd made more reasonable decisions. This is what I mean. That's the whole point of the what if, is that if Germany had won. So we're going from the point of Germany winning, it not because Hitler. I mean, Hitler lost because he was irrational, because he made irrational choices and decisions. So he lost. He declared war on America and it was an error. He devoted too much resources to the Russian front. He was trying to fight Russia at the same time as Britain.
There's another thing. I mean, the thing is that that all of our oil, the whole of the British Empire, depended upon the oil in the Middle East. If Hitler had taken the Middle East, Egypt, Saudi Arabia.
Egypt is North Africa, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you take it, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia.
All of the oil centers, right? He would have brought the British Empire to its knees very, very easily. Very easily. We hardly had anything out there to stop him.
Well, that's what I mean. So the whole point of the hypothetical sort of scenario was, what if that he'd done all the right things and then he'd won the war effectively. He'd suppressed the Russians. He'd totally got hegemony over all the European nations, and at the same time Japan had actually defeated the United States and suppressed them. So if you watch this TV show called The Man in High Castle, that is the premise of the whole show, is that Japan takes over the United States and Canada, so the North American hemisphere, and Germany has the whole of Europe.
Germany, Nazis have the East Coast, don't they?
No, I don't know. Actually, I don't know in Man in High Castle if Germany even has any bases in the East Coast, but they suddenly have all of Europe. So they have all of Europe. Japan has all of North America, and that's the world in which this show begins. So that's the hypothesis that me and Afghan were looking into. Is in that scenario, would we be better off or worse off as an Iranian and an Afghan, and that's the premise. That was the
Can you imagine
stage.
Hitler? Can you imagine Hitler with the bomb? Can you imagine Hitler with the atomic bomb?
Well,
Can you
that's what I
imagine?
mean. That's what I mean. This is like
Yeah, but
this is
you
the.
got to ask yourselves, why did America wait so long for them to do what they were doing?
How do
Sorry.
you mean wait for so long for who?
For Adolf Hitler to grow so big before intervening and getting involved.
Because the Americans didn't want to fight. You know, the American public didn't want. They actually wanted isolationism. They wanted complete. They didn't want to go to war. America sort of got.
Yeah, but we all
Sorry?
know. We all know that America was going to go to war. America's been to war enough times.
No, but before that, you got to remember, before Second World War, America
when-
wasn't the
and don't-
superpower it is right now. America was
Yeah, I
actually
know
not a
that.
very, very powerful
Yeah, I know
nation
that.
back then.
Yeah, I know that. So you can mess up the system a different way. So obviously, they're looking at Germany, Russia. So obviously, you need to look at a different way to disrupt it. I mean, look at the bomb that I mean, me personally, if Germany was so good at building, especially like Poland, they could build tanks to detail with blueprints and stuff. You can allow them to do that to gain the knowledge from them.
Sorry, I missed that bit. Could you repeat?
I'm just saying, like, I think America was allowing Germany to do this and take over, because not only that, Germany was taking a lot of wealth, gold. So once Germany's got that gold all rounded up, it's now
okay.
easy for you to go and take it.
Became too powerful. Is that what you're saying? It's a good point. It's a good point.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
so you're saying America waited? They could have joined earlier. They waited until Germany had acquired all that wealth and all that technology, developed all the technology necessary in one location, so that America can sweep in and just take it in one place rather than having to.
But they were terrified.
And also America know now that that look where they are strategically as well.
Well, yeah, it propelled America into the world superpower position
Into the
after the Second
superpower
World War.
position. But also, they had friends, and I think they had no choice but to make America great. So I think Hitler's enemies at the time, who he knew was amongst Europe and he knew was amongst his nation, I think at the time he thought, you know what, I'm going to do what you guys are doing.
Okay, I mean, it's a bit of a risk though, because if Hitler had won and America wasn't able to defeat them back, then that would have left America and well, they would have left the world in an incredibly vulnerable place.
Natty, you know that, I'm sure you know that America then was, before the Second World War, was an entirely different country to the one that emerged.
100%. Yeah. I mean, the way I see America, they're like illusion. They like to create stuff, right, to make other people, like the stuff that I used to hear about America when I was young. I used to think, whoa, these guys have actually got this stuff. These guys have really got lasers and they're really powerful. And that's what I used to believe. Same as the moon, like with the moon race. So let's give them something to believe in. We've got the best technology to do this. Let's give them something to believe that we've already done it. We've beaten them. We can stun the world. Just to slow down and to make people think, you know what, who do you want to do business with? Because it's easy, like I say, they don't have to do war with you. They could do it a different way. And I think a lot of countries were trying to think to themselves, what is going on in our own country? Why have we got this happening? Like the latest one was the Turkish coup. The Turkish coup was the latest one. And what did the Turkish president say? Well, I've been waiting for our presidents say, oh, we know it's American influence. Our armies just decided to turn on us. Hold on a minute. Because we're doing business with the Russians and we're part of the UN, which basically means Russians can have access to UN weapons.
Oh, by the way, Ned, you were right in that Man in High Castle, East Coast, east part of the United States was the Reich, was the Germans, and then the Japanese took the west.
Philip K. Dick's book.
Yeah, it's quite
He did
interesting.
Blade Runner.
Yeah. So I mean, even there's stories about submarines that had gold in them because they were trying to get the gold obviously out, and that was some of the missions, obviously of the of the officers to get the gold, get the
Yeah.
blueprints, get the scientists, and
Yeah, yeah.
cover up
Oh, you mean
cover
when?
up and cover up all of our secret agents, because I didn't even understand that there were supposed to be Nazi Jews.
What? Sorry,
Nazi?
what's that? What's
Like
Nazi?
I've
What?
watched like films where they've been like Nazi Jews like that have been like in high ranks, and even they've had to like do what they've had to do to get secrets.
Hmm.
So they would be a Jew, but they pretend to be a Nazi, but they'd have to like slaughter Jews and do certain things to their own just to get the secrets. Now I don't know, man. I think that sounds like a bit like Zionism to me, because you can use a group of people, you know.
I did
And
hear that there were, if not necessarily Nazi Jews,
well,
Jewish banking groups did
well,
actually fund the Nazis.
yeah. Yeah, this Zionist group funded it because it's like, who's gonna win? Like, like me personally, I will just pick the side that's gonna win. That's what. But it is. But they've already got this on already sussed. They've already got this panned out.
Mm.
I don't know anything
It's very
about that.
strategic because I mean, like you say, look
I
afterwards,
don't know.
America becomes a mighty nation, very mighty, because they took loads of gold. They took loads of, you know, they
Well,
started.
I mean, it
I
wasn't
mean,
just the gold. It was actually the rocket technology, the
yeah.
nuclear sort of science. Well, the scientists of all sorts, but certainly the nuclear scientists, all of that, emerged out of that period. So yeah, it did. I mean, America and Russia. I mean, it wasn't some accident that Russia and America were the first human people to send people to outer space and eventually to the moon. It wasn't an accident. These
Warner
guys.
von Braun. The Americans got Warner von Braun, and they agreed to forget all of the terrible things that he'd done. He'd actually been in charge of a work camp where he worked people to death and hung
Wow.
people out the front of the concentration camps, and they let him get away with all that if he gave up his rocket secrets.
There you go. I heard loads of those sort of stories.
The Russians were a lot less subtle. They just, they made them an offer they couldn't refuse.
They'll torture their children if they don't fucking do it. We'll slaughter your entire family.
Well, I don't know what you were saying about the. I don't know if what you were saying about the Jewish people. I don't know about the banks and stuff, but I do know that there was a Jewish child that ended up in an SS school. They thought he was an Aryan because he was blonde-haired and blue-eyed. He was actually Jewish. He was actually Polish Jewish or Czech.
There's actual films.
And they didn't know that he
actual,
was Jewish.
But, well, I know you shouldn't always watch the movies and stuff, but there's actual, and approved obviously by the Jewish community. There's actual films where it shows you where they had to go undercover that deep and send messages to certain units of locations of this. So they were always a step ahead. They were always a step ahead.
I don't know about that. I don't
And
know.
I think, and you know what? And listen to this, right? Japan flew them planes over, right, to Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
You gotta ask yourself, why did they do that? Who told them to do it?
It was Yamamoto. He was a genius, a military genius. He reckoned that if you destroyed the Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor, it would take the Americans 5 or 6 years to rebuild the fleet. I mean, because you can't just build an aircraft carrier nowadays. An aircraft carrier takes
But did it
10 years.
happen? Did it happen?
Well, they failed because because half the fleet were out on manoeuvres, and that's what they didn't figure out. It was just one of those flukes. If they'd been in,
so if I pretend to you that we're weak in that part there, yeah, I mean, you got to think now, America aren't that dumb. So that's a now invitation to get backing from their country to say, yeah, we're in this now. That's pathetic. That's the most pathetic attack I've ever seen in my life. What Japan done.
I just want to say there is a book called "Who Financed Hitler: The Secret Funding of Hitler's Rise to Power from 1919 to 1933" by James Poole. So I haven't read it, but if anybody's interested.
The problem is that sometimes some authors are legit and some are bogus. I don't know about Mr. Poole, but
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the trouble is there's lots and lots of sort of conspiracy theory books written, and they bear no relation to.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. That's the thing. It's like I have to sit down and start looking at it.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt you. But just on that point, there's another book, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, by Anthony Sutton. But he's quite a credible source. He also wrote about Wall Street's funding of the Soviet Union, which is another interesting read. I've read excerpts from both books, but I can't lie and say that I've read both of them.
Yeah, no, I haven't read any of these guys.
But just quickly, to substantiate, there are many theories and quite quite valid theories, like with regards to having some evidence to support them about Pearl Harbor. In the case of World War One, the Lusitania and the targeting by Germany, or the axis of belligerent like transport, whatever, as pretext for America to enter the war for some significant financial benefit, both during and post war. So like there is actually quite a fair bit of evidence to support. A lot of it's obviously like you have to wade through a lot of fucking bureaucratic bullshit, like making connections with this guy and that guy, and this guy funded this guy, and this guy was at a fucking dinner somewhere in 1935. But there is evidence to suggest that a lot of these things are considered pretext to go to war. That it was always the intention to go to war, and considering that Adolf Hitler wasn't the instigator with regards to declaring war on the Allies, it does stand to reason that it may what you'd argue is him being irrational is his hand being enforced. Not trying to make excuses for the guy or anything, but you could make that argument.
Oh, Mon. How's it going, everyone?
I thought.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was in the back chat.
Yeah, James. Like, I don't know.
And hold on, where's the niceties? Like, say hello.
Good evening, Raj.
Big
Good
up.
evening, Raj.
What's happening?
Raj, could you turn around so I can
One.
Uranus,
What happened to the UK when someone says hello and there's a complete blank? Has everyone turned into savages or something? What's happened?
That's what it is, man. It's just, we've deteriorated into just clubbing each other and
you know what?
rubbing
Raj,
sticks together.
Imagine I was waiting for you, Raj. I was waiting
for you.
Hell was that?
I was waiting for you, Raj. I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
All right, Rog.
Even the basics of life have been chucked out the window. Like people don't even say hello anymore after.
People don't say hello anymore. My mic was on mute.
Oh. Someone's got
Sorry.
me on thing.
James, I can't hear you, mate. You've gone robotic like crazy.
Oh,
You're
God.
breaking up, James.
Can't hear
Breaking
James at
up.
all.
It's me speaking on this, echoing.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you, Rog. I just
No.
James
But
was-
he's got his mic. He's got his
Yeah, James is
thing
breaking
on.
up.
So, what are your thoughts on the Second World War, Rog? Any thoughts?
I
on
actually done a dissertation on the V2 rocket. You know.
All right.
So Werner von Braun and the technology they used.
Yeah.
To kind of because I had to do a dissertation because I'd done product design, engineering product design. So they said choose an invention which changed the world, but has a what is it called, like a
I
let's
think
say
the
a
Second
dodgy
World
past.
War
Yeah, a dodgy past.
started
So
creating
sorry, Ned.
like
What?
unities between countries, and then but again you've still got the head leading them countries. That's what I think.
oh, James has gone. Run, devil man. Run, devil man. Well
No,
done.
his
Still works.
connection was messed up. He, I think, dropped.
Yeah. So like I had to do a dissertation to kind of choose an invention that changed the world, but has a kind of a murky background, and I chose the Apollo mission.
So what did you learn from your dissertation, Rog?
Well, I learned that the V1 rocket and let's say the V2 was an incredible achievement in terms of rocket technology, but it was built upon the deaths of thousands and thousands of slave labor, and they were executed. And the American government and Soviet Union, the UK, allowed Nazi criminals who were responsible for genocides like Werner von Braun to get scot-free just so they can so they could kind of take him over and use his, let's just say his intellectual kind of like, prowess to push them to the next level of the space race, which is disgusting. So yeah, I can say that, like he was freaking smart as anything, no doubt about that. But that doesn't mean that, he should go scot-free. I mean, the way they built the V1 rocket and the V2, they basically just like they just worked people to death to the point, to build it in time. And so they were executing people. People were dying of starvation. People were dying of hunger. And yeah, and the guy is now some sort of like hero in the States, as the guy that because he was responsible for the Apollo space mission. I mean, there was lots of other people around, obviously, but he was the main one. He was the main guy.
Yeah. Is he really like a hero though, or is he just?
Yeah, I don't think he's a hero.
Well, he's not. I mean, look, if you're I would say they may not have said he was a hero in the sense that they didn't kind of like outwardly say because they had his murky past. But when you look at the photographs of who he's standing next to, who he was with, the presidents and stuff like this, he was treated like a hero within the American government. Yeah, I'm not saying that outwardly did it because it was very controversial to do that. But just look at who he was associated with, the pictures that he's been taken with. You don't get to meet those people unless they believe that you're that you're something special.
Yeah. Scientists are special. Scientists are special. And I've always been like alchemists and people like that. I've always been looked out to be like.
Yeah, but the thing is, they can't exactly have the guy come, bring him over to the United States, give him immunity from prosecution, have him, help them with all the rocket technology, and then afterwards go, yeah, now fuck off.
No, I mean, all right. So, I mean, they could have said they could look. There's a difference between, say, maybe taking the scientists and then saying, okay, we're going to use them, but we're going to look. They could have put the guy in prison, yeah, and said, look, in order for you not to be executed, yeah, for your war crimes, you're going to have to work your way out. You're going to be in prison for all of your lifetime, but we will treat you.
Raj,
you won't have the death penalty.
How does something enter back into our what do they call that thing that protects us into the ozone layer without burning up?
What?
How does it? Do you know what I mean?
Escape velocity. Escape velocity. No?
We're protected. We're protected by this So like like if a
Yeah, the
meteorite
ozone layer.
starts.
Mm.
Yeah, the ozone layer, right?
That stops the sort of harsh rays of the sun from killing us.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Can I just say something? If this is the real Afghan, I have a police situation with this guy. So either he leaves or I leave. So it's up to Veli who he wants to chuck out. So I can't be on the same panel with him.
You have a police situation with Afghan.
Yeah.
Holy.
I've been told I'm not allowed to communicate with free people. So.
Informer.
You know.
What is the sound of the police? What is the sound of the police? Big up, Natty. You okay, bro?
Veli, decide who you want on, me or thing. I don't mind going. But it's up to Veli. You can decide.
It's a freedom of speech, Raj. You don't try and emotionally blackmail people. But
Right,
anyway, it's
Veli,
very interesting.
Veli, just decide. I don't mind going, but I can't. I'm not going to communicate. I'm not allowed to communicate with somebody. On
Anyway,
the
what's the topic? Ozone layers. And are you on about the Bermuda Triangle?
Oh, I'm off it.
All
I'm
those
off anyway. I
planes?
don't want to make it a difficult decision, but like I said, I've got a police situation. I've been advised not to speak to this individual, so I'm off.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you.
Raj.
Right.
But anyway, so what was it all about? I mean, why do those planes vanish there for some odd reason? The Bermuda Triangle.
I don't know,
That's
man.
Madness, that man. Madness.
Again, is it like fairy tales? Because no, it's not happened lately, has it? But it's not happened lately.
I know what you mean. But that remember the Iranian airliner that got shot down?
Do you know what? That Bermuda Triangle is like another fairy tale for protection. Like, because Afghan, yeah? Like, if you're flying on the plane and when he says, "Oh, we're just going through the Bermuda Triangle now," you'll be like,
I'll be like, "Oh, I should have got my parachute from eBay."
That's like Nessie. That's what I mean. They're good at creating stuff, man. Like,
what you think is a conspiracy?
I think it's just a load of rubbish,
Same with
bro.
Area 51. What's your view on that?
Right. Well, listen. No one's allowed to go there. No one knows what's in there. That's definitely.
You know what I think's there?
What?
Natty? Prototypes of various fighter planes and technology that the Americans don't want the Chinese and Russians to copy. That's what I think. I think they got weaponry there, especially chemical or biological, that they're not showing the world, rather than aliens and shit like that. That's just my opinion.
Definitely.
Because weaponry there, especially chemical. I think James, you got us on loudspeaker, bro.
Where in the Bermuda? Hey, can you not hear me now?
Yeah. Big up, James,
Can
man.
you not hear me now?
James,
no.
Yeah.
Still bad.
Thank you. You're here, man.
Yeah,
go on.
Area 51, even because it's
Is
so
it still bad?
mysterious. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Or no?
Yeah, we can hear you, James, man. Yeah, it's loud.
Yeah, you're good.
Area 51. Yeah, it's so secretive. It still gives you.
Pick up, man. But hey, can you not hear me though? Or is it
Yeah,
delayed or is it?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
You got us on replay, man. James.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
I think I'm delayed.
No, I think Area 51 is burnt. I don't think they put anything in Area 51 anymore. Too many fucking geeks sitting there with cameras trying to fucking catch something.
You know what?
Just been used as a tourist fucking attraction now, and they're
The
just.
thing is, Banksy, you know the thing is, right? American technology, especially in weaponry, is progressing so immensely. Literally, a few years ago, I read an article that they've got a thing called a love bomb. Have you heard of the love bomb?
No.
So what they basically do is they drop a bomb on the enemies, specifically infantry, and what happens? It releases a drug. I don't know what drug it is into the air, and the soldiers become all lovey-dovey like ecstasy. The enemy. Yeah, I'm not lying. I've been
See, that's what
serious.
you're doing. They're fucking with you and you're fucking with me on that one.
No. There might be something to that. You know that in the Vietnam War, they fed American soldiers without their knowledge certain drugs that made them super aggressive, and they wiped out whole villages and didn't. And the people didn't even know that they'd done it. The soldiers didn't know that they'd done it.
Exactly.
And when they came back, they have these terrible nightmares, and some of them ended up in psychiatric hospitals, and they could never understand why. And it was only like about 40, 50 years later that the evidence started coming out that they'd been experimenting on these soldiers without their knowledge.
Exactly. But that same with the Agent Orange.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is that the same shit as that?
Sorry, guys, I'm back though. I'm safely home. I've not been
Welcome
mugged.
back. Battery charged.
I thought we were having a good discussion. I thought I'll entertain you chaps for the next hour.
We are honored that you're now. Oh damn, we lost.
I think he's got connection, but ignore Asperger's. I mean, he's having an episode of delusionary psychosis.
I see.
He thinks that we're following him on the streets. You know what I mean? So they've upped his medication, his sertraline. You know what I mean? So by 50 milligrams with a tranquilizer at night, because he keeps seeing me on the wall walking in the shadow, saying, 1, 2, Afghans coming for you.
You're a thing of nightmare for some of these people now, dude. Fucking Raj can't be on the same panel with you. Dude's running away. People waking up in the middle of the night screaming, Afghan!
Trouble is, Afghan, is that you've got a voice which is terribly intimidating. I mean, the thing is, you're wasted on YouTube. You really should.
You know, Ned. Yeah, I was thinking about going into voice acting.
You've got the fucking voice, man. You've got the voice for it. You really have. You really are. You're wasted on YouTube.
I'm doing some movie trailers. Imagine a man.
Scare the shit out of me.
Yes, I mean that's what the interrogated once said, you know. So that's where I've learned these various skills.
A movie will be narrated by Afghan.
So tell me, Commander Inamullah, where did you hide the suicide vests? Within 10 minutes, a certain particular chemical compound will be released into your blood, and it will be of a purity of 98%. And has a half-life of a week, so you might as well tell me, Sonny Jim, or the nails are coming off.
Oh.
Yeah, it's interesting that you are right, because when I came off the call, I was in reference to the Kaiser, to the German Empire, rather than Hitler. So you are right there, Ned.
You were more aiming for the whole 2000 World War I era.
Yeah.
Well, that's.
But I can't. I'm gonna have to check this out because I can't understand why the Germans were there. It's just so far away. It's not like they've got links. It's not like they've got a boat link. There's like a port.
I told you. Listen, you see why Germany spread? When they spread, they were taking wealth as well. Taken over. They spread too far. That's the excuse.
Overextended.
Yeah. And what idiot would do that if that ain't just a setup? Like, that's the biggest setup.
No, but Natty, I think what Afghan was talking about, the Germans invested heavily in Afghanistan, and I can't for the life of me understand how they got there. There's no land link. There's no way for them to get there. It's strange that they ended up in building factories in Afghanistan of all places. It's not
they were in Iran as well. They built a railroad in Iran to feed the Russian front from Iran. So they were in that region. They were in that region.
And there's a picture of Adolf Hitler shaking hands and sitting down with the Palestinian president at the time as well.
I thought it was the Mufti of Turkey, but possibly as well. The Mufti of Palestine. Sorry, the Mufti of Palestine.
He was considered an honorary Aryan
So do you know what I think? Yeah, I think the West were quaking. Obviously, must like at the end of the day, it all played out well for the winner. That's all I've got to say.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. It's like at the end of the day, whether we try to sort of postulate potential scenarios, this is the world in which we're living in. This is where we're at. These are the winners, and we have to, we have to
Like I said,
navigate this world, not some.
yeah, you have to be someone's child. You got to choose their daddy, innit? Like either it's China, Russia, or America, or the EU. But it's true though. You
You're
have to
someone's
be.
bitch at the end, unless you're the boss, you're the bitch.
Yeah, you have to be, because even a country like Saudi Arabia that's wealthy to some extent and very independent because no one criticizes them, they are pretty much a bitch to America.
Oh,
that's why they get away with everything.
So Afghan, what's going on with you and Raji?
Oh man, this is listen, Natty. I used to
I'm
work.
hearing all Fed talk, bro. What's all this Fed talk that you're talking about, bro?
I basically what it is, dear Natty brother, is that I used to work for the NHS mental health service. Raj is an individual who has Asperger's. He has mental health issues. So I take what he says with a pinch of salt. He's like that woman that cries rape, but she was never raped. You know what I mean?
That's how it is.
Yeah.
So he thinks. No, but he thinks I'm part of a. Natty, he thinks I'm part. He thinks I'm part of a underground movement led by someone called Skits, and we are hacking his personal. Yeah, he thinks we're hacking his personal information and his Khalistani secret society movements, and we're passing them on to the Indian government. It's delusionary psychosis. That's all it is. So big him up, man. He's all right, but he's running to the police.
If you were doing that, you're a bad man still, Afghan. If you were doing that, you're a bad man still.
No, but he's ran to the police, right? Saying that I'm this. Like, have you seen Anonymous, the movement Anonymous, with their masks? Like I'm some equivalent to that. That's infiltrating his activities, and he feels scared, and he's put a massive 1-year witness protection program on his address and some weird shit like that. So just enjoy the entertainment. It's the show, isn't it?
That's straight.
Yeah, but he's like a man. He's 45, and look how he's acting.
Raj reminds me of, you remember like South Park, like how they move, when they roll on the screen and they say something and they roll off the screen. That's what Raj just comes true like that. Yeah, says something. It's like, yeah, I gotta go.
No, but imagine it, right? You're a 45-year-old man saying, "Miss, I don't like him, miss. I want to be at the front of the class. Veli, can you either me or him? Why bring Veli into it? You know what I mean? But bless him, man. May Allah shower him with blessings. Alhamdulillah.
I think he's too far gone for Allah, bro. He's too far gone for Allah. He's gone,
it's midnight and I need to go to bed. It's thanks for the conversation, everybody. Veli, thanks for running this live stream. It was a good one. Thanks a lot, mate.
You're a Fed. Is that true?
I'm too stupid to be a Fed. I'm too dumb to be a Fed. Surely you must realise that by now.
Let the Fed.
That's what would a Fed said. That's
and do you think a Fed would actually come onto this site? Do you think a Fed? What's a Fed? A Fed? I'm undercover. How do you know? Am I wearing a trench coat and a hat, or am I disguised as a clown or something? I mean,
answer this question, Ned. The red fox is out on the full moon.
Yeah, Ned's off a room is next to mine in Scotland Yard. So it's your turn for the coffees.
Natty, we said we wouldn't talk about this.
Remember the hand sign, right? When you enter. So I know it's you, Ned.
Okay,
because we wear rubber masks. We wear rubber masks like in the Game of Thrones. The man of many faces.
Take care, everybody. It was a good talk. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night, man. Good night. Au revoir, sir. Au revoir. You don't like the French, does it? Yeah, it's an interesting day today, wasn't it, Natty?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, any more conspiracies? Is there actually protests on
Yeah.
this
Let's
weekend
talk
coming
about
up?
Ned the Fed.
A lot of people were saying, man, they were saying Fed. They could smell.
I think he's ran off now to give some counselling to Raj. You know, trauma
He
counselling.
didn't
You know,
find nothing. He didn't find nothing. He's disappointed. He's
He's gone
he's
to
gonna
the
come
station
back.
to
He'll
fill in
come
his
back as
report.
someone else later.
That's it.
He's
Gonna give
already.
his recording off to the
He'll come
sergeant.
back as Busy Barry. He'll be Busy Barry.
that's the one thing, right? With me, right, I would never run to the police over a fucking hangout or a live stream. You know,
What's
that's
Raj talking
embarrassing,
about?
man. To be fair,
Hey, man, I've got a case open for me too.
Raj needs to behave himself.
Oh, mate.
What's happening?
Madam's got case already.
you know what I mean? That
You got cases on you and that.
I've had proper hardcore jihadis like saying we're gonna chop your head off and put it in soya sauce and fry you, you know.
Soya
And I'm
sauce.
like, let me call the police. Yeah, as if imagine calling the police. They come down to your house and that.
In about
Bruv,
2000,
you know what? You'd get arrested, mate. They'd arrest you and put you
Yeah.
around 2000, I think it was 9 or 10, I fucked with some, funnily enough, a really Islamic Afghani guy online so badly. I fucked him so much. He was gonna come down to my gym. He's like, I see you at your gym. I was like, bring it.
Look what they did to Waleed, though, Banksy. They're crazy. They are crazy. And you know, big Afghans, right? Religion, and they'll go crazy, man.
Yeah.
They'll go
Afghan,
crazy.
you know the best people to find people is women. You see women, yeah. They can
go on,
find.
Daddy.
They're the best detectives, bruv. Women. You want to
Hey,
find
you man,
someone? You
listen,
go to
yeah.
women, bruv.
You know what time it is now, don't it, man?
All right,
You know
big
what
up,
time
Valley,
it is,
man.
Ladies and gentlemen, you get me? You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Trust me. Gotta go work in the morning. Yeah, man. I'll tell everyone that's got work in the morning. I'll tell everyone that's not got work in the morning. Make sure you log in. You get me for the register at between 8 and 9. Yeah. And
have a good one,
things there, you get me?
everyone.
Yeah, big up yourself,
Yeah.
Banksy. Big up everyone on the panel, everyone that passed through. Yeah, big up yourself, Natty. Big up Afghan, old tight Lady
Big up, man.
D,
Big up, man.
old tight 94. Big up Raj, old tight Banksy, old tight Ultra Funky, old
And
tight
Ned the
James
Fed.
Jones, old tight Ned the Fed. Come on, that's the biggest one there still. Man like Ned the Fed, you know. Yeah, man. Trust me. So big up Atticus, old tight EA. We got the Reanimator, UK Drill Knowledge. Yeah, Love is the Law. Who else is in there? Ali Danger. I Hate Pigeons. Man said I hate pigeons, you know. Jeez. Outside Ned the Fed in the building. Yeah, man saw your wire today. Outside Mr. Procligy. Come on. Outside King of Gold. Come on. The Reanimator, big up. Outside Renegade Wrath. Outside Rushma Actor. Outside Tash.
Big up
Jeffs.
Atticus as well.
Big up yourself. Big up,
So
big up.
what time are you doing your
Outside.
show tomorrow, Valley? Is it like the troll tomorrow, trolling time?
Yeah, tomorrow. Well, it's not trolling time, but I ain't just gonna just jump in when people are arguing in it.
No.
Usually I try to break it up, but yeah. Always
Big up,
people
man. Big up
argue
anyway, man. Good night, man. Good night, Natty as well, man. Good night.
Big up yourself, mate. Yeah, so big up Mr. Big up her Natty. Old type Mr. Alio 84, old type God of Jacob, old type. Yeah, if that's it now, yeah. So come on. Now we do. You get me? Make sure you lot. Oh yeah, come on, big up Menelated Goddess. Big up yourself. Come on. Make sure everyone's hit the likes, yeah? Hit the thumbs up. Yeah, cause we got bare haters now. You get me? We got bare haters now, cause This is the Heartbreak Hotel. This is the Heartbreak Hotel. Yeah, Chelsea. Yeah, man. Batik. But yeah, man. We keep winning out here, innit, man. But boy, we might have to come up with some new rules though, boy, because they're striking the channel when we're talking. Like, I didn't think that you could be able to strike him for talking. That's mad. Like, I've got to do a couple of emails to try and get them shows back. I don't see what was on them shows that broke YouTube's rules. You go and see. But I don't even know, man. I don't even know what I do them. How I do them. They're mad still. This is what they're doing, yeah? Let me show you. That's what they're doing every time the show's on. Yeah, that's what they're doing, fam. Yeah, they're just balling like some babies and that. So yeah, man. So got Veli Mikau tomorrow. Yeah, man. We're going into the gully, you see it. But all right, man. Done out here. But big up, man. Big up everyone. Up to everyone that's supporting. Yeah, come on, G Block in this biatch.